Alright, everyone, welcome back to Newcastle Fans TV for the live watch along. Newcastle United back after the international break for a tough game away at Spurs. It's going to be a big game today. See if we can get back to winning ways after a couple of poor results, not poor performances, just poor results after that incredible run that we were on. Don't forget, you can get involved in the comments down below. Let us know your thoughts throughout the game today. We'll get your score predictions in before the game. Carl should be joining us shortly for a quick chat before we get going. But let us know what you think of the lineup. We'll get to that. And how do you think the game's going to go? Are we going to nick 3 points off Spurs in their own backyard? Are we safe from relegation already? Or do we still need to pick up a few results along the way? We've got some tough fixtures before now and the end of the season, but results have been going our way in other fixtures. Quick note on Everton, who were the early kickoff today, played West Ham and lost 2-1 with Michael Keane getting a red card. So he'll be suspended for their game against Burnley. Massive result for us. Keeps them down there, keeps us nice and safe. Don't forget to like the video if you do enjoy it at any point, and of course, subscribe to the channel as well. Right, before we get started, quick word on the women's football as well. Well done, the lasses, getting a 1-1 draw against top of the table Liverpool Feds. Unfortunately, not getting the result they really wanted, which would have been a win today, but a good performance despite a missed penalty. But a 1-1 draw ain't bad at all for them. Moving on to the men's game today against Spurs. Yeah, we're back after an international break. It feels like forever, really, that we've been gone. But yeah, a tough game against Spurs, who are on a good run of form themselves. But as we saw yesterday with Brentford against Chelsea, the international break can have a huge effect on teams that have a lot of players going out, going flying all over the world, and then coming back and they got tired legs and they just look a bit knackered. Liverpool even looked a bit knackered as well, even though they did get the result that they wanted. But Newcastle against Spurs, who is going to win? We'll take a look at the lineup shortly. Hopefully Carl will join us soon so we can talk them through with him. But the big news today is Bruno Guimaraes doesn't make the starting lineup. Got his first goal for Brazil in the international break. Fantastic. I think he got man of the match in that game as well. Fantastic performance from him. And so he's not in the starting lineup today. Welcome everyone on Twitch as well. I know the last couple of streams I've been on, we've got a lot of heat because we're not saying hello to the Twitch guys. Thank you if you're watching on Twitch. Thanks for supporting us over there. And if you're watching us on YouTube, of course, thanks as always. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Nathan getting in early with his predictions. 2-1 to United today. I like the optimism, Nathan. I do. I can see it happening. Spurs, not the most consistent team. Obviously got world-class players in their team. But results-wise, they can be a bit iffy. I mean, they lost to Burnley not too long ago. So why can't we pull off a result? Despite the results that we've been putting in consistently good performances. Unlucky to not get a point from Chelsea. Never mind all three. But yeah, it's a tough game. Spurs will be looking to get back into the top four. West Ham, I think, leapfrogged them. So they're in the top four slot at the moment. But Spurs will be looking to come out swinging and knock us down. Seth over in Twitch saying a 1-0 result to Newcastle today. I bloody well hope so. Soccer Steve getting involved as well. He'll be here later on for the live fan reaction. 2-1 Spurs, sadly. But you never know, especially that Brentford win yesterday. It was a madness. It certainly was. Bit negative from Steve there, but we'll change that around. I'm sure we'll get plenty of positive predictions in the chat. Jason's asking for 3 points. I'll take that. I'll take 3. I'll take 1 right now. But, we've put in some good performances against the top 6 sides. There's no reason why we shouldn't be gunning for all 3 points. Kickoff is about 25 minutes away. And before we get there, we'll have a look at the lineups now. We'll start with the away side. We'll start with Spurs because they're a little bit easier to break down. So Antonio Conte has named his starting 11 to face us today. It's pretty much as we'd expect from an Antonio Conte side, a back 3/back 5. You've got Emerson Royale playing probably as a left wing back, and Romero, Dyer, and Davies as the back 3 with Matt Doherty as the right wing back. Got Højbjerg and Bentancur in the central midfield. Bentancur obviously joining from Juventus in January, along with Kulusevski, who's been in good form since joining Spurs. That's a very dangerous front 3 of Kulusevski, Son, and of course, Harry Kane, who constantly sets records for England and Spurs wherever he goes. Will he leave in the summer? Who knows? But what we're focusing on today is today's game. He is obviously the danger man along with Heung-min Son today. a lot of their goals in the last games have come from those two. We're just touching on a couple of their recent results. Their last 5 games, they were 3-1 against West Ham. Son got 2, Kane 2 assists. 2-0 against Brighton. Kane scored in that game. They lost 3-2 against Man United, but Kane got on the score sheet again in that game. They won 5-0 against Everton. Son on the score sheet and Kane with a brace in that game. And then the game before that, they won 4-0 against Leeds with Kane and Son both on the score sheet. There's threats all over the pitch today, not just those two, but they are the main men for Spurs. That is for sure. We'll see. We'll take a look at the Newcastle lineup very shortly to see who can. Well, can Dan Burn rediscover that form he was in? Obviously, he was in fantastic form before the couple of losses, and then he knows himself. We saw the reaction to, especially in that Chelsea game, where he just let himself go for a second and it cost the game. Hopefully, he doesn't take too much of a dent in his confidence from that result. Can he deal with Harry Kane, one of the best strikers in the world? We'll find out. Pixel Pat asking, why does Bruno never start? Well, he started the last couple of games before the international break, but I'd imagine he's a bit leggy because we know he was on the bench for a while for us, started a couple of games for us, and then went away with Brazil, which is a long flight, and then played a couple of games in their international break, played a lot of minutes in those as well. So I imagine he's probably a bit tired from the games and from the travel, and probably not at 100% fitness to start today. So, but we've got Joe squared back in the midfield along with Jonjo Shelvey. And yes, Seth, just echoing what I said earlier, we keep Son and Kane quiet. Keep Son quiet and Kane doesn't get into the game. Yeah, Kane and Son. I think I'm right in saying they're the most deadly partnership in Premier League history now. I think they've overtaken Lampard and Drogba. But yeah, we'll see if we can keep them quiet. A lot of love going out to Russell Football watching in Nepal, and Maurice Kennedy watching from South Florida. Nice to see the international audience. Welcome to the family. You're a Newcastle fan. Wherever you are, wherever you're from, wherever you're watching, we all bleed black and white. Right, we'll move on to the Newcastle United lineup, shall we? It's slightly changed from the last game, obviously. It's been a while since we played, but Eddie Howe has decided to go with this starting 11. Martin Dubravka back from international duty. There was rumours around saying that he's kind of suffering from illness, might not be fit to start, but he's back in there. Nice to see him back from international break without picking up an injury or illness. Javier Manquillo back as well, which is fantastic. For me, when Trippier's not starting, Manquillo has to start in that right back position. I like Emil's Kraft's passion, but he really, for me, does not have the quality to start in this Newcastle United side. Fabian, Schar and Dan Burn forming a nice, tasty little centre-back partnership. Obviously, we saw Jamal Lascelles coming back in before the international break, but he drops out today. Dan Burn, obviously, one of the signings of the season for us in January. Obviously, the big money move was Bruno Guimaraes, but Dan Burn has absolutely stolen the headlines with his performances. And even some people saying he should be in with an England call-up shout. But it's not to be just yet. He's been playing fantastic for us. Matt Targett as well, another fantastic signing in January. He comes in at left back. Captain today, Jonjo Shelvey comes back into the side. Nice to see him back. Hopefully he can dictate the play because it will be a high-tempo game against this Spurs side. We know they like to press high. We'll see if he can deal with that. Joe Willock and Joe Linton completing the other two midfield slots. Joe Linton will be hopeful that he can keep his form up before the end of the season and maybe even sneak into that Brazil squad. Say it quietly, but maybe we could see Joe Linton at a World Cup. Who'd have thought at the start of the season? And then the front three of Ryan Fraser, Alan Saint-Maximin starting, and Chris Wood. Just a quick run through the bench as well. Carl Darlow is the backup goalkeeper. Paul Dummett, Jamal Lascelles, and Matt Ritchie. Emil Kraft is also on the bench. And then we've got Jacob Murphy, Dwight Gale, Sean Longstaff, and Bruno Guimaraes. Let us know what you make. Excuse me, can't talk. Let us know what you make of the lineup in the comments down below. Are you happy with that? If you were in charge, what changes would you have made? Interesting from point here. No Miggy at all. Yeah, no Miguel Almiron in the side. I wonder if he's still tired from the international break, obviously away with Paraguay. I don't know if he's back yet. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% clued up on that situation. But if he is back and if he is fit, interesting decision to leave him out, especially with his involvement in the last couple of games. Yeah, so let us know in the comments down below what you think of that lineup. Are you happy? Are you not happy? Do you think we match up well with Spurs' system, playing in a back five or a back three with pressing wing backs? How is it going to go with that lineup for you? For me, I would have loved to see Bruno in that side, but I expect he is a little bit tired from the international break. Unfortunately, he's not involved today from the start, but he is on the bench. He is available on the bench. So we'll probably see him like the cameos he made towards the start of the season. We'll probably see him appear from the bench a little bit later on, depending on how the result's going. If we need to impact the game, he might come on a little bit earlier than those games. But a quick word on Chris Wood. If you watched these live streams before, you'll know I'm a big Chris Wood fan. I think he's fantastic. You know, goals on everything. I think he's absolutely revolutionised the way this team's played, and he's been a key part of this Eddie Howe revolution. During the international break, he's been away with his international side, New Zealand, and he has been banging in the goals, let me tell you. Obviously got off the mark with us before the international break, got his first goal for the club. Absolutely chuffed that he did that. But yeah, he's been away with New Zealand for their World Cup qualifiers, I believe. I'm not sure if that's the right competition, but yeah, he played 4 games for New Zealand in the international break and scored 5 goals, which is good enough in itself. I know they don't play the most high caliber of opposition, but he is now New Zealand's all-time leading goal scorer, which for any country is some feat. So congratulations, Chris Wood. Hopefully he can keep that form going today. Hopefully he can pair up against that back three quite well, because you got Ben Davies stepping in at centre-back, who's naturally a left-back. Can he cope with moving to the centre-back position? We've seen him play there a few times this season. Obviously, Eric Dyer is there in there, and then Romero as well. I think Romero is probably the best defender out of the lot, but he's also got the hottest head. If we can get under his skin, I think he's prone to a yellow, maybe even a red card, which could change the game. And Chris Wood and Alan Saint-Maximin are absolutely the partnership to do that. The other one in that front three as well that I've not mentioned is Ryan Fraser, of course. Fantastic form before the international break. You know, he was nominated for Premier League Player of the Month. Unfortunately, he didn't win, which is an absolute travesty, by the way. But yeah, he didn't win that, but he was in fantastic form for the club. Can he repeat that form today? Hopefully so. Get involved in the comments down below. How do you think that we're going to approach this game? Do you think we're going to go out and attack Spurs? Are we going to sit behind the ball, invite pressure on, and try and use the counter-attack with the pace of Ryan Fraser and Alan Saint-Maximin? Are we going to try and dominate the ball, take it off Spurs, not let them dominate the game? Let us know in the comments down below. And of course, your score predictions as always. Are you optimistic? Would you be happy with a point? Or can you genuinely not see any chance of us nicking a point away at Spurs? Let us know in the comments down below. And of course, we've got plenty of reaction coming up later. We'll be joined by Carl and Brandon for the game itself. And then I believe Sam and Lee will be here after the match for some scoring the players. And of course, Soccer Steve will be back for some live fan reaction. So you can get involved on the channel, get your face on the channel and share your thoughts after the game. That'll come up after scoring the players later on. And Johnny is actually at the Spurs game, so we'll have live reaction from him from the stadium later on tonight. Yes, we might as well have a go, the comments are saying. We might as well. It's a free hit, really. I mean, we said this with the Chelsea game and ended up getting no points from it. But yeah, we're on 30, I think it's 31 points, maybe 32 at the moment. And it should be realistically enough to keep us up with the way results are going at the moment. So we might as well have a crack. You know, there's no risk involved in having a crack as such. You know, you look at the results that we had in that fantastic run, and we picked points up against teams that were kind of in and around our position in the league. You know, you got Southampton, Brighton, Brentford, Villa, Everton, Leeds. They're the results that we were getting points from. And when we played better teams, or quote unquote better teams, you know, Man United was a draw. West Ham ended up being a draw. You know, I'd be happy with a point, but we might as well have a crack. You know, Spurs, we know, are an inconsistent team. You know, if you call them Spurs, you call them bottlers, whatever you want to call them, they can throw away a result at the drop of a hat. We know it was February, I think, they lost 1-0 to Burnley. And if Burnley can do it, why can't we? Yeah, great point again here. Spurs are great going forward, but a suspect at the back. Yeah, Conte, we know he likes to put teams together that are just free-flowing attacking teams, and they play some brilliant attacking football, Spurs. But at the back, they are not the best at all. You know, you look at Spurs' last 5 games, and they've scored, no matter the result, they have scored at least 2 goals in each of those games. We mentioned they're a bit suspect defensively, but they have kept 4 clean sheets in their last 6 games. Sorry, no, that's a lie. 3 clean sheets in their last 6 games: against Leeds, where they won 4-0, against Everton, where they won 5-0, and against Brighton, where they won 2-0. The other games in there were against West Ham, which they won but conceded 3-1, Man United, which they lost 3-2, and of course the Burnley game 1-0. A couple of people in the comments asking where Bruno is. Brazil's best player in the last game and will be on a massive high. Yeah, absolutely agree with that case, Paul, but it's a case of fatigue. You know, he had a couple of weeks on the sidelines with us, starting from the bench, so maybe his fitness dropped a little bit. And while he did start the last couple of games before the international break for us, he has played a lot of minutes over the past few weeks with club and country. So I can see why Eddie Howe has kind of rotated him, rested him a little bit, because we definitely do have more important games to come. And he'll be coming off, yes, he'll be on a high, but he'll also be a bit knackered from that international break. And you don't want to risk injuring what could be a key midfielder for the rest of the season. And it's not like we're replacing him with Jack Colback, you know, no disrespect to Jack Colback, but, you know, it's a solid midfield 3 of Jonjo Shelvey, Joe Linton and Joe Willock. So hopefully they can deal with the midfield 2 of Højbjerg and Bentancur. Yeah, I know Chris Wood has played more games. People pointing out that Chris Wood's played more games in the comments. Yes, but Chris Wood is a seasoned pro that's used to just strutting around for 90 minutes up top, bullying defenders. I imagine his fitness is quite up there, because when he was playing for Burnley, he barely missed a game, whereas Bruno sat on the bench for us for a few weeks, so might have dropped off a little bit. Yeah, Eddie probably trying to be safe, giving Bruno a bit more breathing space before coming in. Yeah, that's another good point. You know, while it is a big miss, I would love to have seen Bruno start today, you know, show that he can do it against the best teams in the league, especially those best attacking teams in the league. I think it is probably risk management. You know, you don't want to chuck him in and he's going to, you know, like you say, he's going to be on a high. Does that mean he throws himself in tackles a bit more aggressively? Does he run a bit more? Does he put himself at injury a bit more because he's trying to continue that form? He's trying a bit too hard. You don't want to risk injuring that star player before the end of the season. And speaking of star players, Alan Saint-Maximin's starting again today. Saw rumours in the press, I don't know how true they are, that we're prepared to sell him come the end of the season. I don't know how true they are, but he'll be able to prove a point today. You know, he's a fantastic player, but he's shown a little bit time to time again, he can disappear from games. He has been our star man, but in this new system, he has maybe struggled a little bit. So it'll be good for him to show what he can do against a tough team today with those wing backs as well. Tracking back, he potentially could be outnumbered on those wings. So we'll see how Saint-Maximin copes today, and he will have to track those wing backs as well when he comes back to defend. So we'll see how he gets on today, because we know that his tracking back isn't the strongest aspect of his game. Kickoff is about 10-12 minutes away, so don't keep those score predictions coming in down below. If you haven't already, drop a like on the video and subscribe as well, and keep involved in the comments. If there's any questions you want to ask me before the game, fire away. I'll do my best to answer them to the best of my ability. I'm not Mystic Meg. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know how the game's going to go, but I can certainly give you my opinion on the games and what I think is going to happen today. I've got my screen to my right hand side of me, looking at Kane and Son warming up. They're definitely going to be the danger men for Spurs today. But another dangerous player that they have is Dejan Kulusevski, signing from Juventus in January. Wasn't sure that he'd hit the ground running in the Premier League, if I'm being brutally honest, but he's come in and he's impressed me to no end. He's a tricky player and he's direct. He's basically a slightly less competent Youngmin Son, if I was to put it any way. So that's a very good, very fluid front three for Spurs today. So Dan Burn and co will have their work cut out for them at the back. So we'll see how they get on there. Someone pointing out that Conte is looking nervous, maybe a little unprepared. Yeah, I saw on Twitter his match notes from the program today. He was saying, full of praise for Eddie Howe, said, you know, he's done a fantastic job to get us out of the relegation zone with the squad that we have, and that he doesn't know what to expect from today's game. You know, he doesn't know how we're going to play, because the last time we played Spurs, it wasn't a difficult game for Spurs. When did I start supporting Newcastle? I don't sound like a Geordie. Yeah, I get that quite a lot. I was born and raised in Newcastle, grew up there 18 years, but I moved away down to Yorkshire, so the accent's worn off a little bit. But I am true blood Geordie. I know we've got a few Southerners on this channel that like to pop in and say they're a Geordie, but no, I am. Believe me, I am. Born and raised, and hopefully we'll get one of those Southerners joining us shortly. Carl's on his way, and of course Brandon, our international fan base, will recognise Brandon. He'll be joining us for kickoff, hopefully. And of course, if you want to get involved in the comments down below and the fan reaction after the show as well, if you want to come and have your say, call me a non-Geordie to my face. No, I'm joking. I won't be here by that point. But yeah, if you want to have your say after the game, you can come on and join Soccer Steve on the fan reaction. But that'll be after scoring the players after full time. After, hopefully, we get 3 points from this game. It's going to be a tough game. You know, the last couple of games that we've played haven't gone to plan. Not awful losses, but you know, especially the last one would have been so disappointing. That Everton game where they went down to 10 men, and they still ended up winning that game. And I don't know about you, but I'm not a massive Everton fan, so I would have liked to see us win that and maybe condemn them to relegation, because I'd love to see them go down. No club's too big for the Championship, as we found out not too long ago. But yeah, disappointing result last time out against Everton. Not the worst performance, but a very disappointing result. And of course, the Chelsea game before that, I mean, we'll not talk about that. That was an absolute shambles from VAR, and a disappointing performance. I'm getting my words twisted here. A disappointing result despite a decent performance. So we lost that game. Obviously, we probably could have won that game if VAR decided to actually tell us that we deserve the decisions that way. But yeah, we'll take a quick break. In the meantime, we'll have a little bit on from the lads on mental health and the importance of that. But for now, keep your comments in the comments section coming down below, and don't forget to drop a like on the video. I'll be back very shortly in a couple of minutes before kickoff. And we'll be back just after this little video.
There's a massive stigma around depression with men. I think so many grow up, especially in the northeast of England, feeling like they can't speak, feeling they can't tell anyone, and then obviously it gets too late and they take their own lives. So it's anything we can do to sort of just get the stigma off it and just let people know that it's okay to talk. If you have a problem, just tell your mate, tell a relative, anyone.
Be a game changer. What I absolutely love is that Newcastle and Sunderland have both come together for this campaign. So it's putting all differences aside to try and raise the awareness of mental health, men's mental health, but mental health in general. So yeah, it's a fantastic cause. Thank you for having us down, Lee. And yeah, cheers.
So I'm really proud that we could come together as two separate foundations and do something together and show that mental health really has no colours. It's a case of men getting together and talking, and that's what we're all doing now. We've all come in after the games just have a chat, see how we're all getting on, checking in and just pushing the campaign. I think it's fantastic. I think getting everyone together and showing that we can get on, and the campaign's bringing people together is just a fantastic idea, and this was a really good day out for everyone.
Brilliant, really. I think you've got to do it. You've got to raise awareness, because like you said, I think it's one of the biggest killers in men is suicide, and the more people talk about it, the more people probably get better and don't kill themselves. So it's always something that needs to be brought up. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's that important that the royal family's talking about it now. Do you know what I mean? And they wouldn't talk about it if something wasn't major.
We don't ask for money. What we do is we ask to reach out if you are struggling. We don't care who you are, whether you're a 13-year-old lad all the way up to your 8-year-old. If you're struggling, there's links in the description. Please use them. Maybe you don't want to speak out. Maybe you just want to look at it and browse over it and have a think about it. Have a look. It will help you. That's what we're here today for, to raise the awareness.
Like, this is more for brand awareness. Now we'll try and do and maybe raise some money. But we've done like the walks from the stadium like to St James's. I wouldn't mind doing that again. I think that was pretty good. You could do a couple of podcasts as well. So, but if anybody, like any of the members or anybody that watches the channel regularly, want to come out and help along, by all means, just let us know. You've got Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, the website. You know, there's so many different ways you can contact us.
I did a lot of running. It's the first time I've kicked the ball in about a year and a half, so I'm happy with my performance. Laid on the assist for the winning goal. I'm not sure that's been mentioned by anyone yet. I think someone's... You wore a GoPro as well, didn't you? I did, for the first half, until I couldn't breathe on it. Hopefully the footage comes out all right. I haven't checked it yet, but I showed me man of the match performance in the middle, sweeping up. But I thought, attacking defensively, I thought I was all right.
Yeah, that was after the match against the Sunderland lads that we did for Be a Game Changer. If you are struggling with any mental health issues, feel free to follow the links in the description if you do need help, and reach out to your mates as well if you are struggling at all. It's a big part of this channel. We do try and be there. We've got you can reach out to any of us as well if you feel the need to. But yeah, we like to create a community on this channel and make sure that everyone's all right. So if you are struggling with any mental health issues, please follow the links in the description down below, or reach out to a mate as well. But yeah, so I just thought I'd share that before the match today, because we are about 5 minutes away from kickoff, and we're going to be joined by Soccer Steve in a moment, because unfortunately Carl's had to bail. So I'll bring in Steve now. Hey Steve, you all right?
Hey, I'm great. What about you?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you looking forward to the game? What are you expecting to see from today?
A competitive game for sure. I think if we do lose today, I don't think we'll get absolutely slapped around, because we haven't gotten slapped around since the 4-0 Man City. Because the only other 2 losses we've had since then were the past 2 games, 1-0 losses right at the death. So I don't think we'll get slapped around, because I think we can hang around teams, and we have that strength in defense. So I think, I put a bet. I think the only bet I put on was Newcastle +1. So that'll be nice. If we lose by a goal, I get my $15 back. So that works for me.
Yeah. The last time we played Spurs earlier in the season, it finished 3-2 to them. Goals from, I think it was Ndombele, Son and Kane, I think. It was a tight result in the end, but like you say, I don't expect us to get slapped around. We've got a solid defense now. You mentioned those last 2 games. The games we have lost, we've lost right at the end, and it's just maybe a lack of concentration from us right at the death. But before that, we went on such a good run. Can we rediscover that winning form today, do you think?
I don't see why not, because the thing with Spurs is that they're so up and down. I think out of their past 18 or 19 games, it's been loss, win, loss, win. They've been winning consecutively, but you just don't know what you're going to get with Spurs. And off topic a bit, but I see Ryan Fraser in the gold jacket, and I see Dan Burn, and holy shit.
Yeah, they always seem to pair Ryan Fraser and Dan Burn up next to each other. I don't know what it is, but the size difference is amazing. You're in shock. Spurs,
a little kid. Yeah.
The Spurs have scored, I think it's 16 goals in the last 5 Premier League games.
Yeah. Well, 5 of those were against Everton, and
then 4 against Leeds as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, Son and Kane are the main men, the main danger men. But is there anyone else for you that stands out in that side?
Oh, of course, Kulusevski. Kulusevski for sure. I think he was wrongly let go of from Juventus, especially because they lost Chiesa to an ACL. And we see how important Chiesa is to Juventus and Italy, especially recently. So I thought it was kind of weird that they let go of Kulusevski. I feel like he never got a real shot under Allegri. I think he's a very, very good player. So I would say definitely Kulusevski. I know I checked out our lineup. I'm not sure what Tottenham came up with, but I will look that up.
Yeah, they're with their back 3/back 5. You got Romero, Dyer, and Davies.
3-4-3. Yeah.
And then you've got Emerson on the left, I think, and then Doherty on the right. But maybe the other way around.
Yeah. Emerson on the left and Doherty on the right. Bentancur and Højbjerg. I don't think Bentancur is that great. He's been out of form, especially for Juventus, for quite a while. He had a really good start when he first initially was introduced in Juve, but slowly but surely at Juventus, when the midfielders they got initially, they got old and moved on.
Yeah,
like Pogba, Marquisio.
I remember Marquisio back in the day.
Matuidi. I mean, those guys. So, and it just nowadays Juventus midfield, it's not on the same level.
Yeah.
So I still think Bentancur's got potential. I don't even think he's 25 yet or 24. So
he's still
I think he's so-so. He's so-so. Probably about a Spurs level player, if I'm honest. Højbjerg, I think, is pretty damn good, but sometimes he can have a shocker every once in a while. Yeah. Some teams can really exploit him. So Doherty, I'm not a huge fan of. Emerson is on and off for me. it's going to be that front three. It really, and anyone could tell you that for free. So
yeah. I mean, they need to that back four, and especially I was talking earlier about the wingers that we've got today, Ryan Fraser and Saint-Maximin. They'll need to track those wing backs and help out the defenders.
Yeah.
Spurs will get an overload on one side, and that's when the real trouble, especially with Son and Kulusevski on the other side. It's just looking at the stats popping up on screen. Without Jonjo Shelvey this season, we've played 12 games without Jonjo Shelvey, and we have not won a single game with Jonjo Shelvey, which is incredible.
Wasn't there a video that Lee did where it was like if we had Jonjo Shelvey available for all games, he could have possibly, it was like Champions League type form.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because
amazing.
From a lot of fans, myself included. I've criticized Shelvey in the past quite heavily, but it's obvious how key he is to that midfield, the distribution. Because obviously you got Joe Linton, who's kind of defensive enforcer at the moment, and Joe Willock, who can carry the ball, but neither of those two really have the passing range that Shelvey does.
He's very similar. It's almost like he's like the English, less talented Jorginho, because people sometimes give Jorginho stick, but the guy's winning a ton of things, both internationally and with Chelsea. It's weird. It's weird. It's like the player, obviously, and you can compare it like Conte is our, Chelsea's Conte is our Guimaraes. Like everyone wants Conte to play. Everyone wants Bruno to play. And when Jorginho and Shelvey, you get mixed opinions, but it seems like both teams do better with those guys in. It's strange, but
got the most exciting players in the world, but they put in performances, so can't complain. Positive start from Newcastle in the opening minutes, pressing high at the edge of the box, not letting Spurs out and forcing Kulusevski to track back.
Damn, I haven't even kicked off yet.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. No, it's.
I don't know. I presume they're still lining up in a back three, but Emerson seems to be on that right-hand side at the moment. So I wonder if Doherty is playing on the left side.
They're kneeling right now.
Yeah. It seems like we've not kicked off on your stream. What's your quick score prediction then? I know you said 2-1 to Spurs earlier.
2-1 Spurs. 2-1 Spurs. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I think I made another bet where I said Kulusevski would get an assist. So hopefully it'll be a 1-1. He gets his assist, but Newcastle will get
like a 5
or a win. That would be 2-1.
Unknown Spectre score prediction. I have a feeling it'll end 2-1. I'm going to go with a solid 1-0 to Newcastle. I think I'm being very optimistic there because I don't think that we'll keep a clean sheet against Spurs. But
the only thing nowadays in the Prem that's guaranteed is that Everton lose away from home, and that Man United lose and draw to teams that they're not supposed to. Any other team is up for grabs in terms of this is that time of season where, if Burnley Man City yesterday, they gave up 2 early goals. So, I mean, it's a lot to theoretically, well, what if they didn't? It's a lot to say that, but you could see Burnley beating Everton on Wednesday, which I think they will.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you say, Everton have got that poor away form. Michael Keane suspended, and, they'll be tired from today's game. So you'd think Burnley are a shoo-in to win that game, really.
Yeah. It's the type of game that Burnley are used to, and it's at home. So that's already 2 things that Everton can't do. I mean, some of the Everton players were smiling after they lost. And that's not gone down well with anyone. I talked to a lot of people, Everton fans on Twitter, and they think they're fucked. They think they're down and out.
Yeah, they still got a couple of games in hand, but I'd rather have points on the board rather than the games in hand because the form that they're in, the mentality just doesn't seem to be at the club anymore. They seem to
games in hand are only as good as the team you have.
Yeah,
I mean, if you gave a 4th division team 38 games in hand in the Prem, they ain't gonna win. You know what I mean? So games in hand are only as good as the teams that you play against and that you have in reality. I think we are. I think if we do win today, I think then I can finally calm down and be like, all right, we're safe.
Yeah. So
I think a win today would be massive.
Do you think, three more points before the end of the season keeps us up then?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're on 31 at the moment. And
the absolute worst I think we can do is finish 17th. If we win, maybe we could go down. I don't see Watford getting out of it. I don't see Norwich. I see Burnley surviving, and I see Everton going down.
Yeah, I can see. I think if Burnley beat Everton on Wednesday, then Everton are in big trouble. I think Burnley might even.
Well, they already are in big trouble, so it would go up another level.
Yeah. So first example of the width that Spurs are using today. Ben Davies stepping up into midfield with his left foot and trying to find Emerson on that right-hand side, who's in acres of space, but luckily he overhit the pass. The Kulusevski and Son are playing quite narrow, which is leaving a lot of space for the wing-backs at the moment. Our midfield three is playing quite narrow, so Spurs playing some good football at the moment.
Well, that I first learned about why teams when it's ideal to keep narrow, because I remember when I was first getting into football, I think it was Liverpool versus Palace back in the days when Palace would go away to Anfield and win somehow, some way. Or no, it was Swansea. It was Swansea. I remember, and the commentators were like, "Well, if you play narrow, you can only get balls into the box, sure, but if it's narrow, you can't cut inside. It's not going to be as easy.
Yeah.
So if you keep a narrow shape, that's ideal.
Yeah, we're trying to play out from the back so far, and it's not worked twice.
It's not worked at all.
Yeah, it's not working yet. So it'll be interesting to see if we keep up that tactic. But we just had a shot from outside the box. Bentancur trying to bend one into the top corner, but it comes off the head of, I think that's Fabian.
He doesn't score many goals. I'm not really, like I said, I'm not really scared of him.
Yeah, so it's gone out for a Spurs corner. So their first set piece of the game. In the meantime, Ian's popped back. The Mad Darlow fans from a few weeks ago won yesterday. We're up to 8th place now and a goal difference away from the playoffs. Come on, the Quakers.
There you go.
Hopefully done.
Sutton United. Speaking of lower league English football, I'm watching the Sutton United versus Rotherham game, the Papa John's final. And Sutton United from Rotherham in League One?
Rotherham, I think they might have gone. Yeah, I think they're in League One.
They got relegated last year.
Sutton are in League Two, aren't they?
But they're up 2-1 on Sutton United might get a kind of trophy. I mean, hell, fuck it. I mean, if you're a 4th division team, if it's not a preseason trophy, hey, a football league trophy, why not?
It's a wet day out at Wembley, so
they won't gloat as much as Sunderland fans did.
No.
Sunderland fans thought that shit was
going to Wembley. I think it was the FA Vars to watch Darlington beat. I think it was Mansfield. Might have been, but watch Darlington win a trophy at Wembley. So that was quite special. First time I've actually been to Wembley.
Oh wow!
Impact asking, what do we think of the Brentford match yesterday? I know you've got a few thoughts on that, Steve.
Crazy. I thought Brentford to every single thing they pretty much did right. I mean, they can literally they did almost every single thing right because Rudiger scored from fucking who knows where. I mean, that was a sensational goal. No one could have done anything about that. No one's gonna step up because it's Rudiger from 40 yards away. Like that. That's the only error. But they were perfect. I think 2 or 3 minutes later they scored, and then 3 or 4 minutes later they scored again. They took their chances, and they had one of those days, and Chelsea didn't have one of those days.
A perfect performance from Brentford, and they've actually leapfrogged us in the league for now. Anyway, obviously,
I knew that they were gonna before the season started. I'm like, I looked into Brentford a lot because they were making some noise in the Championship, and then won that playoff final against Swansea. And the way that club is run, and they're very data driven, just like Southampton. Southampton have a lot of analytics, and Brentford have links with FC Midtjylland, and that's where they got Frank Onyeka, who's a pretty damn good midfielder. So it's a very smart, well-run club. You know, they didn't have to go into massive debt to build that new stadium. They're very smart, well-run club. They deserve to be in the Prem. And I was probably a little bit over-exaggerative when I'm like, they could do like the Sheffield United, Leeds United 7th, 8th. I think I had them 8th or something. But
I mean, they've done because considering they run on such a budget as well. You know, Leeds had Marcelo Bielsa, Sheffield had probably a very fluky season.
Yeah.
You know, Brentford haven't really got that. You know, Thomas Frank's a good manager, but he's obviously nowhere near Marcelo Bielsa. And then they've always been a selling club. You know, Ollie Watkins.
Yeah.
From
Exeter City, they bought him for I think less than $1 million, and then
Yeah.
flipped them for quite a bit of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're a smart, well-run club.
Yeah.
It's
I mean-
really nice and refreshing to see. And
Yeah, as much as I love Northern clubs being in the Premier League, and I'm not a fan of another basically London club being in there.
but if it has to be a London club, why not someone like Brentford? But yeah,
I'd rather them than Fulham.
well, Fulham, you know what you're gonna get. They're gonna win the championship with like 100 points. They're gonna have like a decent transfer window with they'll get a player from Marseille or Brest or someone in Liga, and then they'll get a Premier League reject, and then they'll have a decent, and then they'll get like a nice loan player, and then people will be like, oh wow, Fulham. It's always like, bro, they're just gonna finish bottom, just like Norwich, just like West Brom.
Yeah, they're just the definition of yo-yo clubs, and I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, Bournemouth coming up as well. I can't stand Bournemouth.
Really?
When Eddie Howe managed, I like the journey that they had all the way up to the Premier League, but they're just another one of those clubs that's not good enough to be in the Premier League, but is too good for the Championship.
Well, but they haven't. I don't know, because they haven't had that necessarily. They haven't had that pattern that Fulham, Norwich, and West Brom have had, because Bournemouth have been in that got relegated 2 years ago.
Yeah,
that was the pandemic happened in March, and then they had to take a bit to start games up with no fans, and they got relegated. But before that, they were in the league for 4 straight seasons. So I mean, I don't know if they're a yo-yo club quite yet, because they would have to go up, down at least twice in a row. Twice in a row, and then I'd agree with that.
Yeah, definitely. If you are watching, let us know your thoughts on the relegation and promotion battle as well. Who do you think is going to come up from the Championship? Who do you want to come up in those playoff places? It looks like Fulham and Bournemouth have pretty much solidified that top 2. But
Luton Town would be a great addition to the.
It'd be an interesting addition.
I saw an it was this morning. I woke up at like 4 for whatever reason, and just what's that guy's name at HITC 7s, Alfie. Yeah. He made a video about Luton Town, and they've had a crazy history over the past 30 years ish.
Yeah, very well run club. Very, very well run.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't forget to drop a like on the video as well. It helps us out massively. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel and keep getting involved in the comments. If there's anything you want our opinions on, just let us know. I'm sure we can talk for
King shot, nothing. Dan Burn, get it out. Joelinton.
So far, possession is looking at like 80% to Spurs and 20% to Newcastle. No massive chances for either team.
It's only 10 minutes in,
lining up a shot from the edge of the box there, but slipping as he struck it, so nothing came of it. But yeah, after that early bit of pressure that we had, we've kind of slipped back into a defensive low block. But a lot of players actually slipping on the pitch as well. I don't know if they've got the wrong studs in, but there's not a lot of grip on that pitch, which could be.
I watched a few games in France this morning, and they've had snow everywhere, and I didn't see many players slipping, so I don't know why. I don't get it.
Yeah. Got a couple of people in the comments saying Forest are going to come up. Yeah, Forest. Obviously doing well in the FA Cup as well, playing well in the league. Obviously have success in the top division in times gone by. I think they're European champions once upon a time. Yeah. Twice upon a time, yeah.
78. They beat Bayern München.
4 hours born.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be nice to see them back. Obviously, Huddersfield had a glory year in the Premier League, or a glory 2 years, I guess, a couple of seasons ago. So they're up in the battle as well. And of course, Middlesbrough, who have had a lot of success in the past as well. They're looking to come back up and force another rivalry with us. But yeah,
weirdos.
Yeah,
Middlesbrough weirdos. Ooh, hippie. So what do you think of the World Cup group, Steve? England, USA, Iran, and then it's a toss-up between Ukraine, Wales, and Scotland. We'll finish bottom. USA will finish bottom.
Do you think?
Yes, our manager is just like yours. He's defensive. He says the only difference really between your manager and mine is Mine thinks Gio Reyna's dribble against Mexico reminded him of Maradona in '86 in the final, like a fucking idiot. Southgate, to be fair, whenever he's interviewed and stuff, he doesn't really say anything stupid. He's a good, but both of these guys are not good managers. At the club level, they'd struggle to find a proper job. I don't think Southgate would get a job with any of the 20 Prem teams. I really don't. England play turgid, boring football. 5 at the back. Huh?
But it's effective, you could argue.
Effective. That's great. That's great. I mean, I'm just saying that's my opinion on it.
Yeah.
Until you actually win something, nobody gives a fuck about second place. That's what I'm saying. And with Berhalter, it's the same thing. He picks bang average MLS players from big cities like LA Galaxy, and it's because of marketing reasons.
Yeah.
Oh.
In the meantime, while we were chatting about that, Spurs have had another good chance. Harry Kane flashing a shot just wide of the left-hand post. It was well defended, to be honest. Rushed him into his shot, so he scuffed it a little bit. Didn't test the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
But if you haven't already, drop a like on the video as well. It helps us out massively. We're looking to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel as well. We've got live fan reaction coming up later. Steve, you're going to be joining a couple of the guys. Anyone that wants to come on and have their say at the very end, and hopefully we will be joined by Sam and Lee for some scoring the players straight after full time. And of course, Johnny's at the game. He's gone to the brand new Spurs stadium, so he'll have some live reaction from the stadium itself. So we're looking forward to that this evening. In the meantime, you're stuck with us too. So get involved in the comments down below and let us know what you think of the game so far. 15 minutes in, Newcastle penned back in their own box at the moment. Joe Linton's just given away a free kick for a foul on Kulusevski, about 30 yards out, but very central. So it'll be, I imagine, a shot on goal from here. It's close enough, but not wide enough to whip a ball into the box.
Right. Good comment here, actually. That's right, because in the 2 times England have played the USA in competitive matches, unlike Lee saying, well, in friendlies, we beat you 3 times. It was in Rooney's last game, we beat you 3-0. And I'm like, it's a friendly. It's a friendly. It's not a competitive game. So, I mean, 1950 World Cup group stage, 2-1 win. Bam, bam, with fucking college players. And that 2010 World Cup, my boy Clint Dempsey in the final few seconds. That was nice. So,
Eric Dyer's just struck that free kick that we mentioned earlier. I thought it had gone right in the top corner, but it's hit the post behind the post. It was a nice strike for him, to be fair. A similar kind of area where he scored that free kick against Germany, but a little bit further out. He's got some good bend on it, but not.
Wait, you're talking Dyer?
Yeah.
Wasn't the free kick in the World Cup, wasn't that Colombia 2018?
No, the Dyer against Germany a few years ago, not the World Cup. It was I think it was a friendly, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I think it was anyway, because I'm pretty sure it was against Germany. I can't remember.
Right.
My memory's not the greatest, Steve. You'll come to learn these. You'll ask me who's my favorite player from 2 seasons ago, and I can't name a single player from.
I know, right? To be fair, we don't have that many excellent players over the past few years. You can pick and choose of 2 or 3, and then a bunch are average, and then a bunch of them are poor.
Yeah.
No, I just saw that.
Yeah. Some nice link-up play at the other end, though, from Ryan Fraser, Chris Wood linking up really well. And Fraser's tried to play Saint-Maximin.
Yeah.
Saint-Maximin wasn't expecting the pass. There's been a couple of times today where Saint-Maximin's been just a yard off where everyone else is, and he's not being the happiest. He's thrown his hands up in the air with frustration a couple of times. So, yeah, but we're back on the ball. We're controlling the ball a little bit better now.
Yeah.
Passing the ball around the back, dominating the play, but Spurs happy to let us have it with our defenders, but pressing when it gets into that midfield. So we're not actually posing any dangerous threat at the moment.
Hippie, it will be an emotional set of games in that group. So, Matt, I haven't gotten your thoughts on the group. What do you think? Are you going with these tabloids being like easy?
Honestly, no. I think it's not the worst group in the world, but it's tougher. Ooh.
It's the World Cup. You're gonna get a tough group.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about Iran. I'll hold my hands up and say that, but USA have got some talented individuals in there, and
shit, man, just like you guys.
There's no such
We're,
thing.
we're a B-Tech version of you guys. Actually, no, we're not. Technically, you guys are the B-Tech version of us because we've won silverware.
Okay. I'll take
CONCACAF Gold Cup last summer and the CONCACAF Nations League. And we had to beat Mexico in both of those games.
Bentancur's just, I think it was a fair challenge, but he's just put a shoulder into Saint-Maximin's face. It was a 50-50 ball, and he's got the ball. It didn't look like a foul to me, but it's a sore one for Saint-Maximin. He like almost whiplash there. He's taken the right shoulder to the face there. It doesn't look like a foul, but it's definitely a sore one for him. Yeah. It's still down on the ground receiving treatment. Hopefully it's not a concussion.
That's the part of the game where people say it's a contact sport. So I mean, foul, no, not for me. It wasn't on purpose.
No, if it's an elbow, then it's slightly different.
Elbows are sharp. That's the thing.
But it's a shoulder, so it's not too bad. Obviously, he's still sore for Saint-Maximin, but he's still down on the ground. But yeah, World Cup wise, I think we'll get out of the group, but I'm not sure we'll win it. I'm not.
Who the hell is going to win it?
Well, I don't know, because I think Wales are a lot better than people give them credit for.
No, they are. Well, no, Gareth Bale. He turns it on for Wales. He is. Yeah. He's simply stunning for Wales and Scotland. I mean, that's the thing. If the Derby games, that's what that's going to be all about. I mean, England, Scotland, England, USA. Those are two pretty culturally significant games. And then if it's Ukraine, if Ukraine get in there, I think they're a better team than Wales and Scotland, and the whole world is going to be rooting for them to do something crazy, which they could. You never know. You never know. So the Iran one, I think you guys will win that. I don't think you guys are going to be slapping teams around though. Maybe Iran, I think you'll 2-0. USA, I think, will be on 0-0 bore fest. It'll be the worst game of football you've ever seen in your life. Yeah. If you still have the same fucking manager.
It's difficult to say, though, because we've never had a tournament at that time of the year in that kind of climate. We don't know how players are going to cope with that.
Some players are going to be part of a world champion team and then go back to their club. It's going to be like straight. It's interesting. I'm all for it. Why not?
I mean, I'm not a big fan of where it's being held, but I mean, we can't really say much about that, can we? But it's just the timing.
Morals in this world are pretty fucking dead. They never were. We're humans. We're immoral creatures.
But we'll see how the teams like England, who aren't used to that sort of climate, will get on against teams like Iran, who are probably more well adjusted to.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think it'll be a 2-0. Like for me, the golden ball, I could see. So I don't think any of the typical big names are gonna get the golden boot because I think that climate.
Sorry to interrupt.
I see ASM right now walking off with 2 trainers for hopefully just a minute or two.
He's back on. He's just involved in this good bit of play. Actually, there's a ball bouncing around the box. Jonjo Shelvey hits it from outside the box, hit and hope. Deflects to Joe Willock, who dances around Eric Dyer, gets a shot away, but it's a fantastic block from Christian Romero, who just throws himself in front of it about 7 yards out there. It was almost certainly a goal if he doesn't block that. Brilliant defending from him, but Joe Willock, some really nice feet inside the box.
100%.
Don't forget, if you haven't already, to drop a like on the video as well. And hopefully, if we can get to 60 and maybe push it to 100 likes, then Newcastle will get 3 points. I'm not saying I'm into that hoodoo voodoo stuff, but if we can get there, it's worth a try. So drop a like on the video.
Can't hurt, yeah.
But yeah, so good chance from Willock there. 22 minutes in, probably our best chance of the game. Probably the best chance of the game for either side. But Spurs are on the counter attack.
Oh,
man. Gives away a foul. Okay.
Romero, that was clean as a whistle. Holy shit. Wow. A lot of other defenders in the world would have, that is very, very difficult because you can't get just the ball. And then if you miss the guy completely, he's got a shot on target. So that was class, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant defending from Romero. So good from him. He's showing his quality. Obviously signed from Atalanta, who are a Champions League club now that Spurs are playing in the Conference League. So a little step down for him, but maybe arguably a step up in terms of league quality, depending on your perspective. Emerson.
Premier League proven is a myth. Managers and players. Was Pep Guardiola Premier League proven? No. Was Jurgen Klopp? No. Sir Alex Ferguson? Came from Aberdeen? Nope. Was Thomas Tuchel? No. Won a championship.
Sir Alex Ferguson struggled in the Premier League when he first got here.
Yeah, exactly. What, he went there in 85 or something like that.
Yeah.
And it took 6 years or so to get something going. At the rate Man United are at, they could be looking at like 10 years, even if they get in the right manager, because their owners are fucking god awful. I'm all here for it.
Yeah,
but I just wish they weren't fucking American. because then it I mean, on a serious note, I wish they weren't American, because like people do like, and I don't care that people hold the game. It's nitpicking, honestly. I don't give a fuck about the reputation of me as an American, but we'll do our talking on the field. When we beat you guys, no, we won't.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll find out. We'll have a live stream going where we'll have England versus USA on the live stream.
We are not winning that game.
Hey, you never know. Never say never. Have a little faith.
Not with our manager, dude. No way. There's no fucking way. Guys comparing Gio Reyna to Maradona. And then in the interview after the game, Reyna and Pulisic were doing the interview, and some reporter asked him about it, and he was just like, yeah, he said, yeah, you want to help me out? And then he literally said to Pulisic, like, can you help me out here? And Pulisic's like,
yeah.
It gave off the appearance like when the ugly girl in school is like, oh, can I have a hug? And then you go help her look for it. It's just like yeah.
It could be where she could be comparing Elliot Anderson to Maradona in League Two. So,
I mean, no, Gio Reyna is really good. Gio Reyna was actually born.
Yeah, he was born in. Is it Sunderland? He was born in. I think he was born.
It might have been.
Yeah, but he didn't live there for very, because his dad used to play for Sunderland, I think.
Yeah, he was born in Sunderland.
Yeah.
His father, Claudio Reyna.
Yeah. Do you
think if we went for Gio Reyna, that Newcastle fans would have a problem with that? Because he is he really is becoming a very good player at Dortmund. He's well established.
I can't see it personally. I can't
play as a winger or as an 8, so there's versatility.
Yeah, I can't see it. If we did sign him, I can't see anyone being particularly angry at that. He's clearly a good player with decent qualities. In the game so far, the Harry Kane's just given away a pass and then chased 40 yards back and fouled Saint-Maximin on the edge of Spurs box. So a very striker's challenge from him. I think he picked up a yellow card actually for that challenge as well. It was cynical. So silly from him to be tracking back in that position. He gives a foul on Saint-Maximin, and now we've got the ball on the left-hand side of the area in a dangerous position.
Yeah.
Got Ryan Fraser and Matt Targett stood over it at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if they go with the in-swinger for Targett, a name for Dan Burn and Chris Wood, who are in there at the moment with Willock and Joe Linton, or the in-swinger with Targett. Yeah, it's going to be Targett's. Good defending. It's going to be behind for a corner. Mixture of Doherty and Romero getting rid of that one there, but not really any danger. It was a bit of a looped ball into the back post. No real threat from Targett there. But we've got a corner, so we've got another set piece in a dangerous position. Not the first time Kane's come back on one of our balls. Yeah, he's a strange player, is Kane. I know you've watched a bit of him, Steve, but he's like obviously
quality. There's no arguing that.
He's fantastic.
Why he's at Spurs is a whole other.
Yeah, but like even for England, for Spurs, he drops so deep as a number 9, and he drops so deep. It's
playmaking too. It's playmaking and sometimes defense. Well, but the thing with Conte is that like he demands that out of every single one of the guys. Like you go forward together and you defend. So I mean,
we've just the ball's come in. It's gone over everyone. Burns tried to head it. It's rebounded out, and he's in a foot race with Bentancur and shoulder barge Bentancur off the ball. But Saint-Maximin already had the ball. There was no need to do that. And he's given a foul away and given possession back to Spurs now, who have possession in their box for the free kick. So not great play from Dan Burn there. Not very smart from him, considering we still had possession. But yeah, now Spurs will come away with it.
This might be like one of those stretches of games for Dan Burn where he's not at his absolute best, because we did see, we can't really complain much about the game, his service to the club so far.
No, not
for 11 million. He's been worth every penny to probably get us much more clear of the relegation scrap. So, I mean, that in itself, but it might be just one of those purple patches for him. We'll see.
Yeah, some great play from Spurs there. So Bentancur finds Son in about 5 yards of space on the edge of the box, turns, picks his head up. He looks to find Harry Kane, but Dan Burns done really well to mark Kane. So
there you go. There you go.
Son
you take the good with the bad. Every player makes mistakes.
So Son's forced to take the shot on, and it's a comfortable save for Dubravka in the end. But yeah, Dan Burn, I think it's 5 goals conceded in 7 games, which is a great record. But the only
especially for our defense. I mean, for our defense, like I said, I didn't think after that Cambridge United loss, I'm like, I'll donate $200 or $300 to charity if we win 1-0. Some that was at the level of no confidence that I was at with this defense, and I think we've had 4 wins past January that were clean sheets. So I mean, that's pretty remarkable. And against West Ham, and like you said, we haven't gotten, or like I said, like we haven't gotten battered since that Man City game. Yeah. So I mean, an out of form Leicester side was pulling us apart at the King Power only a few months ago without Dan Burn and a few of the signings. So
yeah, absolutely. Bentancur's running the show at the moment. He's getting on the ball a lot in that midfield, and we're giving him a lot of time as well. So we need to put some
the Steve curse. I said he was kind of average. Now he's having a decent game, which
he's not done anything spectacular, but he's playing the Jonjo Shelvey role. He's getting on the ball, slowing it down, and picking his head up.
Yeah.
So he's
much more mobile than Jonjo Shelvey is, but I think pretty much everyone is more mobile than Jonjo Shelvey.
He's playing in a bit more of an attacking role as well. Jonjo obviously sits quite deep. Yeah, if you haven't already, guys, if you are enjoying the watch along, let us know in the comments. And don't forget to drop a like as well, because it helps us out massively. So just drop a like on the video if you're enjoying. And if you feel like it, subscribe as well. We've got some great content all coming up as well. Even today, we've got Scoring the Players. We've got the live fan reaction, which Steve will be with you for. And then fan reaction from Johnny at the stadium as well. He's down there. We're over 60 likes now. Can we get to the 70 mark? Maybe even the 100 if we're feeling generous. And hopefully Newcastle can get 3 points to go with the likes as well.
I look Amish.
Charity shave on the cards. Yeah, would you shave the old facial hair for charity? No,
I mean, why? Why not? I mean, I still need to get a haircut, and I don't know if you have this in the UK, but there's this thing in the US called Locks for Love.
Yeah.
You have that?
I don't know if we've got something similar. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so basically it's like you donate hair to people who I guess don't have hair. Maybe it's I need to read more into it, but I'm going to be doing
it. I think it's you donate your hair and they'll make wigs out of it. And
yes, that's what it is. That's what it is. So I got to do that soon.
Oh yeah, that's great. That's brilliant. Yeah, record it so we can see you cry when you lose all your hair. But yeah,
the USA beat England. I think I'd go fucking bald, dude.
Well, okay, we'll say that if the USA beat England, we'll cut all your hair off on a stream and donate it. Yeah, we'll donate it for a wig for Johnny. Someone's having fun in the comments down below. We'll go. Just going back to Dan Burn, like obviously brilliant so far, but the 2 games we have lost, and this I'm not trying to level anything at him here, but for me, the 2 games we have lost have both been his
Dan Burn errors, positionally or something athletic. Yeah.
That just shows for me how crucial he is, though, because he makes those mistakes. He made 2 mistakes in 7 games, and they both cost goals because the rest of the defense isn't there to cover him. The rest of the defense are making mistakes left, right, and center, and he's there to cover, but there's no one there to cover him. So I mean, he's played solid today, apart from that one stupid mistake to give away a foul at the other end of the pitch, but. Yeah, he's having another solid game. I have to say, I'm liking the black shirt with the gold shorts and socks.
I just bought the gold shirt. I had to get XL, but that's fine because I'm about 5'11" ish, and I'm skinny and lanky, so it doesn't look so. I just bought that off Kit Bag UK. So I'm so excited for that. It's a class shirt, and I love the gold shorts looks nice.
The black and gold's really nice. I've not seen the gold shorts much this season, but it's I'm liking the combination.
I don't think. Well, what other What other home team? Well, I guess it could be away. What other team has like dark shorts?
Yeah, I think it's just because Spurs are obviously wearing their navy shorts that our black shorts would have clashed with.
Yeah, let's see. Liverpool don't.
Man United, no. Do they not have black shorts with a red shirt?
No, it's all red.
They don't have red shorts.
Liverpool at home?
No, Man United. Sorry, I said Man United.
Oh.
Sorry.
Man United is white.
Oh, yeah, it is this. Yeah, it is, yeah.
Sometimes they do black for probably like European games or maybe kick class.
I'm a big fan of the gold there, so hopefully it can bring some good luck to gold.
Yeah. No, it looks amazing though. It really does. I'm a big fan.
It's been some decent chances for both sides, but nothing really super threatening. Neither keepers had to make a. Oh God, I've just cursed it, haven't I?
Biggest chance of the game for either side was definitely that Harry Kane inside the box where he shot it to the left.
Yeah,
in my opinion, he should have got that on target.
Yeah, and obviously Joe.
I don't know how he didn't. Lucky.
Just had another chance with Kulusevski cutting in on his left foot from the wall. Chips it into the back post. Højbjerg's made his way into the box, but it's great defended from Manquillo, to be fair. Marks him all the way on the back post, and it's gone over the bar. I'm not sure if the refs give a corner or a goal kick here, but for me it looked like it should be a corner, but I think he might have given a goal kick, which is just great. It's great defending from Manquillo, tracking his run on that side, because you don't see Højbjerg popping up in those decisions, so it'd be easy to not track his run. But yeah, a couple of moments where we're looking a little bit asleep sometimes, but we're on the ball now on the attack. Joe Willock's carrying it up the right-hand side. Spurs are a bit short on numbers. We've got Ryan Fraser and Javi Manquillo over on this side as well. And now Spurs have got numbers back. Son the one all over Willock. Willock plays it off. Target picks out Maxi, right? Maxi's on that wing, whips it in. Good clearance. Decent enough ball from Maxi.
I'm so behind you, man. I'm looking at the replay of the Højbjerg kind of chance. Manquillo there, that's textbook defending.
Yeah.
You don't get your hands on the back or try to grab from behind if he's behind you. You don't need just perfect containing. You get a little niggle in there, but just very smart defending.
Yeah, knew where the ball was going to land, positions himself and doesn't move.
Where did we even buy Manquillo from? What club?
I don't think we got him from Sunderland. Maybe Liverpool. That's a good ball in.
Look it up.
No one's attacking it. Nice idea from a ball in there.
I know we got Shelvey from Liverpool.
Yeah, I think Manquillo was from Liverpool. It might have been from a Spanish club, but I'm pretty sure because he played for Sunderland and Liverpool in the past. So. He was
Real Madrid Academy, but then moved to Atletico Madrid in 2007 to 11. Then he made 6 appearances for Atletico Madrid. Then 2012-13, Atletico B team in the Segunda. 42 appearances. Then he was loaned to Liverpool. Oh, yeah, Marseille, 2015-16. I remember that. Sunderland loan. So he bought him from Atletico Madrid.
Oh, wow.
Speaking.
Yeah.
We have a habit of buying Atletico Madrid right back.
Juan Fran and Kieran Trippier, yeah. That's a foul, ref. Come on. This ref needs to learn how to use his whistle. Go on. Willock's playing well. Yeah, that's
Premier League. I'm so beyond the point with Premier League refs. It's like, why do I even complain?
No.
Like they're not very good refs.
No.
Although I don't know what.
I'm glad that he just he didn't blow up there, because Maxi's tried to win a foul. The ref didn't give it, and then he's given the ball to Willock, who's actually won a free kick on the edge of the box in the perfect position after Heung-min Son trapped back and trips him up. It is absolutely ideally placed for a direct shot on goal, just to the left of the D, a few yards outside the box. I think that's Fraser and Target stood over it. Oh no, is it Schar, Shelvey and Target? I don't know why I thought Fraser was there, but yeah, Schar, Shelvey and Target. I imagine it would suit a right footer. It's probably too close for Schar, because we know he likes his pass. I'd imagine Jonjo Shelvey takes this. For some reason, Dan Burn is stood behind the Spurs wall. So we'll see how that affects things.
Interesting.
But yeah, we've got Matt Doherty is currently on the ground behind the Spurs wall, which is a lovely feature that we love to see. Yeah, a couple of people in the comments pointing out Joe Willock having a great performance today, playing really well, getting on the ball. Obviously, we saw
he's been energetic, and on the ball he's looked all right. If it weren't for that world-class last-ditch tackle from Romero, he could have had a goal.
Yeah.
Or at bare minimum, a shot on target. So, I mean...
Get in! Get in!
No way. No way.
Sorry, I know you're behind, but Fabian Schar steps up. I said it was too close for him.
No, you're lying, bro. You're lying. No
way. Steps up and puts it in the goalkeeper's side, bottom corner. What a free kick. The ball.
No way. We don't have Trippier, dude. We don't score free kicks.
The ball doesn't even get like 5 yards.
Dude, you are bullshitting. I believe it when I see it.
Yeah, believe it when you see it, mate. What a strike. Fabian Schar. Oh, this is fantastic. I hope to God VAR doesn't step in for any reason here, but he's gone with the goalkeeper's side. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Dan Burn and Chris Wood are stood on the end of the Spurs wall, and they are blocking Lloris's sight, and they split like open doors, and Fabian Schar doesn't even get over hip height, and he just drills it.
Oh, yes!
It's in!
Oh my God!
You believe it now? You believe it?
Jesus Christ!
Come on, that is fantastic. What a strike from Fabian Schar. Lloris will be very disappointed to get beaten at his near post, but what a goal. Fantastic stuff from Fabian Schar. I said it was too close for him. I was wrong. I think VAR might be checking to see if it's offside, but I doubt they'll give that. That'll be possible handball. Oh, if this is disallowed for handball, it's looked like it's gone towards Chris Wood's elbow. They've stopped. I haven't got the commentary on, but they've stopped looking at it on VAR on the screen. So we'll see if it's going to get disallowed. But I don't.
Sorry, but I
think we're good.
Don't see this. Hold on.
Yeah, we're good. It counts. Come on, Newcastle. Get in.
Amazing. Hold on. I gotta listen to what the commentators are saying, because they're still looking at it for me.
Yeah, no, they've given it fantastic. VAR finally doing its job and not stepping in. But yeah, I know a few people can't always. Excuse me, I've lost my voice after shouting. I know people can't always watch the game on TV or whatever, and we are the lifeline, and we are the link to giving you everything that's happening. So yeah, we are 1-0 up, 41 minutes in. Joe Willock wins a
free kick. Counts.
In the bottom corner.
Yeah.
Stat just popped up on the screen. In the last few games, fewest goals conceded. Newcastle are have the third best defense in the league in the last few games. Absolutely incredible. Yeah. Hopefully,
people were trying to say that Eddie Howe don't know how to coach defense. I mean, that's the funny thing. It's like,
yeah, he's come in with a point to prove.
Yeah,
exactly.
Here
comes Spurs, though. Here comes Spurs. Great recovery. Javi Manquillo. Young Son was away. Jonjo Shelvey was treading water, doing his best to catch up, but just didn't have the legs.
VAR approved.
Son was closing in there, but Manquillo's recovery pace was absolutely fantastic there. Brilliant recovery pace from Manquillo, and great from Fabian Schar to shepherd Son onto his weaker side if he has such a thing. Great defending. We need to see this lead into the halftime break, because if we concede now, that'll be such a deflating thing.
Yeah.
Ball into the box.
Nah, Lloris should have. I'm looking at a replay of that goal. Lloris should have done better. I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying.
Oh, for God's sake, man! Fuck me. 1-1, Eric Dyer. It's just shit defending. The first ball comes in the box from a corner. We don't get it clear. It passes it back in. Sorry, it's not Eric Dyer. It's Ben fucking Davies. Nobody clears the ball. They get it back out, and then he comes in and heads it into the near post. I'm just watching it again to see if there's any reason why it would be. Nah, it's just static marking. Joe Linton stood in no man's land. Matt Target's behind his man. It's just panic defending. No one's called for it. Keeper hasn't come for it. That is shocking defending. Good ball in from Son. But my God, that is horrific defending. Nobody's picked him up. He's a fucking left back, for God's sake.
Not an excellent one either. Like,
great header from him, but God, what awful defending. It's rule one. When you concede, when you score, don't give anything stupid away. Just immediately on the back foot.
They must have been the only thing that I can think of why they switched off is because, like, maybe they thought, that's a hard header to be fair. That is a quality header, but you gave it to him on a fucking plate. At least make him earn it.
Yeah.
Why is Ryan Fraser behind him? What the hell is he gonna do? What is Ryan Fraser supposed to do behind someone?
Do you think Dubravka has to come out and try and do better and get something on that? It's obviously a quick ball in, but he doesn't come for the first ball and then he doesn't come for the second ball. Does your keeper have to come and claim that? Obviously, he can't do much about the header once it's been made. It's a nice header.
Header's quality. So, I mean, that's
just oh, come on, lads. Yeah, heads have gone here. Spurs have ramped it up a notch. They've just turned up the pressure. Go on, Joe. It's
Conte's being restrained like a fucking psychiatric patient.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. I like him a lot. Conte's he's a class manager. I would rather. Here's my hot take. I know Newcastle fans, we love Mourinho because he was Kevin Keegan's assistant.
Bobby Robson.
Sorry, Bobby Robson. We love him for that. Huh?
Sir Bobby Robson, to give him his full title.
Sir Bobby. Yeah, you fucking English people with their sirs. No, but I would rather have Conte at Newcastle than Spurs. Or sorry, than Mourinho. Jesus. I would for me.
Both successful managers in their own right. It just depends what you want, really. Obviously, Conte is probably more successful in recent years than Mourinho is, but I mean, both great managers. I'd love to have either of them, but I'm happy with Eddie Howe for the moment. So
yeah, for sure.
We'll see if he can. I mean, obviously, Eddie Howe's earned his place for next season. You've got to say that you wouldn't see him being
barring something horrific and unforeseen, and it also would mean that other teams have to pick up their act.
Yeah,
like Everton out of nowhere winning away games, which they're not going to do. So I mean,
yeah. For God's sake, I'm so annoyed that I was just saying
that is fucking annoying. We've been terrific. Yeah.
And then you just go and do that, right? Come on, counter attack. Never mind. Immediately stopped. Maxi's squaring up to Bentancur. Oh, Joe Linton's just floored Bentancur. That's brilliant. Maxi had the ball. Bentancur's tackled him. Got out for a throw in, and then they've squared up to each other for some reason. Bentancur's gestured with his head towards Saint-Maximin, and then Joe Linton comes in with a two-handed shove and just puts Bentancur on the deck. I mean, unnecessary, but you absolutely love to see your teammate backing you up like that.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know why it wasn't a bad challenge. Like, he didn't even go to ground. So I don't know why there was a bit of afters between Saint-Maximin and Bentancur. So but bit handbags between the sides just before the halftime whistle. We're about 10 seconds away from halftime if the referee doesn't add any extra on for this little skirmish. But it doesn't look.
He probably told Bentancur, "You're just a shit Jonjo Shelvey. You're a shit Uruguayan Jonjo Shelvey."
Yeah. Well, he's gone to his pocket. He's got his yellow card out.
That's funny.
He's got his yellow card out, but I'm not entirely sure who for. He's booked. Looks like Saint-Maximin. Bentancur's not actually come back over to the referee, despite the referee calling him back. So Saint-Maximin's gone into the book. And then it looks like Bentancur's going to go into the book as well. Yeah. And I'm not sure if Joe Linton's going to see a yellow card here.
I mean, he probably should, to be fair. If someone shoved one of our players just kind of out of
yeah. Bentancur's gone it. So he's booked Saint-Maximin, he's booked Bentancur, and then we'll see if Joe Linton goes into the book as well. It doesn't look like the referee's going to. He's still got his card in his hand. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know how Conte hasn't been booked yet. That fucking poor ref with the clock. He's literally been just sitting there, and Conte's like, 2 minutes. What the fuck? Like,
Joe Linton's been booked as well for that shove. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's Bentancur that squares up to Saint-Maximin. So the ref for me has done very poorly in booking Saint-Maximin. I know I'm obviously biased, but Bentancur is the ones that started the scrapping, and then obviously Joe Linton deserves a booking for coming.
You know why he shoved them? Brazil versus Uruguay. That's why.
Yeah. And then it's a scrappy end to the first half. Joe Willock's just giving away a free kick in the Spurs half. I imagine that once this free kick gets taken, that the ref's going to blow his whistle for half time. But we'll see. We'll see if he lets Spurs get away with one more attack. They've taken the free kick quickly, and the ref's going to let them attack. But they've gone backwards. Oh, wait, ref, this is ridiculous now. I know there was a scrap, but yeah, he's whistle in mouth. Half time. Spurs 1, Newcastle United 1. Yeah, Colin, fine. Spurs are for it.
Spurs.
I'm watching a Newcastle live stream. That's
I'm
fine.
sorry you're a Spurs fan.
Yeah, sorry for your loss. But that's fine. You can come and chat to us at the full-time whistle when we beat you. Yeah, there's a bit of afters going down the tunnel. All the players going in. The fourth official's getting involved. I think some of Spurs coaching staff aren't happy. Not Conte though. It's one of Spurs' other coaches. So we'll see.
Crazy. It's crazy that Conte isn't it like that. You'd think that's his bread and fucking butter.
But yeah, so obviously equal on the scoreline first half, but probably equal in chances as well. Steve, what did you make of that first 45?
It wasn't as scrappy as the last 3 or 4 minutes have been, but it's been mostly Spurs with the ball, and we took our chance really well. And we've had like these on free kicks and, set pieces and stuff. We've really made them count past January. So we get a Fabian Schar masterclass goal. I mean, let me think here. He scored a header against Everton at home. He's been scoring goals recently. That's my overall point. Like he's been scoring goals. So that's pretty cool to see. And someone was going to have to step up because no Callum Wilson. Yeah. You're going to have to spread the goals around because he can't come from mainly one source. So,
yeah.
I'm excited for the second half.
It's nice to see that it's goals coming from elsewhere on the pitch, like you say. Yes, second half's lining up to be quite tasty. Yeah. Hopefully we don't get any men sent off because that would be a shame. But you mentioned you were watching the Rotherham-Sutton game. It's gone to extra time.
Yeah, 3-2. Rotherham, they scored, I think, 10 minutes ago or something.
Rotherham's right back, I'll say 2-2, scoring a 96th minute equaliser to send that game to extra time.
Yeah.
In the 96th
That's
minute.
To be fair, it's been a good game. And like I said, it's a third division and a fourth division team over a trophy at Wembley. So let them enjoy it. And it's fun to watch. So no complaints from me. No complaints.
Newcastle can sort of show some of that fight in the second half to come back and get 3 points from this.
We only need a goal, so yeah. Andy with the fair play is Wood even playing?
I mean,
give Dwight Gale a chance.
It's difficult because if Wood wasn't playing, you have to say that a lot of the chances that we have had, we wouldn't have had. Like he's been getting us up the pitch, and while he's not done anything spectacular, he's relieved a lot of the pressure at times. He's brought Saint-Maximin, Willock, and Fraser into the game. I'd say that of the front three, Ryan Fraser's been the quietest. I've not noticed him at all. Saint-Maximin's had his chances.
Chris Wood's almost acting like a false 9 target man.
Yeah. I mean,
but just like we said before the game started with Shelvey, since Wood has been bought, we've had improved results. Oh, nice goal, Angers. Fuck yeah. Watching Lyon Angers, and I took Angers to win or draw, so that's nice. No, but like we were talking about with Jonjo Shelvey earlier, it's undeniable the fact that when you have Shelvey in the side, you win a lot more games. And same could be said with Chris Wood because we've been in such great form since January. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens when Callum Wilson is fit and ready to go again. Because it's basically what we would need from him. We would need Callum Wilson to score goals because he can't have that effect that Chris Wood does with his presence. So he's going to have to offer something that will win him the the starting job at striker.
Yeah.
So Wilson's gonna have to score goals.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting.
It'd be interesting to see when Wilson is fit, what formation Eddie Howe goes to. Does he stick with what he knows, or does he go with two up top? Because Chris Wood and Callum Wilson could be a very nice partnership. Wilson obviously feeds off balls in behind and likes to run at defenders, and Chris Wood is the man to get the ball to him up there.
I'm thinking maybe give a shot of maybe 4-3-1-2.
Maybe.
Because then if we had, back four, when everyone's fit, it's going to be Trippier, Schar, Burn, and Target. And then midfield three, you can have Joelinton, Bruno Guimaraes, and Shelvey. Mm-hmm. And then attacking midfield, you could try Miggy, maybe. Or you can make that position your own, and then you've got two strikers.
Yeah.
There is concern about we have no wingers.
I mean, in that formation, you could even because you've got your midfield three. If you're playing Joelinton and Guimaraes as the kind of wide centre mids, they're both.
Willock could play as a 10. That would be.
Yeah. Or even Saint-Maximin, you say you're losing your wingers, but he likes to play in the middle as well. So you put him behind Callum Wilson and Chris Wood, and then I think you've got a nice front three. But Andrew saying that Chris Wood's there to distract centre-backs, other than that, he's done little, same as Fraser. Yeah, it's difficult to assess a game like this because we're playing against a good opposition. They are defending quite well. Yeah. And we don't really have another option in the game because you bring Gale on, fair enough, but he's the same with Callum Wilson, where he feeds off balls in behind, and there is not a lot of room behind the Spurs defence because they're playing a three at the back. Chris Wood's there to win flick-ons and bring other players into the game and relieve pressure. Gale wouldn't be able to do that. So unless you brought Gale on for someone else and played him up front with Wood, then you might struggle.
There's also, for me, another reason this argument could go for or against Dwight Gale is that there's no fear factor in terms of we're bringing on Callum Wilson or we're bringing on Chris Wood if it were the other way around or whatever. There's no fear factor, which could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing. The good side of it, you could argue, is that none of the center backs are going to really mark him, maybe, but they're professional footballers, so you would think that they would. But then on the flip side of that, the negative is that he truly isn't. There's no fear factor behind Dwight Gale. Championship, sure. I think he could do a job. Sure. Yeah. Maybe not.
I do like him. I like Gale. I think.
I like Dwight Gale too. He's a natural. Isn't he a non-leaguer at one point?
I think so. Yeah, he's a natural goal scorer. So even in the Premier League, he doesn't bag a whole lot, but I do like him. I like the way he plays. He's a classic striker. He will put the ball in the back of the net if you give him it inside the box, but it's his ability to get the ball inside the box that he lacks a little bit. I do like him, and I think he's not a bad sub to bring on. But like you say, there's not that fear factor. Other teams aren't going to look at him coming on and go, "Oh no, it's like Gale."
Played for Dagenham and Redbridge and Stansted. So I'm assuming that those are. I think Dagenham's in 6th. I could be wrong.
Dagenham and Redbridge used to be, I think, in the football league, but Stansted
the fourth tier at best.
Yeah, Stansted's definitely not part of the professional game.
Yeah.
So we could see Dwight Gale coming on. Andrew's saying that maybe take Wood off, bring Bruno on for a bit more solidity in midfield. We have been struggling, but play ASM as a one up top. I presume you'd maybe move Joelinton out to the left-hand side if you did that, or go narrow and move Fraser up top with Saint-Maximin, but then you're playing two small wingers with no real connection to the rest of the team up front. It's a difficult one because you'd look at the game before we came into the game. We were talking, would you take a point? Would you take 3 points? How's the game going to go? And it's gone pretty much how we'd expected. Spurs seeing a lot of the ball. When they conceded, they were straight away back on the attack. We know they're a good attacking side. So we saw them and they came back straight and got that goal. So we'll expect in the second half that they'll come back and try and score. They won't just sit back and play for a point, which is what I'm worried about. And I think if you take Chris Wood off, that's dangerous because you will just be sitting behind the ball for the next 45 minutes. If you haven't already, by the way, we're close to the second half coverage getting back underway, but drop a like on the video if you haven't. Please, it helps us out a massive amount. We're past the 60 mark. I'm not sure if we've hit the 70 yet. But it helps us out massively, and it doesn't cost you anything. So, but yeah, and don't forget, you can get involved in the comments down below. Let us know your thoughts on the game so far. Are your score predictions changed after the first half? Mine's out the window. I said 1-0 to Newcastle. It looked on for about 30 seconds, but then, Steve said 2-1 Spurs, Mr. Negative over there.
It's not Mr. Negative. It's
Mr. Realist.
It's being a realist at to a point. But some people's version of realism is this, and some people, to me, I always look at it from what would I be willing to put money down on. That's always how you put your money where your mouth is. Yeah. I hope we don't lose 2-1. Even a point that'd be sick. So
I mean, cool. Before today, if you told me 1-1, I'd be happy. The way the game's gone, I'd still take a point. I still think that we could win the game. I think that Spurs aren't the most solid team at the back. We've had our chances. Obviously, the free kick was fantastic, but Willock's playing quite well. So if we can get a bit more link-up play between Willock, Saint-Maximin and Wood, I think we'll see the dividends. But I expect that Bruno Guimaraes will come on for Joe Linton in the second half at some point, especially after Joe Linton picked up that second booking. Not that Joe Linton's had a bad game. I just think that Bruno will add a bit
second booking. Yeah, you don't want to mess around with that. You just play it.
Bruno brings a bit more of an attacking impetus. Look, picks his head up, and obviously we know he's linked up with Maxi that he's had. So it'll be nice to see those two. Hopefully, it gets more than like 20 minutes, like he's been getting. Because fingers crossed. But yeah, second half not that far away now. We'll see if there's any changes to be made at the break. I don't expect that there'll be many.
There might. Yeah, to be fair, I might want to make a change or two just so we can have those guys 100% ready for that Wolves game on Friday, because Wolves are a very good team. I watched them against Villa yesterday. And they played very, very well. They probably should have gotten a clean sheet at the end, but they were 2-0 up inside the first 45. They looked so good. I mean, some of the one-touch football Bruno Lage has them playing on the break, they're a class side, and they've been defensively solid too. So I think that is going to be a very tough game. And I mean, maybe I wouldn't be mad if we got a point, but Bruno didn't get on. But it's all up to Eddie. Whatever Eddie Howe wants to try and tinker with, or be like, oh, one eye on Wolves and one eye on this. Whatever he thinks is the best, I'm going to go with that, because he saved us from a relegation. So, I mean,
well, not yet.
Most likely.
Yeah. Some people in the comments not confident at all. It's not easy to watch, not confident with the second half. We could get smashed, but I hope we hang on. Yeah, there's been flashes from Spurs that we've actually dealt with quite well, because we've been focused and concentrated. But if we lose even like a second of that concentration,
which happened with the goal, it's like leave Ben Davies completely unmarked.
And that comes from an unlikely source as well. With Davies, you've still got Son, Kane, and Kulusevski up top that are all capable of scoring. It looks like Bentancur's on his best form today, which is annoying. But yeah, like goal threats all over the pitch for Spurs. So if you lose concentration even for a second, like we've seen Dan Burn do in the last two games, if any one of our defenders does that, we're in big trouble. Seth saying absolutely sick of conceding right after scoring. The mentality is not fantastic. And it's the same. I mean, conceding right after scoring, conceding right at the death in the last two games.
But that's the thing with sports and stuff like that. It's like the mentality. If they're still used to Bruce. Eddie Howe has done every single thing humanly possible to drill that out of them, but sometimes it's just like when you get sad over something that happened years ago, and you're like, well, it should be over that. Well, it just happens sometimes. And I'm not saying Bruce is he wasn't a good manager. What I am saying is he wasn't a good manager, and the mentality that we had was we concede right after we score, and that's when you're at your most vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're at your most vulnerable when you concede or you score.
Yeah, it was the thing that annoyed me about the goal, to be fair. Like, it was obviously the corner and not getting out and not clearing it, but it was before the corner even happened, we were still seeing replays on the TV, and Spurs were already on the attack, and we barely had anyone back. And I was like, where's the 11 men on the pitch? Like, there was Manquillo.
Got a little greedy.
Well, it was just like they were just asleep after scoring. I think if we were switched on and we hadn't just scored, that they probably wouldn't have got a corner out of that. We probably would have defended it a little bit better. It was a shame that they got a corner out of that. And while I didn't think they'd have any threat from that, we should have dealt with that corner better. I don't know whether it's Dubravka's at fault for not coming for it or whoever for not clearing it. Obviously, no one really was marking Davies. Joe Linton just kind of stood in no man's land. But yeah, Seth said nothing against this group of players. Like you said, Steve, they've been in this environment for so long.
Yeah.
Cultural reset. And I think we've started.
You see, the thing is, you see at Man United and Everton, two perfect examples of teams that have been in a group of players. Doesn't matter who comes in, who comes out. They get worse and their mentality is bad because the club, top to bottom, is bad. Yeah. So we're at least addressing our skeletons in the closet. Sorry I cut you off. I just wanted
I was just saying the same thing. You know, we're starting to see the change with Eddie Howe, with some of the players that we brought in, and even the players that are still here, like Joe Linton and Fraser are the ones for me that were here under Bruce, that have completely changed what looks like the mentality and the effort that they put in at this club. And there's still a few hangers on that are of the Bruce era, and it's not their fault. They've just been drilled to play that way, and it will take a while to change that. Maybe it's how, maybe it's maybe it's the manager that comes after him. Maybe it's players that come in. But like you say, there is a mentality that is changing, and it has been toxic for so long. But we are on the right track.
Like I said, we're addressing our problems, unlike Man United and Everton, and that's what clubs like ours, proactive ones, like we were talking about earlier at Brentford, that club top to bottom, they shouldn't be where they're at. But the
immediately out of the second half, Saint-Maximin gets tackled on the wing, tries to win a foul, but doesn't get it because it wasn't a foul, and then forces Dan Burn to dive into a challenge to stop the attack and take a yellow card. I'm not sure if it was a foul. It looked like he might have got a bit of the ball, but it was a little bit late from Burn. So Burn has now been booked because of Saint-Maximin's carelessness there. 7th booking for Dan Burn this season. I believe if he gets to 10, that's a game ban.
I forget the rules. Is it because in some leagues or tournaments, it's a certain amount of cards in a certain amount of games.
Yeah. It was, oh God, that's a good ball in. It was five yellow cards was a 1-game ban up until the reset, which was I think in January. So that's being gone. And then it's 10 yellow cards. I think is also 1, maybe a 2-game ban. So we'll see. Obviously, Dan Burn will probably pick up 3 yellow cards between now and the end of the season. The way he plays, not a criticism, just he's a very aggressive player. That's a foul.
As long as it's not in the box, and as long as it doesn't give away goals. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you got to. It's professional fouls.
Yeah. There was a comment that you highlighted earlier. Bruce didn't improve a single player, nearly ruined all 30. Shocking tactics, no tactics. I think with Lucky Stars, takeover went through, otherwise relegation. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine where we would be at right now if that takeover hadn't gone through. Yeah. So it's very glad that went through. Kane. Oh, it's a goal. Oh, it's a fucking goal. Oh, Manquillo is fast asleep at the back post. That's such poor defending. Again. It's just dreadful, man. Harry Kane's got the ball on the right-hand side of the box and just chips the ball in. It's not got any pace or power on it. The defenders leave it. Son looks like he might get a toe on it. He leaves it. And then it's just at the back post. Matt Doherty comes steaming in. Manquillo doesn't even know he's there. It's such a shit goal to concede. So easy for Spurs. It's just...
I'm at 46 or 47 exact.
It's just dreadful defending. It's just Manquillo is just fast asleep. Does Son get a touch on it? Oh, no, I don't think he does. I think if Son got a little flick on that, then Doherty would have been given offside. I'm sure VAR will check it, but it's just fast asleep. Like
2 assists for Son. I mean, fuck me, dude.
Like who if Son had been able to get a shot on goal there's nobody marking him. He's between the 2 central defenders. And then Matt Doherty's steaming in unmarked to the back post. It's absolutely shocking. That is dreadful. That's worse than Neil Craft. That is awful defending. Oh, Chris Woods-Nelly just equalised at the other end.
What the fuck? Wow.
I presume it's straight from kickoff. I presume we've just lumped it straight up. We were still watching it. Yeah, Jonjo Shelvey hoofs the ball up.
At 57-55.
Chris Wood.
47. 55.
Yeah, that's absolutely shocking defending. Absolutely shocking. I'm fuming at that because, fair enough, you might lose to Spurs, but do it in a way that's not embarrassing.
If they score 2 Rudiger goals, can't really say much, and you're pretty much spotless besides that. Then it is what it is. 2 quality goals, whatever. You lost to a better team. That's why they're, anyone could have scored that fucking goal. I mean, we gave it.
Just how can you be a professional footballer and not know there's a man behind you? Like, surely his either teammates have spotted him and told him, or you can fucking hear him running. Like, he wasn't like creeping.
Wow, Chris Wood almost did equalize. Good hold-up play from him.
Yeah,
and physical, slightly off target.
I mean, he had to go himself because there was no bloody support up with him. And it's just, and now it's pointless because Spurs will just dominate possession, control the game, and knock it around the park for the next 40 minutes or so. They might try and add another couple of goals, but they don't need to score now. So there's no chance that we'll get him. That's a lovely ball from Harry Kane. Unlucky defense again, asleep, but luckily Dubravka was awake to it. Someone saying Dan Burn at fault. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how at fault he was. His positioning wasn't fantastic, but he kind of had to come out to stop Kane's cross because no one else was closing it down. James,
and that's the problem. And that's the problem with Harry Kane, like we were talking about earlier. It's like the guy drops back, and so Dan Burn, he knows that Harry Kane's good with his feet, whether it's shooting or passing. So I mean, he kind of had to do that.
James saying top 10 slipping away. I'm not sure top 10 was ever on the cards, but I like the optimism from James. But yeah, relegation becoming a possibility. We're still in good stead, but yeah, if it stays this way, it'll be the 3rd loss on the bounce, and we can't end up getting into that mentality. I know the 2 games before it weren't the worst performances in the world, but you start losing games, the heads start to drop. And
yeah, exactly. Yep.
It's not a good place to be, despite the points that you already have on the board. You don't want to get into that.
I don't want to have to rely on Everton. Actually, you know what? I kind of do fancy that. No, but it overall, I don't. Yeah, I want us to control our own destiny. I don't want to finish 17th, and Everton go down. But like, let's just clinch our safety. Like,
yeah. Get safe as early as possible, and then we'll be absolutely sound. Yeah, it's.
I wonder when Trippier's coming back.
Oh yeah, hopefully soon. Yeah. I swear to God, if it goes down to the last day of the season against Burnley, I'm going to be livid. Yeah, Spurs.
I don't like that proposition.
No,
Everton are going to see why on Wednesday, most likely. Yeah. Why that's not a. I don't envy anyone that has to go to Burnley away in like the final 10 games of the year.
Yeah.
It's not fun going there anyways, but especially not when it's Burnley survival crunch time.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I know they've got a relegation specialist in Sean Dyche there. But yeah, the Spurs have just picked their moments to press. Now they're letting us have the ball when it's with the back 4. And then as soon as it gets into that midfield, then they step up with the press. Joe Linton's round the keeper. He's taking it wide. It was a long ball from Shelvey. Joe Linton whips a good ball in, but it's too long. And there's no one else there. Joe Willock, that's a good tackle. If the ref gives this, he's out of his goddamn. The referee is absolutely disgraceful. How on earth can you give that as a foul? Great ball in the attack there. Jonjo Shelvey picks Joe Linton, who's made a good run from midfield. Lloris comes out to take it, but Joe Linton takes it round him, takes it wide, whips the ball into the box, but it's just too high over Chris Wood, who wasn't expecting it. And then
James S. Stop passing back to Dubravka, go forward in possession. That's Steve Bruce Stockholm syndrome right there.
Yeah, and we haven't.
And they're used to doing that for the past 3 years. So I mean,
we've stopped trying to make nice little passes into Maximin and Fraser and Willock,
and we know because we're educated football fans. That's not Eddie Howe don't want. We're down in the game. Let's get a goal. Come on.
Yeah,
that's not his style.
Yeah, Spurs are just in a rhythm now. They're going to score here. Kulusevski, Son, 3-1. Yeah, defense.
Kulusevski assist.
Absolutely nowhere to be seen. Defense was invisible there. That was nice play from Spurs. I'll give it. That is disgraceful defending yet again.
Again.
All the hell. There was Kulusevski gets played in. I think it's Kane that plays Kulusevski in on the right-hand side. It's a great ball, fair enough. He has got Son in the middle, just about unmarked. And then on the other side of the pitch, there is a Spurs player completely, like 20 yards free in space. I don't actually know where our entire team is. Matt Targett stepped up. Dan Burns stepped up, gets done by the Kane pass, fair enough. Schar plays to try to play Son on side. Mankiel again is nowhere to be seen. If Son doesn't score, then I think it's Benton. It's Matt Doherty again at the back post. If Son doesn't score there, Doherty's there for a tap in. It's just shocking defending. I give up. I give up with this team.
Eddie out. I don't know about
I mean,
that.
it's not that far, but this has been one of the worst defensive displays in the second half that I've seen this season, Bruce included. The defense is all over the place, and I'm not entirely blaming the defenders. Ryan Fraser and Alan Saint-Maximin have not put a defensive shift in at all this game. Almost all of, I'm trying to think back to their goals now, but they've all come down the wing. They've all come from the wingers' sides. And then immediately from the kickoff, Alan Saint-Maximin gives the ball away, gives up, throws his hands in the air, doesn't even chase back.
Petulant. Fucking petulant.
And then we've given a free kick away on the edge of our box because Saint-Maximin's given the ball away.
ASM can go to fucking Man United and go play, go play with Bruno Fernandes and do the whole, complain, bitch, moan.
It's abysmal. It's just the lack of effort. It's just, I don't mind conceding well-worked goals. And that third goal was a well-worked goal. You know, Spurs played out from the pressure really well and they got a nice, easy goal for Son. But the lack
Son with 2 goals or 2 assists and a goal.
Yeah, the lack of effort on the defensive end is disgraceful. It's just fullbacks. I mean, Matt Targett has done all right, but Mankiel especially at fault for the second goal and absolutely nowhere to be seen for the third. And then they're not helped by the wingers in front of them because they've got to step up because the wingers aren't pressing. Well, we know who's half-time team.
Oh my God, Harry Kane with the whole fucking because he thinks Joe Linton should have got booked. Fucking pussyhole.
It's just, and now Spurs back at it again, happy to just sit back, watch us have possession with our back four, and then the second.
To me, you gotta sub off Joe Linton. Sub him off because we need a full strength team as much as we possibly can with injuries for the Wolves game. That's that because this game is 3-1. Get a point out of this. Fuck yeah.
Saint-Maximin is so frustrating. Oh my God, get him off. I'm tired of him. I'm really tired of him. Shelvey feeds him a nice ball. He beats one man fairly well.
Yeah, the back has been so timid.
Yeah, well,
it's slow. It's like
it's just Saint-Maximin can honestly really, really frustrate us. I genuinely want to see Jacob Murphy sometimes because at least he's a bit more direct. That's a nice ball. Is it going to be 4-1? Harry Kane in the box, left foot. Fabian Schar blocks well. Just one simple pass through though. This is if I'm Eddie Howe right now, I'm seriously contemplating both wingers off, Joe Linton off, Guimaraes on, Jacob Murphy.
Yeah.
And then maybe even bloody Jamal Lascelles. Go 5 at the back. Damage limitation. It's been that bad.
Downing tools.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It's just the first half was okay. It was a solid. Right, here we go. Actually, two subs coming on. Bruno Guimaraes for Joe Linton and Jacob Murphy for.
I don't know who ASM's passing to, but fuck me. Just take a crack. I don't like.
Oh wow. Okay, Jacob Murphy's come on for Mankiel. So he's left both wingers on, and I presume Jacob Murphy's going to play as a right back.
Well, that doesn't give me much confidence.
No, me neither. I presume Eddie Howe's now going.
I mean, Mankiel deserves to be subbed, but
yeah,
you could debate. Does he really get to? Does he really deserve to get subbed for a for a player that isn't a right back?
Bruno's just go on, head up. Bruno's just handed Shelvey a notepad from the bench and gestured like a 3 with his fingers. So I don't know if we've gone to like a back 3 with Jacob Murphy and Matt Targett as wing backs. It looks like Jonjo Shelvey's playing as a third centre back almost.
Weird.
He's dropped very deep at the moment. Willock there just tried a little fit.
Wait, you mean Bruno's playing as a third center? Because
Jonjo Shelvey seems to be playing at centre.
I thought you said Joe Linton. Okay.
No, okay.
So you got your Brazilians mixed up.
Nice. Matt Targett, edge of the box, whips it in. Ooh, that was a very nice ball from Matt Targett. It was flying towards Chris Wood, but Ben Davies comes in with a block, almost puts it in the back of his own net, but it's out for a Newcastle corner. Already, we look better in a back 5. Matt Targett getting so far up the pitch there from left wing back. Saint-Maximin did well to play him in at the right time. No fannying about this time. Yeah. I think Chris Wood scores that if... I'm sorry, it's Benson Kerr that gets the block.
You're going to start playing at 3. That'd be interesting.
I think it's a 3, or technically a 5 if you're counting Murphy and Targett as wing. But it looks like we're matching Spurs formation at the moment.
Shoot!
Dan Burn has won another corner from our corner. Gets up highest, but heads it off the defender's head. So we've got another corner coming up. 2 corners in a row for Newcastle United. It looks like it's Matt Targett going over to the right-hand side to take it. Can he put a decent delivery in and test the Spurs defence? Whips it in. It's got a good height on it. Nobody's attacking it. They got up well enough, but nothing comes from it. The ball just comes back out from the corner. Matt Targett tries to whip it back in again, but it's from an offside position because it just rebounded straight from where he took his corner from. So we've gone to a back 5. It looks like Bruno Guimaraes and Joe Willock will be in a midfield 4 with Jacob Murphy and Matt Targett as the wingers, the wing backs. It looks like we've actually gone out to attack the game rather than sit back and try and do damage limitation, like I said. Pretty Dreary on commentary said that Newcastle now's the down, it'd be easy for Tottenham to counter attack. Yeah, it could go either way. You know, if we do go and try and press them, and for God's sake, we do go and try and press them and win the game, then obviously does leave us vulnerable to a counter attack.
I mean, but we're 3-1 down, so you
what else can we do?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, Jonjo Shelvey is playing as a third centre back, which is interesting, but not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, it's an interesting tactical thing. We're in the
better than Jacob Murphy at a centre back.
Sure. Yeah, we're in the
at least you can kind of piece together the logic or whatever about.
But the thing is for me now, like I'm just looking at the Spurs attack. They've still got an overload on the sides. Like Jacob Murphy was dragged too narrow there. He doubled up on Kane with Fabian Schar, and Matt Doherty was just stood behind him in acres of space. The whole point of switching to a back 5 is to go man for man.
Yeah,
I don't really understand it. Nice, good step up from Dan Burn there. Wins it, feeds Bruno. Bruno's driving forwards with the ball now. There's no one offering for the pass. Picks out Ryan Fraser. Whips it. He whips the ball into the box, but there's not a single player offering for the ball.
Bruno sub off Chris Wood.
No, he was making a run into the box. He was the only one that made a decent run, but Fraser just.
I haven't seen that. Okay,
you're right though, because Chris Wood made a nice run into the back post. He was expecting a nice lofted ball into the back post, which he can head back across goal. But Ryan Fraser's pulled it back and narrow. But Willock and Guimaraes are just stood on the edge of the box, running out of the way of the ball. I'm not blaming Chris Wood. You'll see it in a couple of minutes, Steve. But I'm not blaming Chris Wood there. That's the midfielders not getting into the box because Chris Wood's made a run expecting the ball. He can't read Ryan Fraser. It's the midfielders that should be filling in the space that Chris Wood's created by making a run into the back post. That's their fault there. Willock was just static.
Yeah.
And here we go. 1-2. Matt Doherty is in. It's 4-1. Matt Doherty feeds Emerson Royale, who's somehow in the 6-yard box.
Unmarked.
Oh, he was marked. He just got a shot away. That is absolutely disgraceful. It's come from the wing. It's just defense has gone to absolute shite. This is absolutely disgraceful. Why is a wing back playing as a striker in the 6-yard box and scoring? This is an absolute disgrace.
Taking the piss at this fucking point.
Comes all down the left-hand side. Son plays in Doherty. Kulusevski goes over, helps him out. Jacob Murphy's on his own. Willock just static again. Joe Willock, fuck me. He had a good first 45 minutes. He has been a solid 0 out of 10 in the second half. That is disgraceful.
It's a mess.
That's a nice ball in from Doherty to Emerson, and the target does his best, but the fact that he gets the chance to get the ball in the first place is absolutely disgraceful. It's absolutely, there's only one word for it, and it's just a shambles. It's, nah. This is like watching Bruce.
At this rate, Wolves will come up to St. James's and win 2-0 easy.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
We can't. Yeah, get it out of your system. I guess, but no, it's fucking bad.
Saint-Maximin. This is disgraceful. We've gone to a midfield too, and we've matched them formation wise, and they're just cutting through us like butter because the midfielders aren't tracking runners.
Yeah.
Oh, and here we go. That's a lovely ball. But I'll tell you what, Heung-min Son. Oh, he puts it just wide, but that could have very been easily 5-1. He's in 20 yards of fucking space. That is fucking disgraceful. That is absolutely It's Harry Kane and Heung-min Son. That's all it is. And they've done it all this season. They've done it all this game. Jonjo Shelvey steps out to get to Harry Kane. Emerson steps into midfield, lays it off to Harry Kane, who's now in 30 yards of space, pings a pass to Heung-min Son, who's in acres of space, and for me, should have scored. It's a lovely first touch to cushion it down, goes onto his left foot, tries to play it across Dubravka, just wide of the post, but that could have very, very easily been 5-1. This could be a riot for Spurs.
We're at the mercy of them at this point.
And we've got absolutely no ideas going forward. We're still trying to score, but every forward pass is going into nobody. Ryan Fraser's just
taking the fucking piss out of us.
It's all right. You know, you can go man for man with a formation. That's fine, but you've got to go man for man with the tactics as well. If a striker's dropping deep, pass him onto the midfield. Don't let your centre-backs get dragged out of formation. Like, Eddie Howe's clearly gone at 3-1. Right, well, we're still in this. We'll go attacking. We'll try and win the game. And then, obviously, we're going to get countered from that. You've got to be prepared for the counter. Dan Burns just had to step up to the, he stepped up 30, 40 yards out of the back line to win that ball there. He shouldn't have to do that. That's the midfielder's job.
Mohammed, I don't think Almiron is going to do much of anything.
No, I mean, he'd give some legs to the midfield, but the game's slowed down for some
This
reason.
has to be Steve Bruce in disguise. I seriously, this is...
The game stopped as Kulusevski's down needing treatment. I don't know why it stopped because it's not a head injury, but it's down as he's...
And it's not like his leg is in two fucking separate pieces.
I don't know why he's down. It's Dan Burns. Dan Burns made a fair challenge, got the ball, but he's accidentally stood on the side of his head. Not his head, his foot. They've stopped the game because Kulusevski went down injured because he's trod on his foot. The second that he stopped the game, he gets up. You should be booked for that. I'm sorry, that's disgraceful. Like, you don't have to stop the game anymore unless it's a head injury. Keep playing on. It's
Premier League refs. The ghost of Premier League refs of the past. No, they're fucking...
Spurs going back into the top 4 on 54 points. Same points as Arsenal, same goal difference as well. But Arsenal do have 2 games in hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, Spurs looking to get as many goals as they can today because they really bloody can. Saint-Maximin needs to be subbed off at the next available opportunity for me. He's been absolutely dreadful. Stick around for scoring the players later on, guys, because I'll be here with Sam and Lee. It'll be interesting to see what those guys have made of the performance because
maybe 50 mil selling, maybe...
I'd be lucky if you get that much for him. It's just, it's been an absolute shock. If you have enjoyed the live stream, despite the result, do drop a like on the video. Yeah. It does help us out. It would put a smile on my face. We've got past 80 likes already. So if we can get that 100, if the 90 would be nice. But if we get the 100, that would be fantastic. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. Stick around because, like I said, we've got scoring the players later on. And then after that, Steve will be back. He'll be doing the live fan reaction. So you can come on, have a chat with him, air your grievances about this game. We said before the game, this was a free hit. The result doesn't really matter, but the performance has been absolutely shambolic in the second half. The first half was okay, but the second half has been dreadful. We've not looked threatening at all, and the defense has just fallen apart.
Yeah.
Guimaraes whips a ball in. Joe Willock. Nice ball in from Guimaraes. Really nice ball in from Guimaraes. Joe Willock in a good position. But again, he flicked his header over the bar. He just didn't look interested. It didn't look like he wanted to attack the ball until it was practically on his head. Højbjerg also went in for a two-handed shove on Guimaraes and then went down holding his head as if he'd been fouled. But the ref luckily didn't buy it because he's
Good.
on like a sack of spuds. Yeah, and after 3 weeks of no game, this has been hard to accept. Oh my God. And it's about to get even harder to accept because now he's subbed Chris Wood off for Jamal Lascelles. So we've gone to a normal 5 at the back now. The tactics aren't changing, but Jonjo Shelvey's going to get a crack at midfield. And I presume that he's going to play...
ASM as a striker.
Willock is a false 9, maybe? Because if you move... you've got Guimaraes, Shelvey, and Willock as your midfielders, none of them can play wide, really.
I guess if you're gonna try something out of the ordinary in an actual game, Willock is a false 9 when you're 4-1 down. I mean, Chris Wood doesn't. None of the players have been very good.
Yeah, and now
poor Harry Kane, his little chinny chin chin.
I mean, Spurs are just having fun now. Harry Kane's just tried a shot with the outside of his boot from the right hand side of the box, and you know what? It looked like it was going on target till it hit Emerson and deflected wide, but. It just came from one pass in behind again. We're trying to play a high line, and it's just not working. They're getting in behind every single time, and every single Spurs player has time on the ball. They could easily end this game with another 3 or 4 goals. Easily.
Well, it doesn't help. It doesn't help that we're awful defensively today. Never mind the fact that they're playing extremely well, so that's not a great combo.
No. I can't actually tell what formation he's gone with, but I will let you know as soon as I kind of work it out. It is still a back 5. ASM, it does look like ASM's gone central. Fraser's gone to wing back, and Murphy's gone up as the right-hand sided midfielder. What it looks like, anyway, that would be. Yeah. So Fraser's gone to right wing back. Jacob Murphy's gone to right wing. Willock's gone to left wing, and Saint-Maximin's gone up front. Which is
I'd rather sub off ASM, put Willock as a false 9. Try it. Why not?
Yeah, I mean that's all 3 subs now. So unless we've got a concussion, then
that's true. Yeah.
Ben Davies goes in hard on Murphy and then Guimaraes and gives away a free kick. Yeah, absolutely abysmal performance so far. I mean, we've got 20 minutes left, and this could end up being 7-8-1. That's just how bad we are. This is a Steve Bruce. Oh my God, Joe Willock, switch the bloody hell on! Joe Willock. I mean, I know it's just the way he plays as well, but he just doesn't look interested. He's not moving towards the ball at all. He's had a ball played into him, and he's almost had it stolen off him. Because he's just waited for it to come to his feet rather than move towards it. Bloody... Willock had a really good first half as well, and I feel bad jumping on his back because he's been shocking.
No urgency. It's like they're downing tools.
Yeah, and now Spurs.
That's what it looks like.
Now Spurs have just decided to throw on Lucas Moura into the mix just in case, you know. And he'll have an absolute field day as well. I imagine he'll come on for Kulusevski if Kulusevski's carrying a little injury from that tackle he was down for earlier. Alan Saint-Maximin's just tried to score on the volley from about 20 yards and it's hit the defender straight in front of him. Absolute hit and hope. Didn't think to try and bring it down and take on his man. Guimaraes drives at the defence, has his heels clipped, goes down, wins a free kick. So we've got a free kick about 25, 30 yards out on the right-hand side of the centre.
No one assisted at ND do double G. No one assisted. It was a free kick.
Yeah, Willock won the free kick, so we'll probably get accredited with the official assist. But yeah.
Wait, you get an assist off of...
Yeah, if you win a free kick or a penalty, you get, as long as you score directly from the free kick or penalty, you get an assist, yeah.
I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah. So Jonjo Shelvey standing over this free kick. It's probably a bit too far out to shoot, but Dan Burn and not Chris Wood, Dan Burn and Jamal Lascelles lurking at the back post, whips it in very deep. Jamal Lascelles wins it back across, and nobody's there to win the second header. Great ball from Shelvey, great header from Jamal Lascelles. put it inside the 6-yard box, but there's absolutely nobody there to challenge for the second header. Spurs try and counter-attack. Saint-Maximin wins the ball back and then immediately gets tackled again. So Spurs have the ball back again. There's a Spurs player down in a heap in the centre circle, went down off the ball as Spurs tried to break there. If there's something happened, it's Emerson. So I imagine he's just flopped at the first opportunity. But the only suggestion to me would be he's running back with Dan Burn or something, and he's caught a hand in the face and tried to go down and win a free kick and get someone booked. I'll try and watch him as the replay shows here. Yeah, it is Dan Burn. Oh, it's a bit naughty from Burn. He steps across and shoulder barges Emerson.
He's got to chill out. We need him.
We need
him for Wolves on Friday. We need him.
I don't think that can get VAR. Dan Burn's just blown a kiss to Emerson. Oh, that's brilliant. So you can't get VAR for that because it's not a straight red card offence.
You can only review red, yeah.
Yeah, Bentancur is going off. Harry Winks is coming on, and then Lucas Moura is also coming on, but I'm not sure who's going off in his place. So we'll wait and see there. So Harry Winks is on in central midfield. Mr. Useless himself because he's awful, and then Lucas.
To me, ASM is playing for his job. If I were running Newcastle at the moment, there would be I have many players from around Europe or around the world that could take a spot that we could buy.
Yeah,
it's got to improve. It's got to improve.
A position that's easily filled. I'm not going to lie. Saint-Maximin is as good as he is. He's not particularly
irreplaceable.
Special. Yeah, like there's
no one's irreplaceable though.
There's like 10, 15 players across Europe that you could easily fill that slot with and probably do just as good, if not better, a job.
Let's say 20 or 30. If you want to go down the route of maybe Ekiteke, he won't be lights out right away.
No,
but he'll get better with time, which I'm completely fine with. I don't mind doing some, kind of FIFA career mode thing where you buy 18, 19, 20-year-olds.
Yeah.
And first season isn't great, but then you're growing. You're growing.
I want Takefusa Kubo. Get him here right now.
Kubo.
Yeah, I love him. I think he's great. But
Real Madrid's been loaning him out a lot, so that could be an easy
10 mil. Snap your hand off. But yeah, so in the meantime, Lucas Moura did come on, and it was Kulusevski that went off. So it looks like Spurs are going up front with Kane, Son, and Moura, which we know is a dangerous trio, and then Harry Winks in the midfield with Højbjerg as well.
Harry Winks is the most average football player I have ever seen in my entire life. He is the dictionary definition of bang average.
Yeah, 5 out of 10 consistently.
Yeah.
I'm not.
What is he good at and what is he bad at?
Not good at anything. He's not bad at anything, but
probably he's a very average player. There is zero fear factor with Winks. Give him some play time. Why not? Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, when you 4-1 up, you can do anything. You could bring a one-legged dog on, and it'd probably still win 4-1. That's how bad we've been today. We've offered nothing.
Well, no, even if Spurs got a red card for some reason, I don't see us scoring because ASM has been his touch, or no, sorry, not. Well, his touch hasn't been great. He's been fucking around with the ball.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I mean, today's game, as bad as the players have been, you've got to say tactically we got it wrong today because you don't concede 4 goals without being tactically absolutely incorrect in what you do. Because yes, the defense was bad and the positioning was bad, but that's because of the way we set up. We set up with a back 4 to compete against what is realistically a front 5, and then you've got the midfielders as well, and the midfielders
wing backs. Well, the wing backs is at 5.
Yeah, and you've changed it in the second half, and it's not worked. You'd think you'd plan a little bit better. You look at Spurs games, they like to score goals. 3 goals in the last game, 2 before that, 2 before that, 5 before that. And then you think, we'll probably play an extra defender today, or we'll go a bit more defensive and try and make sure we keep that clean sheet, and then we'll build from there. Maybe we'll nick a goal through a Schar free kick, and then we'll sit. Harry Winks nearly just bent one into the top corner from 25 yards. But
most average player of all time.
Yeah,
almost rolled fucking worldy.
And Angie makes a good.
I need to shut my fucking mouth because I was kind of talking shit about Bentancur.
Yeah. Andy makes a good. Sorry, not Andy. Adam makes a good point. We looked okay in the first half. Yeah, we did look okay in the first half, but the cracks were there. The Spurs just hadn't got into their rhythm, and they've decided, second half they come out. Obviously, Conte's got in their ears at half time, and they've come out swinging. Spurs fans having a bit of fun in the crowd with the ball, just passing it round, not giving it back. So I don't know what they're doing.
Steve Bruce must have gotten into that locker room or dressing room, whatever you want to call it, during halftime, because this is what he would like. I don't get it. I don't get it.
And it's like the insistence of us playing out from the back and trying to play out under pressure, and it's not worked. There's multiple times you saw it inside the first 10 minutes even. It just the pressure that Spurs brought on us. Just trying to play out from back, and it didn't work, and we needed to change our tactics up, and we didn't. And it's cost us. It's absolutely cost us today. If you've enjoyed the watch along, despite the result, I know I have. It's nice to be kept company by you guys and Steve especially. Drop a like on the video if you haven't already. We're looking to hit that 100 mark. If we haven't already, I need to check that. But we hit 80 earlier on. I'm sure we can hit 100 by the end of the video. So please do drop a like. It costs nothing and it helps us out a lot as well. And if you haven't already and you do enjoy the content, subscribe to us as well. We've got loads of content for you coming up throughout the week, as well as the stuff we've got. Even today, we've got scoring the players coming up.
Damn, that kid, what a throw. Throwing from the crowd. He's got some arms on him.
We've got scoring the players coming up after full time with Lee and Sam, and then we've of course got live fan reaction. So if you want to get your thoughts heard on Newcastle Fans TV, Steve will be here chatting to you guys. So you can join the live stream. There will be a link in the chat for you guys to do that after the show. So you can jump on. Emerson's just been subbed off for Bergweijn. So Bergweijn will be playing a wing back, I imagine, which is obviously they don't really need to defend too much.
Bergwijn's a wing. That's interesting.
Yeah, unless they've just gone to a back four now with Matt Doherty and Ben Davies. But it'd be a strange decision to change your tactics.
I just don't want Harry Kane to score. I don't want him stat padding fucking goals against our shit defense.
Yeah, well, that was inevitable, wasn't it? Yeah.
I still don't think he'll break Shearer's record.
No. I mean, I don't think
he still needs 40.
I don't think he'll stay at Spurs after this season. I think he'll go, but I don't know where he'll go. So,
I could see him going to Man United and then just working the graveyard shift with all those fucking
I can absolutely see that myself.
Mercenaries.
Obviously, City have got. I think is Alvarez they've signed.
Julian Alvarez from River Plate, and then to me, you sign Holland over Harry Kane any single day of the week.
Yeah.
I don't think.
But Man United are notorious for making those bad investments. Harry Maguire over Kalidou Koulibaly. Will they go for Harry Kane over Erling Haaland? You never know. Just because you've got this Premier League proven.
Exactly, that's what I said. That whole term is a myth because no other leagues in the world use it, and they're still good leagues.
If any player in the world was
Coutinho isn't La Liga proven,
no,
but he's Premier League proven when he was at Liverpool. You know what I mean? Fucking Emmanuel Dennis. I watched him at Köln like 1 or 2 years ago, and he was shit. And then he went back to Club Brugge in an even weaker division. He was shit.
Yeah,
and he's been banging in goals, and Nigeria calls it. So Premier League proven that it's a myth.
Yeah, I mean, if any player was designed for the physicality and the pace of the Premier League, it's Erling Haaland. He would just fit straight in here.
Kid still has room to. He could still grow.
Dan Burn again makes a mistake. It's just mistake after mistake after mistake.
Get it out of your system. No fucking around on Friday against Wolves. None of that.
I mean, you'll see this goal in a couple of minutes. Dan Burn, for me, I know how good he has been, but he has absolutely lost his head this game. Shoulder barging people when they were nowhere near the ball. To be fair, Alan Saint-Maximin gives the ball away again, which leads to this goal. Burn is out of position, steps up, tries to foul Moura, who just feeds it through to Bergweijn. He's just clear, gets it straight in from inside the penalty spot, has time to pick his side, puts it right in the side net in past Dubravka, goalkeeper no chance. But Jamal Lascelles gets nutmegged in the process, the pass there, doesn't track back. And it's just, I mean, I'm just
we're so damn lucky.
Yeah.
We're so damn lucky that we had the transfer window that we did, and that the bottom 4 or 5 of the league is so awful.
I think this may well be the nail in Alan Saint-Maximin's Newcastle coffin for me. I think he's got a few games to redeem himself towards the end of this season, but after his performance today, he has been shocking.
I demand a performance from every single one of these guys Friday. I demand. I fucking demand it. It's a home game against Wolves. It's a Friday night. It'll be the only Premier League game on. You've got.
Sorry, Bergwijn's just tried a volley from ridiculous.
I mean, I'm watching the game. But
yeah, I mean, Bergwijn, long ball over the top. Bergwijn takes it over his shoulder, volleys it, and it hits the roof of the net. It's very nearly dips in over Dubravka. He's connected with that so well, but it's just gone over the bar. But Adam made the point. Unpopular opinion, but Dan Burns made consecutive errors in the past 4 games.
Yes, he has. He
absolutely has. And he has put good performances in. Before today. It's just those errors.
It's a purple patch. It's a purple patch. It is what it is. Like I said, we are so damn lucky that we have been on the streak that we've been on before these past 3 away games. We're so lucky, and we're also so lucky that Everton could be relegated for the first time since '54. I mean, we're very lucky. We're very lucky.
Alan Saint-Maximin's just hung a lovely cross into the box, which would have been perfect had Chris Wood still been on the pitch. Alan Saint-Maximin did not put a single cross into my memory onto Chris Wood's head this entire game. And now he does it when Joe Willock is the furthest man forward. Right, that's a good ball, Murphy. Good ball. Handball. That's a handball. That's a penalty.
You're playing Spurs away, and you've been awful most of the season. What did you expect? Well, I think Chelsea are a better side than Spurs, a much better side. But
well, this is the point that we're awful most of the season. We were awful before Eddie Howe came in, and since Eddie Howe came in, you
could argue before January.
Yeah, and
you could argue before January we were pretty.
We started that unbeaten run on Boxing Day, didn't we, with the draw against Man United?
Yeah.
If you take that as kind of 2 separate seasons, before Boxing Day and after Boxing Day, then you say we've had an awful first half of the season under Bruce, and the second half of the season we've been fantastic. And we weren't expecting an amazing result against Spurs today, but we were expecting a half-decent performance. It was 3-2 last time out, and that was under Steve Bruce. We've been on like a 9-game unbeaten streak before the last 2 losses. We're not a bad side. We've got good individuals. We're well managed. We've got before today, we had one of the best defenses in the league since January. And
that's out the window.
That's why we're angry. That's why we're complaining. It's not that we expected to win or expected to draw. It's just we expected a better performance.
I don't mind score if like I said, if Spurs score 4 or 5 belters that we can't do shit about, fine. Yeah. Or even if one of those was okay, should have done better. It's clear and obvious, just like VAR.
Yeah.
The defensive errors of today. Yeah.
I mean, for me, Alan Saint-Maximin has been the root of 99% of the problems today. I know he's an easy scapegoat to Manquillo, Alan Saint-Maximin, and Dan Burn, to me, the 3 worst players on the pitch for us, which is a shame because Dan Burn, like we mentioned, has been solid. Saint-Maximin can be good. And I mean,
every one of these guys on the pitch is replaceable, whether they like that or not. Arguably.
I think that, sorry to interrupt you, Steve, but that just sums up the game today. The Spurs go on the attack, we win the ball back, and Fraser just lumps it up the pitch, right? He gets rid of the ball and if Chris Wood's on the pitch, maybe he brings that down or whatever. Alan Saint-Maximin was still offside from the last attack, which happened about 2 minutes before.
Yeah, I saw it. Oh yeah, look at him! Fucking hell, he's near the goal kick and he's going.
The mentality is absolutely shocking. I mean, I'm interested to see what Lee and Sam.
He would fit in it, man. Like I said, ASM. Some of the petulant little kids throwing their toys out the fucking sandbox, moaning, just being really annoying. At the end of the day, it's extremely annoying and it's unprofessional. You just fuck off with that. I don't want to see that.
Yeah,
because I just saw that, and then he tries a little fucking spin move.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, come on.
I think one of the only
You gotta wake up.
One of the few players that can hold his head up today is Bruno, that's come off the bench, and he's looked solid since he's come on. I mean, he's not done anything spectacular.
You could make an argument he's man of the match.
Well, for us, yeah. I mean,
well, yeah, for us.
Yeah. Fabian Schar's been okay, but obviously the defense.
I think Dubravka could have and should have probably done better on at least 2.
I don't. Do you remember Dubravka making a save? Because he conceded 5 goals without making a save. For me, you've got to do better. Like, I know a lot of them he hasn't had a lot.
The header. Try claiming it. Why not? Yeah. I mean, like, you see all the time goalkeepers and defenders will collide. That's just part of the game. Obviously, you don't want no one to get concussions and shit like that, obviously. Yeah. But it is a risk, and as a professional footballer, you've got to do that stuff because you're paid to win games.
Yeah. I'm just having a quick look at who scored on just on match ratings, just to see how, if what I've watched is what they've watched. And Dubravka is currently on a 5.0 match rating, which is the worst player on the pitch by a country mile. The best rated Newcastle players are Fabian Schär with 6.7, but I imagine that's because he's got a goal. And then Saint-Maximin and Bruno Guimaraes on 6.3 each. Chris Wood had 6.4, but obviously he's no longer on the pitch today. It's been an absolute disgraceful performance, a team performance, and individually the errors they've made are just not good at
That's
all.
my message would be like, lose 5-1 to a quality Spurs team, whatever, bounce fucking back. You're at home against Wolves Friday night under the lights.
Yeah,
a lot of people love watching those Premier League. You get a game all to yourself. Win the fucking game against a good Wolves team.
Yeah. If you beat, you 3 games losing on the bounce, you come up against Wolves. We've
been good at home, so it should be your bread and butter.
It should be, and that's a big mentality shift as well, because the heads will be very much dropped after this. Come back off an international break, you've got no excuses.
Then you get fucking slammed around. Yeah.
You got Spurs have a lot of internationals in their side. They're players that have been playing for a couple of weeks. Flying around playing games. Oh, that's not good. I mean, I don't care really, but Heung-min Son's just pulled up with a looks like a very painful muscle injury at the end there. So he's up quite quickly though, so we'll see how he gets on. But yeah, you're right though. We do miss Wilson, great player on this side with the transfer. He'd ball out. Yeah, he'd maybe not in this game, but in this.
Hey, a Twitch comment. Twitch, you exist, and people who watch on Twitch, you are valued as well as the YouTubers.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are rubbing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just going through the motions at this point. Spurs could get another here. They're attacking on the left-hand side. It's good defending from Ryan Fraser. Yeah, Ryan Fraser. Ryan Fraser's looked better since he's gone to wing back than he was when he was at winger.
Wow.
Oh, it's depressing, Steve. It's depressing.
If Howe ever plays Wood ever again, which kind of has to happen.
I don't get all this hate for Chris. I'm sorry. I know he's not had his best. How the hell can you blame Chris Wood for any of this?
Chris Wood didn't lose possession and lead to 3 goals.
Alan Saint-Maximin.
That's just off the top of my head. I think has ASM for all 5 goals.
Maybe I don't even.
Did it start with a giveaway? I'd have to watch. I can watch the replay whenever I want.
Like you can take aim at Chris Wood for not scoring. That's a valid argument, but. Alan Saint-Maximin's cost you the ball on several occasions. The
only time that ASM's put in good crosses when he's not on the fucking field. So it's like Chris Wood can't do anything about that.
No, like it wasn't a good performance from him today, but it's not been a good performance from anyone. Like it's a team performance. How you can take it?
Bruno's, it's like I'm cutting you off a lot, but quickly, Bruno, the only one that called your head up, really.
Yeah, absolutely right. And he's ran his socks off since he came on, and. You can't criticize Wood today. Yes, he was a bit invisible, but that's not his fault. It's Spurs play. This is a good game from Spurs, by the way. We've played badly, but Spurs have played very well. Harry Kane's been absolutely excellent today, along with Heung-min Son. Yeah, I did see that. He got nutmegged and didn't even chase the ball through. Absolutely disgraceful from Lascelles, but we know that already. We know that he's got that.
When you get megged, dude, even I've heard stories from, it was on ESPN FC. I forget if it was Shaka Hislop or Stevie Nicol was talking. Even in training, if you're training with your own teammates and you nutmeg someone, it's almost like this innate human response when you get nutmegged. You just got embarrassed, so you turn around and whack him. You know, even if it's your own teammate, because that's embarrassing. Stand up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, absolutely. And just a
you
quick
get your pants pulled down and you
Yeah.
do nothing about it. Like, come on, Lascelles.
Yeah.
That's the least of our problems, but
yeah,
we lost, so we're gonna naturally pick apart every single thing which deserves to be
Yeah.
picked up. So.
no, I mean, yeah, we'll criticize that in the videos coming up. It's finished full time. Spurs 5, Newcastle United 1, and a quick shout out to Ntando, who's donated £5 and said, "Saint-Maximin
Appreciate it."
away with that." Yes, massive appreciation on the donation there. Helps us out massively. Helps us run things behind the scenes. So really appreciate that. But yeah, Saint-Maximin cannot keep getting away with this. He's
The team
absolutely
can't.
spot on. The
To a
team
large
can't. Him especially, you can't put in
Yeah.
a performance like that and expect to be picked the next week. For me, you know, we've got a game in what 5 days time, 4 days time, and I would, you know, not a single player in that starting 11 has earned their place on today's performance. You could
Bruno has.
But yeah, well, he came off the bench.
And Willock first half, but then as soon as we went 2-1 down and then 3-1, you just saw downing tools. That's what it was.
It was the second half to come out, and I don't know what was said at halftime, whether it was, you know, that we've played well so far, let's just shore it up and play for a draw, or, you know, we'll go, they're still in this, lads, we'll go out and win it. Or I don't know what was said, but Spurs came out swinging and we could not cope with their
I don't even mind losing 5-1, but like, how many clear-cut chances did we have? 2?
Yeah, I mean,
the second half, we had like 2, maybe.
Lloris apparently didn't make a save the entire game, and Dubravka made
Giving up 3 goals in the opening 20, or in the opening 18 minutes of the second half. 3 goals, 48, 54, and 63. I mean, like, fucking hell, you can't fall apart like that. Yeah, maybe some days you can be not at your best, but you're playing Spurs, and clearly, Spurs had a tremendous day, and they took nearly every single chance. And here's Lee. I don't think Lee's very happy. Hey, Lee.
Well, lads, Harris.
Hi, Sam.
Hello.
No, we'll move on to scoring the player shortly, Steve. But before you go, final thoughts on the game and looking forward ahead to Wolves.
I demand a performance Friday. I fucking demand. I demand a performance on Friday.
Yeah.
I demand it.
There's definitely a reaction needed.
It's simple as that. Fine, lose 5-1, but
yeah.
We'll
say goodbye for you now, Steve. We'll say goodbye for you now, but you'll be back for the live fan reaction later. So stick around, guys. We've got scoring the players coming up now with myself, Lee, and Sam, and Steve will be back later for the live fan reaction. You guys can come and have your say on the game after that shocking performance as well. But stick around. Like I say, we've got scoring the players right now. Drop a like on the video if you haven't already, if you are enjoying it. But we'll pretty much jump straight into it. Stick around and play along in the comments as well. Let us know if we're chatting waffle with the ratings and what you would give the players as well. Before we do get onto the actual ratings themselves, lads, I know neither of you have been at the game today, but God, that was abysmal, wasn't it, Lee?
I hate watching games on telly. I said it in WhatsApp earlier on. Awful. I'm pleased I'm actually not there now. But Johnny's got to do a match reaction and a vlog for her, so he's not going to enjoy that. But that was very much like the Steve Bruce of old. Defence just all over the shop. We haven't seen Jonjo Shelvey play centre back for about 10-15 minutes, so that's simply not good enough. Simply not good enough to wear the black and white shirt for me. So if I was down there, I'd be really, really pissed off.
Yeah, and I'm sure the fans down there are voicing their discontent as we speak, because that is unacceptable on a black and white shirt, in any shirt, to be honest, but especially for us coming off an international break as well. You expect them to be fresh. You know, we've not got a lot of internationals in this side. You'd expect them to be fresh and coming out swinging after 2 losses on the bounce. But Sam, where did it go wrong today? Was it the manager, the tactics, or was it the individuals on the pitch today?
So everything was flat from the first whistle. Never looked like scoring apart from the set piece, which is obviously what happened. Apart from the goal, Schar was awful. Everyone to a man was awful, apart from Willock in the first half and Bruno when he came on. Bruno was the only player that didn't look out of his depth. It was embarrassing, really embarrassing. Look, Spurs are a very good team. They've got their shit together now. Conte's got his feet under the table, and you know they're in a real battle for fourth. But yeah, it was it left a lot to be desired, and that defensive display was pretty embarrassing. Yeah, to a man, that was terrible, and it's a big wake-up call because we are by no means safe yet.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah, embarrassing, shambles, disgraceful, all words to describe that performance. But we'll move on to scoring the players now. So feel free to get involved in the comments down below. Let us know your ratings for the players. I'm sure there'll be a few zeros or minuses in the comments for some individuals today. I can't imagine there'll be any 10s, that's for sure. Yeah, we'll go through the entire starting 11, then the subs, and of course, Eddie Howe as well. Before we move on to the live fan reaction with Steve, and of course, Johnny will be here later with his reaction from the stadium. We'll stick with you then, Sam, for Martin Dubravka, because he's conceded 5 goals today and he's made 1 singular save. Not good enough for a goalkeeper, really, is it? Although he couldn't really do too much about some of them. Sam?
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry, someone rang me.
Oh, yeah, I can still hear you. You're still here.
And now I can't hear you, so this has gone well, hasn't it?
We'll go to Lee then. We'll have Lee instead of you then.
He conceded 5. I don't think you can really pinpoint any of the goals on him, to be fair to him.
Yeah.
Now, I cannot really say Martin Dubravka should be done better for the first or the third or the second or the fifth, whatever goal that's conceded. But at the end of the day, I think it's his defence that have let him down in front of him big time today. It doesn't matter who you've got in goal today, that we're conceding 5 goals if we've got the world's best keeper. I don't think that makes a difference, but because he has conceded 5, let alone I've got to score him a 1.
Yeah, I think I would have gone something.
I'm only scoring him a 1 because none of them are his fault. I would have went 0 if any of them were.
Yeah, he's not a good performance. I mean, I don't know about you, but for me, we were talking about it on the live stream. The first goal that comes in, he didn't come for the corner. I know it was a bit far out for him to come for it, but he didn't come for that second ball as well. His defence were all over the place, but a keeper's got to command his box a bit better for me. So that's maybe the only goal I could point the finger at him for. But, 5 goals conceded, not good enough, full stop. I think Sam's returned. Hopefully he's with us. Can you hear us all? You all good?
I can hear you.
Lovely. Well, we've given Martin Dubravka a 1. Are you happy with that? Do you think that's too harsh, or is that about spot on for you?
That's a bit harsh. He's the least of our worries today, but there you go.
we did say that. Lee said, none of the goals were directly his fault, but he has conceded 5 at the end of the day.
Okay. Well, that's not up to me now, is it? It was.
No, we're sticking with it.
But the one time I used my phone for this, and I get a phone call. So
that do not disturb on. Right. Well, Sam, while you're with us, we'll move on to the defence. We'll start on that right-hand side. What started as a back 4 with Javi Manquillo. I know you've got some interesting thoughts on that right-back slot, so take it away.
No, he was crap. Manquillo's look in a back 5. He does okay. Back 4, he just doesn't cut it for me. Don't get me wrong. We discussed this on the preview. As a matter of fact, look, they're only there because Trippier's injured. That's the only thing for it. He was great when he come on against Leeds, changed the game and won it, but he was terrible today. He gets a 2 from me. I thought we looked very narrow, and look, everyone was terrible, and yeah, it was just poor from start to finish. Very, very flat. Yeah, very narrow. Got exposed numerous occasions, and it's no surprise he got hooked when he did.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're absolutely done over by the formation. The overload that they had on the wings was incredible. I mean, to say we played badly, Spurs did play very well and were set up to a T. But Manquillo, individually at fault for possibly even 2 of the goals. Just absolutely unaware of Doherty steaming in at the back post, which you cannot do, despite, back 4, back 5, whatever. You cannot leave a man unmarked at the back post. It's a shocking awareness from him. But yeah, pretty much sums up Newcastle's performance. A 1 and a 2 so far. We'll move on. I'll take. Oh, who should I take? I'll take Fabian Schar, because I'll leave Dan Burn to Lee. Great strike for the free kick. I mean, I think it was Wood and Burn in the wall that kind of blocked Lloris's view from. But great strike to get the power and the bend on it to get into that keeper's side. It's a great strike from that. But aside from that, defensively, very poor again. That I thought, I looked at this team today and I thought, oh, brilliant. Look, Lascelles is out again. We're going to the centre-back partnership that's worked so well in this run that we've been on. And then we go and put in a performance like that. I'm going to keep the trend going. We've had a 1, we've had a 2. I'm going to give him a 3. It would be lower had he not scored. I think defensively his positioning was shocking for a couple of goals. And we discussed it on the live stream, me and Steve. We said that, the last 2 games with Everton and Chelsea, Dan Burns' mistakes have cost us those goals in those games. But that's only because he's got no one to cover for him. Whereas if Fabian Schär makes a mistake, Dan Burns there to mop it up usually. But obviously Fabian Schär and Dan Burn making mistakes today, and we saw the result of that with 5 goals conceded, which, would either of you give any other rating, or do you think that's fair?
I think 3's probably going to get man of the match,
No. It won't get man of the match, but I think it is fair. He lost the ball for their second goal as well, which obviously Manquillo lost his man. But terrible. Other than his goal, do you know what? I fully expect him to be dropped for Friday.
That wouldn't surprise me. I was saying to Steve, no player safe in that starting 11 today. It would get Caldalo back in after that. But Dan Burn, stalwart for the run we're on. Last couple of games, he's looked a bit wobbly and looked even wobblier today.
I'm getting a 0. Absolutely shocking. Yes, he's a local lad, but that performance was not good enough for Newcastle United. We slayed Jamal Lascelles. Jamal Lascelles would have done better today. That Dan Burns form, it was great when he first come in. But the last few games, it's just starting to creep in now. There's that Chelsea goal, that's him. The Everton goal is partially him. But today, I know he wasn't helped with Matt Targett. I know he wasn't helped with Fabian Schär. He's getting pulled out of position. Just numerous times, he's just getting pulled out, and players going past him. I know they're a lot pacier than him. The likes of Son, Lucas Moura, and what have you, Stephen Bergweijn towards the end. Simply not good enough. I hate saying it because he's one of us, but that is not good enough for Newcastle United. That's a 0 for me. Shocking.
On another day, he'd have been sent off.
Yeah,
that was.
He made some absolutely idiotic decisions at the time, and I love Dan Burn. I think he's ace. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's no world beater, but he's been fantastic since he's come in. But today, I don't know, he had a screw loose.
That's the worst defensive performance I've seen all season from an individual player, including any. I'm talking Emil Kraft there. I'm talking any defender that you've seen this season. Today is the worst personal performance I've seen. That is shocking from Dan Burn today.
The 2 things that stood out for me today, where he absolutely lost his head. Like, it was the early on, which wasn't maybe him losing his head, but it was a bit silly. It was when we had a corner and it bounced out to Saint-Maximin, who shoulder barged. I think it was Ben.
Yeah, thick.
I know he's trying to position himself between the defender and the attack.
You also went dead low to try and header it, if you remember, as well, from a corner.
Could have volleyed that.
He's 6'7". Why are you going so low? Volley it.
But the one that really, and we laughed about it on stream, but it did really annoy me. It was the counter attack where he shoulder barged Emerson Royale, like completely off the ball. Like it was, but then he blew a kiss to him afterwards. Like you're 4-1 down and you're blowing a kiss. Like that's not the mentality that you need in it. Like he's clearly been wound up by either his performance or the opposition, and he's lost his head today. And like you say, Lee, it's not what we need in the Newcastle shirt.
No, it's not. I think the pace is you can't play against pace. I've seen that now the last few games. But the only thing I will say is that his defenders around him didn't help him either.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Do you think it's anything to do with, obviously, he's putting these good performances? Do you think he's putting pressure on himself to keep consistently performing at that level? Because obviously there's all this talk in the media, he's our best player since he's come in, potential captaincy shouts, he's a solid at the back. Do you think he's putting pressure on himself to perform at that level consistently and trying a bit too hard?
I think you just said it. He's just solid. That's it. He's your above average Premier League defender. He's a short stay. I don't think he'll be at the club more than 18 months.
Yeah, I think we'll see. We'll see. I mean,
is he any better than Paul Dummett at left centre back? I don't think so.
Yeah, he is.
Is he?
Last three games.
But
then you say the what?
I'd rather have Paul Dummett play left centre back at the minute.
Okay, well, there's your headline. Paul Dummett comes back in for the next game. Obviously, let us know in the comments down below if you agree with what we said. Geordie FM agreeing with you, Lee. Should Burn be dropped? You mentioned Schär getting dropped. Do you think Burn should be dropped for the next game as well?
I don't think 2 will, but I think Lascelles is coming in Friday night, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, problem is he's the left-sided centre-back where we're thin on the ground, isn't it? So, look, it was definitely a performance worthy of being dropped. There's no getting away from it.
Yeah. Shocking performance from Dan Burn and the whole defence today. And the last person in that 4-man defence that started the game is Matt Targett, Sam. Has been pretty much Mr. 7 out of 10 since he's come in, hasn't he? He's been consistent, but again, nothing spectacular from him today.
Yeah, he's getting missed a 2 out of 10 today. This is the Matt Target I was afraid we were getting. Again, very, very narrow, really narrow when we had a flat back four, and we just got absolutely outplayed out wide, and the centre mids were getting pulled across. But we'll obviously come on to that. Poor, very, very poor. He was at fault for a goal as well, wasn't he? Lost his man. Look, I get. Look, we're sticking the boot in here because the performance was awful. But yeah, Spurs are very good. But there's ways to go about it, and play with a bit of pride and calmness and composure about you, which we had none of today. It was headless chicken stuff.
The thing that we're doing is we're scoring today, not overall.
Yeah.
Today, no, all of them are useless today.
Yeah. It was. This is a standalone performance because if they perform like this against Wolves, then there's a big problem because you've had 4 losses on the bounce with 2 very shocking performances. If they put in another performance like that again on Friday, but I can't imagine Eddie Howe will let this slip. I imagine they'll be in most days this week in the training ground, having a grilling and watching tape back and just everything possible to sort out the frailties that we've got there. But yeah, not a good performance, not a good day at the office for the defence. But they weren't helped out by the players in front of them either. I'll take Joe Willock if that's all right with you two. I'm sure you both have.
Oh, that's the easy one.
Well, I don't think it is because I think he had a very good first 45. I thought he was the best player on the pitch for us. And then I would have said he was the second, maybe third worst player on the pitch in the second half for us. I thought he looked lazy. I thought he looked like he'd given up once the goals went in. He wasn't helped by the change in formation. He looked lost. And he looked like the Joe Willock that we had at the start of the season who didn't look worth £5 million, never mind 25. His first 45, I'm going to take that aside. If he was like a 7 or an 8 in the first 45, I thought he was unlucky not to score. Romero put in a great block. Second half, easily a 1 or a 0 for me. So I'm going to middle it out, and I'm going to say that the second half was more important because realistically the first half performance counted for nothing. So I'm going to say that I'm going to give him a 3. You're probably going to say that's harsh given his first half performance, but he just disappeared in that second half. He didn't look interested, and it's the mentality of this side with Saint-Maximin in it to just throw your hands up in the air when the ball goes. Like Bruno was one of the only ones chasing the ball at the end of the game. That I know he's got fresh legs or whatever, but if Saint-Maximin made a bad pass, he wasn't chasing down to get the ball back. He threw his hands up in the air. Oh, it's not my fault. You should have been there. And Joe Willock, we saw flashes of that from him at the end. I don't know what you made of his performance in the second half. I know we've kind of touched on his first half performance, but not good from him today again.
I agree with everything you just said. I completely agree with all your analysis, but I would have just given him a 4, really. That's the only slight change. Yeah, I've nothing to add. You've done a superb job. Lee,
he was just a ghost, wasn't he, in the second half? You look at all of the goals getting replayed as I'm watching it on the telly now, and it's just they're all coming from centre midfield out wide.
Yeah,
sprayed out wide. And where's your midfield for that? Where's your pressing? Where's the blocking?
It's the Spurs played it down to a T. The stupid thing is that annoyed me the most is they didn't change the game. They didn't change the way they approached it at all. All the goals were almost identical.
We couldn't handle Harry Kane, and when he was coming deep, we couldn't handle him.
At the end of the day, he's one of the best strikers in the world, playing with one of the best wingers in the world.
Well, Harry Kane's vastly turning into one of the best number 10s in the world.
I was just about to say,
You crack on with them assists, pal. Whatever keeps you away from Shearer's record.
But like you're saying, there was a ball in to the midfield that sucks the midfield and the wingers narrow, and then the ball gets played out wide to the wing backs, and then they're in because our fullbacks have been sucked into the midfield. Our midfield's been sucked in narrow, and then the wingers been sucked in as well. And there's so much space behind. And Joe Willock was at fault for not tracking back, not tracking the midfield runners. I thought Bentancur, by the way, just a quick one, absolutely ran the show in the first half. I thought he was astounding in the midfield. And we couldn't cope with him. I know he got subbed off towards the end, but we couldn't deal with that midfield. Considering it was a 2-man midfield versus a 3-man midfield, you'd expect we had a bit more of the ball, but it wasn't to be. Lee, would you like to take Joe Willock or Joe Linton? Not Joe Willock, sorry. Joe Linton or Jonjo Shelvey?
I'll take Jonjo. Found himself at centre back at one point, and both me and Sam said on the WhatsApp, guys, he's at centre back. This is like Steve Bruce of old.
But the thing is, sorry to butt in, he was that far back, and like he may as well have been part of the back line because he just didn't get forward at all, did he?
Probably what Eddie Howe's just said, but that was strange from Eddie Howe, mind. I think Eddie Howe, we'll come on him later, but didn't see enough of him. And Newcastle have a great record when Jonjo Shelvey's in the side. When Eddie Howe has been at the club, not a day it wasn't.
No.
I didn't see enough of you running from him off the ball. That was disappointing. Even in the first half, all the two, including Shelvey, it was just a bit lethargic. It was a bit, come on. And I was asking, obviously, Johnny in the WhatsApp, is the atmosphere matching the performance? Because the atmosphere seemed very flat as well. But not enough for me. You want to get Jonjo on the ball, spraying it. Having run as Freya's out wide, ESM out wide. Jonjo's a 2 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we saw Spurs today. They were happy to sit and let us have the ball with the back four and the goalkeeper. But as soon as that ball went into the midfield, whether it was with Shelvey, with Joelinton, with Joe Will, that was when they started pressing. And there wasn't enough movement from the midfield to bypass that press. You're absolutely spot on for me. I don't know if you agree with that, Sam, but yeah, obviously, if Jonjo performs well, the team generally tends to perform well, but not today, apparently.
Yeah, it's the last 2 games, the midfields look really flat now. Obviously, with Jonjo coming back in today, you would hope with a bit of fresh impetus. I only thought he came back really because Bruno's been away on international duty with Brazil and played amazing. Yeah, disappointing, but I think he will start and I think he'll keep his place on Friday because of the performance of who I'm about to score.
Speaking of that, before you go on that play, it'll be good to have a home game because we've got many away games, and you've got to think of the travelling as well. And then we've even had a trip abroad for a week last week, so just to have a home game, and I think Bruno will come in Friday as well.
Yeah, go on then, Sam. Joelinton, take it away.
So when I do these play, like I'll when we do scoring the players, I'll have like my own scores that I have in my head for the whole 11, and then I'll kind of adjust slightly compared to what the other 2 lads I'm on with give the rest. So on that, I was going to give Joelinton a 2, but because Shelvey got a 2, I'm going to give him a 1, and that was just for push. Yeah. If you'd have scrubbed his name off the back of his shirt and put on Bentaleb, would you have known any different? I'm not joking. Would you have known any different?
No. I mean, to be honest, when the game started, it kicked off, and the first 2 minutes, we pressed really high, and Joelinton was really heavily involved with that press. I mean, we looked really good. It was literally the first minute and a half, 2 minutes. We weren't letting Spurs press. The wingers that they had were kept tracking back. They were giving fouls away, and Joelinton looked like Joelinton has looked. He looked brilliant. But like you say, just invisible after that.
I mean, this is the second game in a row now. He's been made to look like an absolute bitch. He was Decore's bitch at Everton, and now he was Højbjerg and Bentancur's bitch today. It was pathetic. Yeah. He was getting dragged out of position. He was getting dragged here, there, and everywhere. His passing was off. Everything about his performance was just crap. And that's been the second game now.
He was that poor. You very rarely see him subbed off that early under Howe.
Yeah. He's again under Howe. He's been fantastic. The push was hilarious.
It was, but at the same time, unnecessary booking as well. Like I like to see my players standing up for each other, but not to the extent where they get.
Did any Spurs play? So I didn't catch all of the melee. So did any Spurs players get booked for that?
Yeah, Bentancur got booked for starting it, and then he booked Saint-Maximin for reacting, and then Joelinton for pushing him. So yeah, which I think I watched it back and I commented on it. Bentancur absolutely deserved the booking for starting it. Joelinton deserved it for pushing him, but Saint-Maximin didn't react. Just
defended himself.
Yeah,
and I mean, we'll obviously come on to ASM in a bit more detail because it wasn't his finest hour by any means, but I think he deserved a bit more protection from the ref in the first half, to be honest.
Yeah, he was kicked up and down the pitch, wasn't he?
But yeah, Joelinton was crap.
Yeah, he was. Well, we were talking about Saint-Maximin, and I wasn't sure whether to give myself him, and you're more than welcome to chime in on the rating I give him, but I think this has to go down as, if not his worst, definitely one of his worst performances in a black and white shirt, or black and gold shirt, I guess. I think it was not just the
If you can hear a child in the background crying, that's just Lucy watching the highlights. I apologise.
Just mute him.
Yeah, so for Saint-Maximin, I'm going to give him a really, really harsh rating and going to the minuses from -10.
Oh, don't be silly.
No, genuinely, what did he bring today besides giving the ball away for 2 of the 5 goals, not tracking back and exposing Matt Targett and creating literally 0 chances? The one ball he put into the box was nowhere near any of our players, and it was after Chris Wood had left the field of play. He was disgraceful. He gave the ball away so many times in this game. I was so livid by it. I don't know if you were watching the end of the live stream with Steve. I was livid with him because it's not just his own bad performance. He drags everyone down with him because he's the go-to for us. If we're on the attack, get it Saint-Maximin. He'll get a bit of pace in the attack. We'll get some runners off the ball. You never know what he's going to do with it. I'd love to see the stats of how many times he lost the ball today and how many times he lost the ball, which then led to a Spurs attack. It could have been 7 or 8 for Spurs today, and Saint-Maximin was at fault for 99% of those chances. And the defense was fucking, sorry.
Later on tonight, we're going to see an Instagram post aimed towards you, Matt, from Alan Saint-Maximin. He's going to feel bullied, and he's going to put a post out about you.
Please do. And like, honestly, like if he sees this, whatever, I hope he gets a kick up the arse. You can't come back from 2 weeks off and put in a performance like that. You want to get called up to the France squad. You want to win Ballon d'Ors. You're not going to do it playing like that.
No, that's true.
I think you know what it is? In the final third, that's where his decision making is when he's hit and miss.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's one of those players where your team will have to carry him at times. But the problem that we have is we don't have, maybe in a year's time, in 2 years' time, we might have players that can carry him, but we haven't at the moment. As you say, you look at the squad that will have in starting 11. A lot of those starting 11 won't be here in a year's time. They won't. Simple as that. So you will have players who can carry him, but there's a reason why he's playing for Newcastle United and he's not playing for a Spurs or a Chelsea or a Liverpool. There's a reason behind that.
Yeah.
And I think you found that out today, that you'll have games like this, but next week you wouldn't put it past it on Friday night to score 2 worldies, because that's the type of player he is.
Yeah, you have to take that a bit of pinch of salt with them kind of flair players, don't you? Especially in a team that's struggling for a season. I don't get me wrong, it wasn't a good performance from him, but I'm always a bit of a staunch defender of ASM's. I think he tracks back more than what people give credit for.
Not enough.
No, of course it's not enough. But did Laurent Robert track back enough? Did David Ginola track back enough? Did Ben Arthur track back enough? No,
we're back 15 years, yeah, man. No, but if you look at the other side, Ryan Fraser does.
Yeah, but the thing is with that, and what I thought was odd today, because you had in the previous weeks, you've had Targett and Fraser build up a really strong partnership down that left-hand side. And Manquillo and ASM work well together. They have done for a couple of seasons now. So I don't know why that wasn't kind of a thing at all.
We've had this on the channel before, because Fraser's like an 8 out of 10 every week on the left side. But then if you switch him to the right-hand side, he's probably a 7 out of 10. But then that compensates for Alan Saint-Maximin will come in on that left-hand side. Should you play a Fraser where he's naturally at his best? Or do you go with the team? And I think Howe's trying to go with the team.
We can even interchange him, make it a bit more fluid. You can have 20 minutes one on one. I mean, ASM did eventually go on the right-hand side, but that was when, we were 4-1 down and the game was more than gone. So, I don't know, it's just a very bizarre one. I don't know why they weren't switched before. I mean, it was a bit of a tepid first half by most standards up until, handbags came out. But I mean, it was just flat, very flat, all the way through, flat.
The thing that frustrates me most, and I love Saint-Maximin, and I do genuinely want him to succeed and succeed with us, it's just, you can look at players similar to him. You're like, at a similar level. You look at Rafinha at Leeds as one that stands out. He's a flair player, yes, but he has an end product consistently. And even when he's not scoring and assisting, he's putting in graft on the defensive end. And, that's drilled in by the manager as well. But, Saint-Maximin gave the ball away 2 or 3 times in areas that led directly to a chance on goal for Spurs. You cannot afford to do that, especially with a defence behind you made up of Matt Targett, Manquillo, Dan Burn and Fabian Schar. When you're Laurent Robert, you've got good defenders behind you. You can afford not to try.
No, you didn't. No, he didn't.
I don't know about that. No, Andy O'Brien.
There's Bramble behind him.
But with Saint-Maximin, it's frustrating because we know
Andy Griffin.
We've seen.
Leave Griffin alone.
We've seen what he can do and what he is capable of, and it's just so frustrating when he's not able to do that consistently. And watching him get frustrated is then frustrating because you're like, why are you getting frustrated with yourself? Knuckle down, put in the graft and be better. Like, I don't know. It's just seeing him throw his hands up in the air on the pitch is never a good sign for any player. You know, it's frustration with yourself. It's frustration with your teammates, and it's visible. And then that's when the opposition know that they're inside your head. And he does that far too much for me. And that's one of my many criticisms of it today. But we'll move on from Saint-Maximin. We'll go on to the other side of the wingers and start with Ryan Fraser with you, Lee. Very invisible today for me.
Right, it's a lot more visible than the SM. As I say, he did track back, even when we were 4-1 down, 5-1 down. He's almost occasionally in a right back position. Yeah, we didn't see enough of him, but yeah, I think
couldn't get out.
Yeah, I think he'll keep his place though on Friday. I think he will.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
But you know what you get with Ryan Fraser normally in the week in, week out. He's a totally different player to ESM. Fraser's more of a team player where he'll want to look up and try and whip the ball in and work for you. You'll graft his arse off. Just wasn't at it today. And I think the problem that we've got is that if we have, you're talking 10 players really today out of 11 who aren't performing. And when that happens, we struggle because we haven't got a star player. People might say ESM's a star player, but we've just scored him Matt scored him a -10.
Yeah, Matt scored him.
Okay, we'll take it back.
BBC Three's Matt scored him. Yeah.
If you were to score,
BBC hates ASM. That's what that'll be in the Daily Mail tomorrow.
Individually, if you were to score ASM, like on a serious note, what would you give him?
I'll score him a 0.
0.
2.
Okay. Well, anyway, so back to what you were saying, Lee. Sorry.
Ryan Fraser, I'll give him a 2 out of 10. I think because what I liked about it is you'll not stop running for you, and that's graft. And people say that's what Miggy does, but I think Miggy would have been exactly the same today.
Yeah.
That's harsh.
It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say what players would have made a difference. You know, does Jacob Murphy, if he starts ahead of either Fraser or Saint-Maximin, does he make an impact? Probably not. It's difficult to decide. I mean, we'll see the rotation of the team on Friday. There has to be changes. Eddie Howe will make changes. That's guaranteed. It's just who drops out and who keeps.
The thing is as well, if Miggy played today, we were all just laughing, saying Miggy runs a lot.
Yeah.
That's what Ryan Fraser did today.
Yeah. Okay. Right. We'll move on from that abysmal performance to Chris Wood, Sam, who got a lot of stick.
Your man.
My man. He got a lot of stick in our comments on the live stream, and I did defend him a little bit because I felt he was a bit isolated today, and it's not necessarily his fault that it was a bad performance.
We hardly did himself any favours, did he?
Well, I'll let you give your thoughts.
Well, no, you gave my guy a -10, so I'm going to give him -1,000,000. Well, to be honest, I take your point about being isolated, and he's the man highest up on the pitch of which we had nothing going forward bar a set piece. Did he look a threat from set pieces, of which we had a few corners, few dangerous free kicks, particularly in the first half? Would it have made a blind bit of difference if he wasn't even on the pitch today? No.
I think Romero just had him in his back pocket.
Yeah, Romero was very good today. I will say that. He was very good today. Wood, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1.5.
1.5? Okay, Lee.
That's a pity. That's a pitying 1.5.
Thing is, he's got 1 goal and 11. It's not great. Why isn't Dwight Gale coming off the bench? He's a striker.
Because he's proven not to be good enough.
But he's a striker.
Right. So was Seydou Doumbia,
but you took him on though. If Dylan Stevenson sat on the bench, and yes, he's never had a kick in his life, but he's a striker. He's got that instinct to be a fox in the box.
Yeah.
You know, that's a frustrating thing today. If Chris Wood isn't making it, at least change his striker. And you know, Dwight Gale must be sitting there thinking, "I've just got 2 goals in a friendly in the Middle East, and then I've got a winger who's playing shocking, gets put up top, and I don't get on." But that's a story for another day of Dwight Gale. Dwight Gale's future's not in Newcastle, but what he must be thinking, because alternative, Chris Wood gets injured, Dwight Gale's not starting.
Yeah,
Wilson ain't back anytime soon either.
Yeah. The reason that I get annoyed when the criticism is leveled at Chris Wood is, yes, you know, you can criticize his goal scoring. That's fair game because, you know, 1 in 11 is not a good record. You cannot argue with that. it's the fact that you put players around him to play off him, and nobody bloody supports him. He won 7 aerial duels today. 7. The next highest player on the pitch was Dan Burn with 4. Did any of those come to any real meaningful attack? And I don't think that's Chris Wood's fault. I think that's Saint-Maximin and Ryan Fraser, and even Joe Willock at times, not getting close enough to support him.
I was going to say, I think the midfield 3 have a lot to answer for as well in that regard, because I get that the crosses weren't coming in for him, but I don't think the midfield helped things at all.
Like for me, the set piece delivery today was shocking. Target was there's 2 or 3 corners that went over everyone, and
2 or 3 that didn't beat the first man.
Yeah, and you can't ask a striker to feed off deliveries like that. And I was looking during the match, and there's a website Who Scored. Chris Wood's our man of the match, bar Guimaraes off the bench on their just purely stats based ratings, not obviously watching it as a fan, but there's not much more he can do, is what I'm trying to kind of get. In this side with those players around him, you can't ask much more. And when the team will play bad like this, he is obviously going to play bad because there's no one around there to help him. And I don't know if it's just because I've got a soft spot for him, but I don't think.
I was going to say, you're making me weep.
But it's just, I think some of the criticism level that. Sorry, go on, Lee. I didn't hear you.
I just think you can't play for ESM. I've said that since the beginning.
Yeah.
If I'm a striker and I've got him on the wing, I'm like, fucking hell, man, cross it, man. That's all I want.
Yeah.
And that's why I think you'll just love Ryan Fraser.
Yeah. I think Fraser's a brilliant option. And we mentioned in the live stream, me and Steve, that if Wilson gets back before the end of the season and is ready to start, try Wood and Wilson up top. Wilson will be the person to get on the end of flick-ons from Wood. Why not try 2 up top? If the formation that we set up with doesn't work, like say today, instead of going to a back 3 or a back 5, switch to a 2 up top with Wilson. But anyway, yeah, that's a story for another day when Wilson comes back.
Interesting.
Let us know in the comments down below if you agree or disagree with any of our ratings so far. We've still got the bench and the manager to come, of course. Drop a like on the video if you haven't already. I think we've hit that 100 mark, so let's keep on going. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. We've got plenty of content for you. We'll have the live fan reaction coming up later with Steve, who's in the background at the moment. And of course, fan reaction from the stadium with Johnny, who was at the game, unfortunately for him.
As well.
But we'll move on.
Last word as well. Don't forget the last word.
The last word as well. As always.
I'm live later on.
Yeah, Lee will be live with everything. Oh, Johnny's on his way back from the stadium. I can see. We'll maybe bring him in shortly if he's ready. But why not? Let's bring him in now.
1-0 up, 5-1 down. Johnny Greenwood's pants are brown.
Can you hear us, mate? I think he's just here for the ride. He's here in the background to watch along. We'll move on to the bench then. I've got to check who actually came on first here. It was Murphy. Yeah, Murphy and Guimaraes both came on. I'll take Murphy. Why not? I'll leave Guimaraes for you, Lee. Murphy, he came on as a right wing back, and then we switched Ryan Fraser and him, and Fraser was a wing back and Murphy was up front. Didn't impact the game, didn't track his men either, though. It's a Jacob Murphy performance. I like the lad, but there's a level and he's at it and he's not going to get much better. Didn't impact the game. He's not someone you want to be bringing on when you're trailing 3-4, 5-1. You want better options than that off the bench. I'm going to give him a 3, but only because he didn't run the game. Yeah, I mean, he didn't do too much wrong is the only reason I'm not going any lower than that.
Yeah, it's not Premier League footballer for me.
No, I think
that's get out of the club.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Let us know in the comments if you disagree, but I think him and, like Dwight Gale and players like that, they'll see the back of Newcastle this summer. I think there'll be a lot of
If we stay up,
I think there'll be a lot of deadwood shipped out. And I'm not sure we'll spend big and, buy 20 players, but I think we'll see a lot of.
Don't say deadwood. Carl will be after deadwood for this year's energy crisis that he grinds on about constantly.
He might be going on about Chris Wood.
Yeah, true.
Maybe. Right, well, we'll breeze over that one because there's not much more to say about his performance. Then Guimaraes, arguably man of the match, Lee, when he came on, just put above, really.
Yeah, what's one man of the match going to score?
No. Before you give your score, no, because it's going to be lower than what he deserves. he was pretty faultless throughout, and he looked composed on the ball, and I thought he was superb when he came on. It was just the 10 players around him, and he put a cracking ball in for Willock that if we had better players, that would have at least got on target, because it was a superb ball, but Willock just made a pig's ear of it. But sorry, continue.
No, you'll start Friday. I think he didn't start a game just because he's been travelling around South America. Very forward thinking. Wanted the ball, give me the ball. I'll take ownership. I like that. He's not hiding away. But I wish he started. But obviously, if it's because of travel situations, I understand that. But I'm not giving him a 7. I'm not.
You are.
I'm not. I'm going to give him a 4.
I'll beat him.
Oh.
Yeah, but because he's playing in a team that's just been beaten 5-1.
It was not his fault, is it?
It's not his fault, but it's not Martin Dubravka's fault. That five goals went in against him.
That rating was silly as well.
Yeah, it wasn't. But I think Bruno Gomes is the best of a bad bunch. I'm not budging by that. Stick by it. 4 out of 10. He's the best of a really poor bunch.
Oh, it's like scoring the players with fucking Brandon.
Currently, Joe Willock is our man of the match with a 6 out of 10, and I feel bad for giving him that higher rating.
No, you gave him 3.
I give him 3.
I'm just looking at the old ratings that I've got here, so it mustn't have saved that when I give him a 3. Never mind. Bruno is currently man of the match with 4, which shows you how good we performed today. But yeah,
I'm basing it on not just his own performance, I'm basing it on the team as well. We're 5-1 doing, because I feel for Dubravka as well, because I scored him a 1. But none of the goals, really. Yes, the cross, maybe at Manquillo's behind him. The Doherty one, he might have come out, but because he's in a team that's been beaten 5-1, it's just, yes, he's the best of a bad bunch, but I would have scored, some of the other players that you lads scored a lot lower as well.
Lower than -10?
No, like some 2s and 3s. I wouldn't. Yeah. I think it was being kind to some of the others as well.
What would you have scored, Joe Linton?
A 1.
Well, that's not what we did.
No, actually, I was going to 0. He was anonymous.
Yeah. Bentaleb.
Yeah. Bentaleb. Yeah, that's the new black mark, isn't it? If you played badly, you're the Bentaleb of the game. Right, so Bruno is a 4, currently man of the match. I don't think that anyone's going to get any higher than that, because the only sub we've got left is Jamal Lascelles. So Sam, Jamal Lascelles came on, got nutmegged and conceded a goal. So what do you make of his performance?
And he starts Friday.
He will start Friday. He will start Friday, won't he? Was Shelvey better at centre back than him?
He might have been.
both played about 10 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah. 2. I mean,
right. What was that? Go on. I want you to justify those 2 points that you gave him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because he's less.
Yeah, fewer. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point and it's a fair question you've asked, and I'm not sure I've got the answer to it at the moment.
I mean, you can say we only conceded 1 when he came on.
Exactly, he shored things up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, you got to laugh when you get your ass kicked. Yeah. He comes in, look, he's biding his time. He's proud to be captain of the football club. Pride gets him 0.5. So I've only got to find 1.5 now. Yeah. Good, wasn't it?
It was a performance. He was on the pitch. That's about as much as you can say.
He was better than Burn. And goal aside, actually, he was better than Schar.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we all say that I am fully expecting him to come back in on Friday. Who he comes in for, though, that's a selection dilemma. I'm expecting it to be Schar, but I don't think Howe will switch to a back 5 for Wolves at home. But, something's got to give on it.
Yeah, well, it has to. Something's got to change. And one of those things that has to change is the tactics. Because we got it all wrong today. Or I say we got it all wrong. The manager got it all wrong. The first half was okay, I think, when we're talking about Eddie Howe, of course, the way he set up. We said to Steve on the stream, the cracks were there, but Spurs hadn't really found the rhythm. And then second half, they come out swinging. And I don't know what the hell was said in that halftime dressing room. But just all wrong from Eddie Howe today, wasn't it? Like, I can't get over how bad we performed as a team.
It was even towards half time, it was a minging game of football to watch. It was awful to watch. Nothing super about the Sunday fixture. I think we just self-destruct, really. I've got to score. I'll personally give him a 0 because we self-destruct, and that's by far what we got beat up Man City 4-0. It was a 4-0 earlier in the season, but
Reminded me of the Leicester game that we were at.
it's just self-destruct. It is, but I think this is a game where at the time at half-time we were still in it. You know,
we took the lead.
Yeah, we did, but they conceded pretty quick, which is, I guess, your players aren't switched on for that, and that's probably Matt Target's man when when Davis runs across them. But Eddie Howe's got it wrong. Self-destruct. I don't think the players pulling out of position helped. I think Kane was outstanding, as I say, in the false 9, false 10, whatever you want to call it, wherever he played now. He looks phenomenal when he drops very deep into the tactic that Southgate might look at in the World Cup. But just not at the races. And you know what? We are expected to get a bit of a battering still. We still don't have a great side. And we're still going to play Manchester City and Liverpool. I won't be too surprised that they thump us as well, just because of the personnel that we've got. But knock it on its head. Eddie Howe is the right man for the medium to long term for me. But just today, you are going to get a few bumps along the ride, and this is one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Any thoughts on that, Sam?
No, fair enough. Not the first time it's happened where we conceded straight after we've scored under Howe. I did see a stat earlier today, actually, that Howe has a horrendous record at Spurs and a half decent one at Chelsea. So that kind of makes sense with the last 2 out of 3 games. I thought it has been coming because I thought the performance against Everton was because Everton are so poor, we didn't look as exposed as we did today. But the performance was pretty bad there as well. You would have hoped the international break would have sorted it out, but it hasn't. Spurs were fantastic today. Can't praise them enough. They were levels above. And I think it was Sean Longstaff that said earlier in the week, look, this is rung one on the ladder. We're still in the early stages. Like Lee says, you're going to have days like this because we're not at that level. We are still in a relegation battle. The next 3 games are huge at home. What is it? Wolves, Leicester, and Palace.
Yes. Wolves,
is there an away game between Leicester and Palace or not? Norwich.
After those.
All right, next 4 games are huge. If we're not safe by then, I'll be worrying.
I expect Newcastle now to pick up at least 6 or 7 points from those 4.
Yeah, I think you probably like 5 points would probably do it with the way things are recently. 35 tends to keep you up, but 31 that we're on now would have kept you up last season, wouldn't it? So I don't know. It was disappointing. Me and Johnny made a kind of a point that maybe you do start with a back 5, like we did against Chelsea. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but that wouldn't have been a bad idea at all today, considering the midfield needs looking at as well.
Yeah,
I think it might be time to just because all right, Joe Linton's been fantastic, but he's not a world beater. Willock isn't a world beater. Has had some good performances, but can struggle sometimes for consistency. And Shelvey, like he's made the point earlier, Matt, when he ticks, the team ticks. So for a player to come in and out for 1 game, and Sean Longstaff to come in, Bruno has to start Friday because he's our best player.
Yeah,
I mean, he's not going to impact the scoreline every week by any means, but in terms of quality, he's our best player, and he can help sort the midfield out.
Times like this, you feel sorry for Isaac Hayden. Maybe
Isaac Hayden probably would have got sent off.
Probably, but you never know.
Has he had his customary red card earlier this season or not? I can't remember. But he's usually good for one, isn't he? I mean, he would have slotted in nicely in the back line instead of Shelvey, wouldn't he? But there was an argument to go for 5 at the back, and I'm not against 5 at the back. It's how you do it. Rafa could do it, Bruce couldn't do it, and how we're magnificent at Chelsea with 5 at the back. So the team, the starting 11, the general consensus was positive from the fans. I was a bit unsure. 1.
Oh. Lovely. So 0 and a 1 so far. Well, I mean, I don't think I'm going to give him much more than that. But yeah, you mentioned the Premier League table and relegation, how we've come. We've been brilliant under Howe, and I kind of felt the way he's changed this team around. But the last 3 games, performances aside, the poor results, 3 losses on the bounce is going to hurt anyone. I'm going to give him a 0. Actually, no, I'll give him a 0.5, which means it's a nice, easy 0.5 for Eddie Howe today. But yeah, the way they set the team up today wasn't good. It's like you'd never watched a Spurs game under Conte before. You knew exactly how they were going to come at you. They didn't change anything about the way they played and just couldn't cope with it. And I know they've got individuals that will tear you apart, but
I think it's also, you subs, not just that, we ended up not having a striker. Yeah. And we ended up having Jonjo Shelvey for a period of time for about 10, 15 minutes as centre back.
Yeah.
I'd love to know what he said at half time as well.
Yeah. I know that's the sort of stuff that we would hammer Steve Bruce for. We would be coming on effing and blinding.
Yeah. Because again, like Leicester, the same thing happened, just complete a capitulation with defensive mistakes. So today is not the first time that's happened under Howe.
No, not at all. And yeah, looking at the Premier League, you got Norwich 1 point in the last 5, Burnley 1 point in the last 5, Watford 4 points in the last 5, Everton 3 points in the last 5.
Against us.
And Burnley play Everton on Wednesday.
Yeah, well, that's the next thing. I'll share my screen. Why not? Well, you can have a look at the Premier League table while I am. But basically, we were just having a little chat there. Are we safe yet? And we're on 31. Leeds are a point behind us, but have played a game extra. And then Everton need to win both of their games in hand to catch us. And then the teams below them, obviously, Watford on 22 on the same amount of games.
Watford are going to pick up 9 points in 8 games.
No, and then we would need to lose all 4 of the games that we've got, plus the games against City and Liverpool to even beat.
Some games in hand for Burnley, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is.
They always shit out the way after it.
It's like I said though, but like they've got those 2 games on us, but then there's 10 points, and one of those games is against Everton, so. It could go either way. It would be lovely if both of those teams could draw on Wednesday, pick up a point.
Yeah, please, Everton go down. Fucking
you don't want.
Love it. Can't stand it. Fucking fan base. Hate the bastards, mate. Hate the bastards.
Yeah.
You don't want to be going to Turf Moor at the last game of the season, either.
Especially when they've only got 1 toilet in a tent.
But yeah, you don't want to be going to Burnley at the best of times. So yeah, again, that would be great if they went down.
Johnny loves Burnley. Smiling in the background because he used to live there.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much all we've got time for on Scoring the Players. We'll bring Johnny in very shortly before we move to the live fan reaction. Johnny, you were at the game today. Was it as bad as it looked on TV?
I'm glad that you didn't have to pay the amount of money I did to get down here today. It was appalling. Apart from that minute of pure wonderfulness, Fabian Schär's free kick. I thought it was really poor for Newcastle. Really, really poor. I thought defensively it was like a hot knife through butter. I just don't know what's happened. Just made Dan Burn look like Doc Cotton. Just
look like Big Bird.
Really poor.
Look like Big Bird.
Oh, he was all over the place. He literally was all over the place today. I feel like he's trying too much. I think he's trying too hard. But yeah, it was just poor.
Yeah. Do you think things will change for Watford then? Who has to go and who has to stay?
Sorry, mate, I didn't miss that last bit.
Who has to for Watford on Friday for you? Does anyone
Wolves?
Wolves, not Watford. The other W. Does anyone have to keep their place in that team, or is it all changed for you? Who goes out and who stays?
I think after that performance, Mike, everybody's place is up for grabs. With that performance, it was that bad today. Look, we just completely collapsed in that second half. Bruno came on. I said in the match reaction with Bruno is that at 4 and 5-1 down, he still wants the ball. He wasn't going to shy away. He's the only player that really apologised at the end of the game as well, so he has to start. I agree.
Johnny, great mate. What would you have scored, Bruno, today?
Sorry, mate.
What would you have scored, Bruno, if you were doing Scoring the Players?
What would I have scored, Bruno?
Yeah.
5.5, 6, something like that.
Okay, interesting.
Consider because he didn't play that long. The thing is, he does bring us a bit more forward, but all he did was he did tidy passes. He kept the ball, which was more than what Joe Linton did.
That's his job, though, isn't it? That's his job, isn't it? That's why he was bought. Doing his job, really, wasn't he?
Yeah, Joe Linton was shocking. Joe Willock had a good. I thought Joe Willock, for considering how bad everybody else were, I thought he was probably our man of the match today.
So Johnny, great mate. So if you would have scrubbed off Joe Linton's name off the back of his shirt and put on the name
Trying to
Ben,
get brownie points off you, Johnny. That's what he's doing.
and put on right, if you'd have scrubbed off the name Joe Linton off the back of his shirt and put on the name Bentaleb, would you have known any different?
Bit harsh, but probably not. Bit harsh, but the thing is, what are you going to remember? My biggest thing of this game today is that we've had 2.5 weeks off. What have they been doing for 2.5 weeks? Like, that's a question that you've got to be asking Eddie Howe. We don't like to give him a lot of
friends.
A lot of criticism.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All these Tottenham friends waiting for this.
Give us a wave. Hello, woman in the background. Give us a wave.
Go on, where are you?
There's one just over your right shoulder there. Look, he can see what you're doing.
He's looking. Hello. Give us a wave.
There he is. Oh no, he's pretended he's not looking now. Johnny, if you look round, can you if you look round to your right and just go
live fan cams? Live fan cams. You're on TV, Johnny. Oh. Hey, get him. Get that Opal on. With the glasses.
Just go shit today, wasn't it?
AirPods in.
Hello, wifey.
I've been shit on here, like. You don't see this on any other channel, do you? Anyway,
probably for the best.
last comment for me, because I'm literally about to head in the tube station, is that that's the question I'll be asking Eddie Howe. You know, what have we been doing for 2.5 weeks? Have we just been sitting on the beach and just having a jollies up? Because we've got 4 of the next 5 games on our home games. I know Liverpool's going to be very, very tough to get anything, but Norwich is an away game where you've got to get something there. I do think this team can get enough points from the next 4 games, and then the last 4 games can take care of themselves. But
you may as well go with that Costa behind you, because if you're waiting at that tube station, it'll be 20 minutes.
Well, I'm not far off the front, actually. I'm probably if you're trying to get to St. James's, I'd be at the top of the stairs. There you go.
He looks amazing behind him.
He's got a maple. He's got a maple. Is that a maple leaf?
Believe it or not, he's called Steve. No. There he is.
Who's that?
No, I have to be honest. I think there's got to be questions asked from Eddie Howe today. Like, that was shocking. That was really, really poor. But look, we've got to just got to go over the line today. Just got to get over the line for the next few games. And if we do that, we'll be fine. We'll kind of forget about this game quite quickly. But
you met David Ginola today, so it's fine.
I did.
Was that him in his car now?
Lucky. It is. He's just. To be fair, it was absolutely brilliant because.
Hey, Johnny!
I walked the wrong way, so I took that left turn a bit too soon, and I just see a couple of people smoking cigarettes, and one of them was David Ginola, and I was like, "Oh, gotta try me luck, yeah." And I had my top kind of open, so it was kind of like this, and he was like, "Can I picture you?" So I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'll read. Can you tell?" In that French Geordie accent, if you like. But,
there's a lad behind your right shoulder who's about 9 years of age who looks like he could absolutely batter you.
Looks like a mini Sean Longstaff.
He does, doesn't he?
Right, I can't really hear you.
We'll leave Johnny to get mugged by the Spurs fans at the tube
pretty
station.
much near the front, but like and subscribe. How about that?
See you later, Johnny. Enjoy the journey back.
See you later, lads.
Yes. Oh, I'm on this side now. Yeah, thanks. Oh, and Steve's back. We'll get to Steve very shortly with a live fan reaction, but that's pretty much all we've got time for on scoring the players. Let us know in the comments down below if you agree with all of our ratings, what you would give. If not, don't forget to drop a like on the video if you haven't already, and don't go anywhere. Steve will be with a fan reaction now. If you fancy popping on, check the link in the live chat, and you'll have a chat with Steve about all things Newcastle, how that performance went, and they're looking forward to the next few games. Quick last word from Lee and Sam. Are you optimistic going into Friday? It's 3 losses on the bounce. Heads are going to be rough. Are you optimistic?
Yes, it's a home game.
Yes.
And
I do have a question before we leave Steve to the fan reaction show.
Yeah.
Matt, when can our viewers next hear you introduce Killing Eve on BBC Three?
Not for a couple of weeks, mate.
What?
I know. I've got a week off.
I'm cancelling my licence.
That's bullshit.
Then you get put to court.
If you don't have TV or any live streaming device, no, but you'll be fine. But yeah, that's pretty much all we got time for on the fan reaction. Do you guys want to plug any videos while you're here? Have we got anything coming up this week?
Yeah, we have Johnny's match reaction if it's already out. I'm back later with the last word. And I think Johnny's doing a vlog, which I'm going to edit for him later on tonight. And I've also got the women's game, which I was at earlier on today. So stay tuned for that tomorrow.
Yeah, big game in the women's team there. Sam, any shows we should know about coming up?
I hope so.
Stay tuned.
We've got someone booked in for a week tomorrow, but we're still. I'm still waiting to hear back off a few people who have agreed to come on, but we've not finalised the date yet. But yeah, subscribe to the Greenwood and Mulliner Show podcast. Are available on all. What is that?
That is so American.
It's vodka.
Okay, good.
Right.
Good.
Well,
you want to see the vodka AK-47? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
I can't wait for the World Cup.
Yes, everybody that's coming on, please give Steve a bit of stick about the USA in the World Cup. Because I'm lagging now because it's been an hour. This is when my webcam doesn't want to work after an hour.
No.
Right,
let's go.
We'll leave it there. Thanks, everyone.
Adios.
So far. Drop a like on the video if you haven't already and subscribe to the channel. Stay tuned with Steve for the fan reaction. And if you want to get involved, there is a link in the live chat as well. Get your thoughts on the show. Steve can take it away with his vodka Red Bull. But for now, Sam, thanks for coming on. I'll see you soon.
Love you, bye.
Love you, bye. Right, take it away, Steve.
All right. So let's get Dan and Andy. What's going on?
Don't think you've got enough alcohol there, Steve.
Dude, I have this Fanta. This had vodka in it, probably up to here. I'm gonna need some more after that fucking. It wasn't a performance because when it's a performance, you perform. It's a conjunction word. That was a I don't know.
In existence.
Yeah. They showed up.
Yeah.
So that's nice. We didn't forfeit and lose 3-0. We probably should have. Would have helped our goal difference, but.
The scoreline's one thing, but the performance is another, isn't it?
Fucking
They
awful.
were still on holiday.
I just want to move on from this game as fast as possible. And like I said, I demand a performance Friday. I demand 12 points from the next 4 because the past 3 games have been fucking draws. I'm sick of it. I have high standards.
I think
We have 3 home games and then Norwich away. It's not like we have Liverpool at home anytime soon, relatively, not in their next 4. Having said that, I think Wolves will beat us at home, probably 1-0 based off. If we perform like that today, I mean, I don't know if you guys watched Wolves versus Villa yesterday. I thought that they were excellent. They shut down Villa's attackers. They scored 2 goals in the first half. They played really, really nice counter-attacking 1-2 football. I mean, Johnny, I think he's a right wing back or left wing back, scored a great goal off a run from the. I mean, they're a very good side, and they're starting to get goals in the team now. So I'm very worried about Friday. But that's just me. I demand a performance on Friday because today was fucking shit. Everton, I'm pissed we lost that game. And Chelsea, okay, fine, I can write that off. But the past 2 have been fucking awful. So,
I think Howe needs to come under some criticism for that because
everyone associated with Newcastle needs to
absolutely.
Yes.
But as far as tactics go, I don't really understand what that was in the second half.
It was giving Antonio Conte the ideal game. It's his wet dream to play the way we played. He got his wingbacks active. Kane and Son were on fire. I mean, we gave Conte everything they wanted. They were defensively solid, only conceded a goal, and that was because Hugo Lloris made a really bad error, I think. It's a good strike, but I think goalkeepers should be doing better. We let Conte win that game. So that's inexcusable, and that's why Howe gets a 0 for me. At least make it difficult.
Yeah. Do you want to say something, Andy? Wasn't sure if you.
I can't chat. Is it just me, or I can't chat? I can hear Steve, but I can't hear you, mate.
Dan, you might want to talk a little louder.
Talk a little.
Maybe
if I'm closer to my microphone.
Yeah.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you, mate.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got big ears, but they didn't work very well.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I said to my dad like after the game, I understand that how obviously is trying to get us to play a different way. Thank God to how we were playing under Steve Bruce, and that he's attack minded. But there needs to be a recognition, you know, that when you're playing against sides that are you know on paper unequivocally better teams that have better players, you need to be a bit more conservative, I think. I mean, the high press worked against Chelsea, and it's been working in previous weeks. But against
Content
Chelsea,
drives off
we had
that high
five at the
press.
back. Sorry?
I didn't see a high press today, if I'm honest.
Yeah, well, it wasn't very effective. I think I remember at one point in the first half we were trying it, and they kept knocking it back and forth between Lloris and two fullbacks.
Romero.
But they just weren't putting enough pressure on, and I was shouting at my screen saying, "Put pressure on Lloris. Like, you know, he's got a mistake in him if he's not always that good with his feet." So I think just the intensity and the efforts and the emotion wasn't there that has been in previous weeks. That's allowed us to go on this magnificent run. But I mean, that's over now. It's now 3 games. And, you know, granted, the game against Chelsea, we didn't deserve to lose that game at all. A draw would have been a fair result. A draw would have also been a fair result against Everton. But I feel like the reason they won that game is because they wanted it just that little bit more. And what I'm really disappointed
Everton won that game
with this game.
Goodison. That's the only reason why they won.
Yeah, but I mean, they were fighting, and they kind of recognized. I think that was a wake up call for them. Being like, okay,
not a very effective wake up call because they lost today because Michael Keane.
No, I mean, I'm talking from Everton's perspective. That was them actually waking up and recognizing that they were in a relegation battle and they needed to win. But I'm just what I'm most disappointed about. First of all, I think is tactically. I think Howe's been naive in the way he set up the team, because I think he needs to recognise Tottenham's a better team, and it's in our best interest. We're more likely to get something out of the game if we set up defensively and then counter-attacking football. But the players, a lot of the players just, you know, it's like if you're pressing or if you're working hard, it's like the whole team needs to work hard, because if you've got 1 or 2 pieces that aren't getting to their man
passengers
enough,
essentially.
Yeah. In order for that high press to work, everyone in the team needs to be working at 100%. And if you've got a couple of, as I said, passengers or people aren't just switched on at the right time, then it kind of
people moaning and bitching, and then they sulk near the goalkeeper's goal kick line, whatever the fuck you call it. And then when we're trying to attack the other way, you're still offside when the next attack starts.
Correct, mate. That is bang on. It's nothing about tracking back. It's about the fact that when you lose the ball, get yourself back on side so you're part of the game. He doesn't do it, so therefore he's out. He may as well not be on the pitch because he's offside.
Saint-Maximin we're talking about, yeah? I wanted to have a go at Saint-Maximin after today, because there's times when Maxi's playing and I'm thinking, you're a liability at times, mate. Because you know, we all know that he's got this mesmeric ability to dribble with the football, although it doesn't always pan out. Sometimes he's able to do it, sometimes he isn't. But it's just about decision making, and I think as a player he's a bit too emotional, and Eddie Howe needs to coach him and be like, because he'll win the ball back, and then instead of trying to find a simple pass, he'll try and take players on, and then he'll end up losing it again.
Which he did for one of the goals.
Aye, absolutely, exactly. You're exactly right. And I think it's the fifth goal as well. He lost the ball, and I think it was his first touch.
There were three goals today that started with ASM turnovers in the middle of the park.
One thing I noticed today, I don't know if any of you noticed, but I remember watching a thing with John Beresford a while ago when Kenny Dalglish first took over. It might not sound relevant at the moment, but you might get my point in a moment.
Yeah.
John Beresford was under strict instructions in a European game that he must not cross the halfway line. I bet Manquillo was on the same order as today, because I cannot remember a time Manquillo getting over the halfway line with the ball. Every time he got the ball, he went backwards. I don't even remember a sideways pass from him. He was so bad today.
He was, and
people saying Fraser had a bad game. He wasn't held by the man behind him, put it that way.
Yeah. Well, everyone was really, really bad.
No one had a good game, really, did it?
Except this guy, and he wasn't even on the pitch the whole time. So I mean,
on about the travelling. Haven't we travelled a lot lately? We've just come back from Dubai.
Yep.
5 or 8 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we played practice games and training. I mean, Bruno didn't play that many minutes. He only started. Did he start the second game and came on as a sub?
Yeah.
So he's not played that great amount of football. He could have started. I get why he didn't, but when you see him play like that when he comes on, there's an argument for him starting.
I think as soon as Bruno got subbed on, we only conceded one more, and we looked better going forward. Slightly better, but it's actually pretty crazy when you think about it, because we were fucking terrible before that. So to go from fucking awful to okay, half chance, maybe a decent chance with Wood. So I mean We looked more likely scoring a goal when Bruno was on the pitch versus off.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say about that. I think he was probably about a 6 or 7 out of 10 with the time he was on the pitch. I thought then he gave a really good ball to Willock, and Willock didn't look interested after the second goal.
Willock was crap.
Sam's going to love that comment, Steve.
Huh?
Sam's going to love that comment, 6 or 7 rather than a 4.
You mean Lee? Lee gave him a 4.
No, Sam was saying he would have given Bruno a 7. Obviously, you got a 4. So.
I don't think Bruno should have. If I were to score Bruno, I'd say he's a 7. He's by far and away the best player wearing black and gold.
He's the only one that didn't look out of his depth.
Yeah. And this is a guy that came from Lyon, who Lyon are, they're in a very difficult season in Liga, and they have. It's a big club, lots and lots of pressure, and they're not performing. But his mentality is still in the right place. Even though we're 4-1 down, he's still trying. He's the only one that looked like he actually gave a toss, really.
Trying to get in the team.
Yeah, exactly. And none of the other players.
Today, there's a big. If anything's going to get him starting in the team, it should be this game, because I can somewhat understand how not necessarily picking him first choice, because there is some competition in that midfield at the moment, with players like Joe Linton and Joe Willock having performed well, and Shelvey, to be fair, in recent games, but none of those three put in a particularly good performance today. So there's no excuse for me for not starting him next game. Because I think from what we've seen of him, he's just quality on the ball. He's just better at retaining possession. And some of the goals that Newcastle conceded today was from us losing possession with fucking stupid passes.
Really stupid, yeah.
Really silly
mistakes.
And I think Bruno's a lot better under pressure, I think. I think he keeps a level head.
Mentality.
Yeah.
He wants the ball regardless whether there's a player next to him. That's what I like about him. He's brave on the ball. Just give us the ball. Give me the ball. I know I'm good enough to get around this player. And that's when you start creating chances, because someone else has to step up and then someone else can move. We do not have enough people that's comfortable enough on the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 100%. And Bruno's one of the only guys, exactly. And especially
he's great on it. But if you put someone right next to him, I don't think he's in the same bracket as Bruno.
Yeah. Say that again, sorry?
Shelvey's great on the ball when he's got the ball and he's got a bit of time and he gets his head up, but he hasn't got that. Bruno can turn someone and just slip a pass. Shelvey hasn't got that.
Bruno's also good in tight spaces and when the pressure's on.
Yeah.
Shelvey's
He
good
can
on the
make
ball,
quick
but
decisions.
he's very rarely going to run with the ball, is the thing. So he's able to play out of pressure, but the only way he can do that is usually by passing it sideways or backwards, and then he needs a bit of space to play a long ball, whereas I think Bruno, because he's a bit more mobile and got more acceleration, he can potentially, with his first touch, take it past the player and then more easily play a through ball than Shelvey.
Yeah. It's his first touch, innit? He gets his body in the way, people, and makes... Yeah, for me, I think he's... Yeah, he's... but no surprise to see Jonjo Shelvey go to centre-back because he was in that position most of the game anyways.
He didn't get forward enough for me. And I would have rather have had... I probably... If you're actually trying to do what you did, if Eddie Howe's trying to have midfielder play as a third utility centre-back or whatever the hell that was, have Bruno do that because I think Bruno's better defensively. And he's also played as defensive midfielder for Lyon. So, I mean... He can and the other thing that annoyed me today too was that like when we were playing out from the fucking back, it was
so timid.
It was timid. It was slow.
Yeah.
Nothing ever happened. It was really, really bad.
You know what's going to get us out of where we were?
Insisted with playing out of the back, even though it was not working. Like.
We're out of the position we are because we're beating the teams around us. But when it comes to like the bigger teams, the better teams, like we just get fucked every time. 4-1 against Man United away, 5-1,
4-0 Man City. That's
like
James.
It's
I mean,
bad.
I said you today.
It just shows where we are. It just shows where we are in this takeover. If we want to actually start competing with them, it's years away.
I
was under no illusions that like I recognized that the magnificent run that we went on was just that. It was a good run of form, and I thought some of those games towards the end of the run when we were winning, I thought maybe the result was belying a little bit the performances because we weren't necessarily the best team in those games, but we were getting a bit lucky. And in that respect, I think the two games that we lost before this game was a bit of a balancing out or an evening of our luck because we had been running our luck a little bit, I thought.
Yeah.
But today was
The way I see it is that Brighton, we won the game within 10 minutes, scoring the 2 goals, and then Southampton, we just won the game based off 2 good moments of play.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then Everton kicked in the balls for me. Everton was a massive kick in the balls for the players. You're playing against 10 men, and I think it showed today. Lack of confidence.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we've had time to kind of reset. So I'm not really gonna. I can't take that as an excuse, to be honest, because players have had 2 weeks off, so they've had time to prepare for this game. But I want to call out Dan Burn a little bit for the final goal. Actually, I know that
for a lot of the goals he was
terrible today. Terrible.
He was shit today, and you know what? I don't hate the guy, but like he just played like shit. It's fine.
You get those,
Every top player has shit games. It is what it is. He's been.
If he had a subscription to a fan club, mate, I'd be in it. But he was shite today. Simple as that.
Exactly.
He did a very similar thing for the 5th goal to what he did for Everton's goal, which is he kind of stepped out and took a risk, but he just wasn't quick enough, basically, and ended up getting beat very easily. So I hope that's not something that we see anymore from him, because like that's basically taking an unnecessary risk, and if you're going to do that, you have to either win the ball or take the player out.
Yeah,
I've got to say though, some of the passing from Harry Kane for some of the balls were
it's too easy.
Too easy. I mean, he played a ball to Son for one he put round the post.
Our midfield.
That's De Bruyne. If that's De Bruyne, people's going. This is.
Yeah.
That's another problem that's annoying me too. Is that commentary was gassing up Tottenham, but we were just so shit. Like. Our midfield is non-existent. Joe Willock again. It was like he played
First
against
half
Man
was
City.
Pretty all right for him, but then
I think
Sorry, mate, go on.
Started going in. The players kind of lost it a little bit. Realistically, it should have been 6-0 because Son was in ample space, and he definitely should have slotted past Dubravka.
Look, at the same time, we can't play to our full strengths too, and like we haven't been because we're missing key players like Callum Wilson and Trippier still. Like Chris Wood, we all know is not the answer. He was just a panic buy at the time because we had to get him. There's no other option, and we have to persist with him until Wilson's back.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I was critical in the first half about him, but I've looked at a few of the highlights. Our midfield and wingers are not supporting him. He's winning flick up. Matt said it on the scoring the players.
Yeah,
he won 7 aerial duels today, and not one of them's went to a teammate simply because none of them are gambling on winning the ball. You know, if you've got 2 wingers, the trick is your striker wins the ball, you get the ball out wide, and you get the ball in the box. We never did that. I think
Max, ASM, and Fraser were too wide.
Yeah,
and I don't think
too far away.
I don't think they know how to play against wingbacks. They have no clue if our fullbacks are going to cover them or if they should track them back. Like there's no idea. Like the amount of times Doherty passed Ryan Fraser too. Like Ryan Fraser looked lost, and then Manquillo's. Sometimes there's long balls going into Doherty, and Manquillo was trying to go in for the challenge, and he just overcommit and leave so much space. Like we have to learn how to, because Wolves play the exact same way with 5 at the back or 3 at the back, whatever it is. So Eddie Howe needs to coach that, because I think he got it wrong, but at the same time, there's like no options on the bench either. It was just Bruno. Jacob Murphy, he did all right. Like he was good in the build. I thought he was better than Fraser today going forward, to be honest.
That's not saying much, but I kind of agree.
I think Fraser was covering Manquillo for most of the game. I'm totally honest. He had his worst game in the Newcastle shirt for me. Manquillo was terrible.
The problem today was that it's like when you spill. It's like if you're in a bar and you accidentally spill someone's drinks. Oh shit! I gotta go. I gotta go get that guy a new drink. I gotta clean up, help the fucking poor bartender, and then you spill another one. Oh shit! I gotta, and then it just. Everyone's covering for each other, and everyone's out of position. It's just it's crazy.
It's crazy. It's been well documented. It's been well documented this week, right? All I woke up to this morning was news of ASM going to be leaving in the summer, 50 million, whatever it was, right? Now, for me, today if it wasn't his worst game in the Newcastle shirt, it was one of them. I still do not see teammates digging him out. Saying, look, mate, get back on side.
Yeah.
He did track back at times today, but it's not the tracking back that's the problem. It's when he's got the ball and he loses the ball, he stops, then the play carries on, and then when we receive the ball again, he's still offside. He's never bothered getting back.
Yeah.
He's got to get dug out by a teammate, otherwise it's going to continue and continue and continue.
See, my argument to people wanting him out, like completely gone this summer, is like, who would you replace him with?
There are many replacements from around Europe, and I'd argue maybe even some in MLS that I think could replicate it, or at least that we'd be willing to be like, okay, you know what, he loses the ball, but he's got the right attitude, and like we need to, if we could find someone with ASM's attributes, but he's not a fucking bitchy moaner, and he's not losing the ball so often. It's just like the tracking back.
Of a diva is ASM.
Yeah,
it's like anytime someone touches him, it's like make a whole kind of scene or show.
Burnley go down, take Maxwell Cornet, then you've got competition.
I would take Saar at Watford ahead of him all day.
Even Pedro Neto's better than ASM.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I still like ASM and I want him to stay at Newcastle, but
I think
Newcastle is his level, to be honest.
Yeah,
his attitude's got to change, though, man.
That's the thing, guys. Yeah. If he was scoring like double figures at Nice, he wouldn't be anywhere close to our team. PSG would have signed him or something.
Yeah,
like there's a reason why he's here, because at the time, like we're just like an ordinary Premier League club fighting for relegation every year, and it seemed like the right fit to get this tricky winger with like loads of skill and stuff.
Yeah.
But like, it only gets you so far, because like if ASM was in a top 4 team or like a title challenging team, he would get nowhere near the starting 11. I guarantee that.
I sincerely hope that he goes out on Friday and makes us, i.e. myself, and anybody else that's criticising him, look like a twat, because he's capable of it. No one's debating the fact that he's got all of the ability in the world. It's whether he's got it upstairs.
Yeah.
His decision-making in the final third is terrible.
Yeah.
He is, but I don't really like when he goes on Twitter and he starts like calling people out or saying like, I'll prove you wrong. Like, just do the job on the pitch, because if he does play really well in the next game and he gets an assist or he gets a goal, for example, he's basically made up for this game. But that so on average his performance is average. If he does really well in the next game and he does poorly here, I'm not gonna say next game he's the fucking next coming of Lionel Messi or whatever. He needs to do it on a consistent basis, and that's what's lacking from him. So yeah.
Consistency, mate, isn't it? They say practice makes perfect. I've always said it makes permanent. The more you practice something, the more regularly it comes out. It doesn't make it perfect.
Mm-hmm. It should be the start, because the last few games, I think he's probably had to battle with a bit of fitness issues, and then obviously the 2 weeks. So you'd imagine he'd be fit, which he was. Played the full 90 minutes. Didn't play great, but it's more of a thing that right now, who would you even drop him for? For the past few weeks that he hasn't been playing, I don't think Fraser or Murphy's done enough to cement their spot.
Murphy's not a prem quality player. I mean,
no.
That's
we're winning games without him in the team, though.
That could be another argument too. Is maybe ASM needs competition, a big name, or not a big name, but a winger that's good enough to.
100% he needs competition.
And then he's got someone breathing down his neck, because at the same time, mentally, he probably feels like he's still not the main man, but he's undroppable almost. No, not regardless if it's ASM or not, you can't have that within players, because they just feel like they can do what they want and get away with mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Not when it's costing you 3 goals a game. That's the problem he's cost with. Top of my head 2 at least today.
I don't know if he feels like he's fucking Ronaldo for Man United when Ronaldo was at Man United the first time, dribbling past players, but he needs a bit of a wake up call that he's not he's not above criticism, and he's maybe not as good as he thinks he is, and there's a few elements of his game that he really needs to work on, like his vision, his passing. His first touch sometimes, to be honest.
First touch, thank you. Yeah, his first touch is shit.
There's times where he receives the ball and it bounces up, so he has to wait for the ball to drop back down to the floor before he can do anything with it. And
then he gets bullied off the ball and goes like that.
Yeah.
And stands still. But your point's spang on there. But the only thing I would say is Ronaldo was 18, 19-year-old then. He's 25. He should know better by now.
Mm-hmm. I still think there's room for him to improve, because 25 is still quite a young age for a footballer. You can hit your peak at 28, 29, but we're
running out of time though, aren't we, really?
A little bit.
Simon, that's a great comment. Sounds brutal, but at this stage of our development, no room to get sentimentally attached to any player. We need to realize only Bruno and Trippier. Bruno 100%. Trippier, yeah. I would say so. We'll get into the top sides.
You could say Bruno.
I've not seen enough from Bruno yet to be convinced that he'd get into a top 14.
I have before in Lyon.
If our progress stalls and we don't go anywhere with this takeover, for a few years, I could see Bruno probably going to Real Madrid or something.
He could. No, he definitely could. I think he could be a decent option now. I think Real Madrid are way too reliant on Casemiro, Modric, and Kroos. I mean, they're not getting any younger. They're still brilliant players, but they are going to eventually not be Real Madrid level quality anymore. Maybe
we still need to be patient with him, though. I mean, let's be fair. He's only played 5-6 games. Let's be. I think the lad's right. What he's saying. We need a consistent season out of him. And start thinking about moving on.
I'm just saying. Because I've seen him for the past.
I know you have, mate. Yeah.
What?
And I'm saying, I know we've had conversations before we signed him when we were linked. You've watched many games with Bruno, but that's a different league.
Right. No, 100%. I'm just saying, like, if I were to say yes, I think he will be a Champions League winner or something like that, I would be like, yeah, probably.
I think he's got all the ability in the world.
Yeah.
Can I just before you take us out and bring other people on?
There's no one else.
All right. Okay. Is this us then? I want to talk a little bit about my thoughts on Chris Wood, because I was defending Chris Wood quite a lot during that run of games when we were just constantly winning, because he was playing a role within a system and we were winning games. And I thought, if this is working, if Newcastle are winning, he doesn't necessarily need to score goals. He can just, put the effort in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But as much as I recognize that it's not necessarily his fault, or you can't necessarily pin the blame on him today, for example, because he wasn't getting a lot of support. And as you said, he won, I think you said 7 aerial duels. He has still only scored 1 goal in however many games for Newcastle, over 10 games it must be at this point that he's played for us. And
I miscount his chances.
I think, playing as a centre forward for Newcastle can be a thankless task at times, especially when the team is not playing very well because you barely get the ball. But even so, even if it's only 1 or 2 chances that you get in a game, he has to start putting them in.
Take them.
Because as much as he can do all the other stuff really well, like
striker,
pressing or winning headers, your job as a centre forward at the end of the day is to put the ball in the back of that.
You're not fucking Roberto Firmino, where you can get away with not scoring.
I totally agree with you, mate. He's got to provide. The problem is when he's not scoring goals, you start looking, what is he doing?
He drifts out wide more time than be central.
Sometimes, yeah.
He had a good run off the ball and chested one down today and had a volley. And on another day, you never know, it could take a deflection. But other than that, what has he done today other than win a few headers?
I'm glad Eddie Howe subbed him off, because now his spot's not guaranteed.
I think when we got him in, right, we were saying if he can get us 6 or 7 or 8 goals until the end of the season, he's not going to do that. He'll probably finish the season with 2, maybe 3 goals from having played for us for half a season. And for me, if that's all he gets for the half season that he'll have played with us, then I'm thinking I don't necessarily want him to be in our side next year.
Yeah, totally with you.
And it'll be,
Who would be? Where would he go though? That's my.
Burnley if they get relegated.
Probably.
Burnley will take him back.
Because Cornet would probably leave.
Yeah, he'd leave. Yeah. But
I don't think Burnley are going down though.
Steve, so.
You know who might get relegated and might sign Chris Wood? Everton. No, because if Everton get relegated, Pickford's gone, Richarlison's gone, Dominic Calvert-Lewin's gone.
That gets capitulated, that squad, if they go down.
Yeah.
I don't think Everton will go down, but
yes,
if they do, those players that you've just mentioned,
yes,
I'd be interested to see what their kind of market value is and what teams in the Premier League would want to pick them up. Because I feel like if Dele Alli got relegated with Everton, who would actually...
To be fair, Championship's probably his level. I haven't seen him play a good game in fucking... When was the last time you saw Dele Alli have a good game?
He hasn't played that much for Everton either. I don't think he can get blamed much.
Yeah, and there's a reason why he doesn't play, because he's not very good. He never was really that good. He had 2 or 3 really good seasons, and then after that, gonzo. Same with Rashford. But are you guys worried about relegation?
No.
No,
worried?
Watford are not good enough.
Conscious of it? Yes. Worried? No, I don't.
I think we're being the teams around us, and we are where we are because we beat them. We have a few more of those teams we just need to beat. It's been proven the season. like you could say Tottenham are having a shit season, but their players are just the squad they have is levels above us. Like there's no way we're, there was a chance of like competing, like maybe getting a draw there today, but obviously that wasn't the case. And like just the whole game, all the other games that we played the top, we just get spanked. And like,
yeah,
I think that needs to change because obviously, like you need to obviously be defensively resilient against these teams, and we haven't.
And the two signings that Conte's bought made a difference.
Yeah, that too.
Kulusevski's mint. Conte's spent a little bit of money, but the players he's brought in. Kulusevski for me today was the best player on the pitch.
Kulusevski was really good. I would say Heung-min Son, you got to give man of the match. I mean, a goal and 2 assists. Yeah, no, but Kulusevski is really good. I thought Kulusevski was very good. Harry Kane too was great.
Because the Ben's gonna have a meltdown, so I'll let you go. All the best, guys.
See you.
That's all right. See you, Andy.
Okay. All the best, Andy.
We'll look at the league table and see where we're at now. So, 3 points behind, 3 behind Brighton, 2 behind Brentford, 1 ahead of Leeds, and 6 ahead of Everton.
Everton with 2 games in hand.
Are they going to win those games in hand? Probably not.
Who are they playing?
Burnley and
the thing,
Crystal Palace.
Everton are not who I'm concerned about because they're not in the relegation zone.
So I mean,
whoever's in the relegation zone has to win.
I think the remaining winnable games, if you judge it based off our own form, you'd probably say is Norwich away and like
Palace at home, maybe.
I feel like Palace at home could be hard, but that's
Leicester City. You don't know.
That's in 17 days' time, so we have no idea what players they'll have fit, what players will have fit.
Yeah, 100%.
If Howe gets it right, Newcastle should be able to compete against all of those teams at home. All those next 3 fixtures. Like
I think Man City will get spanked like 4-0 probably.
Yeah.
But to be honest, going away to Man City is a pretty thankless task.
Mm-hmm. Do we know when Trippier's back?
Ooh,
Which
I
game
don't
he'll
know.
be back for?
No idea.
Yeah. Because I feel like we're in need of his
That's another
defensive
thing too.
Organization.
Kraft and Mankiewicz have not done enough to like say I want right back spot.
Right.
Like, when Kieran Trippier comes back, I feel like he's going to be there.
Position.
It's his.
Absolutely.
100%. There's no argument Mankiewicz or Kraft can make that it's like, oh, but Eddie, I'm better than Kieran Trippier. No, you're not. No, you're not, and you should both be sold in the summer. I mean, most
the second choice for me over Kraft, but I mean, I don't know.
I
obviously didn't have a good game today, but Mankiewicz for me, on average, offers more, is better both defensively and going forward than Kraft. But I mean, still not the quality that we're looking to try to build for the future.
Right.
Don't know if you agree with me on that.
No, I do. I think Mankiewicz slightly better than Kraft, but I still want I would have both of them to leave. And I wouldn't really.
Yeah.
We need to find backup anyways for Trippier. I think they're better right backs that we can buy for cheaper that are younger with more potential and talent right away than we have with Mankiewicz and Kraft. So,
do we need to look at another left back spot first, though? You think, or not?
I want to see what Jamal Lewis can offer me, and maybe.
Okay. Take Jamal Lewis and target as our left backs.
I'm willing to give Jamal Lewis like 2 or 3 more games to show me what he's got. Like, I know he hasn't played for a long time. It's just I really wasn't impressed with him when he did play.
Chosen for Eddie Howe's squad, right?
Did he get chosen?
No, he hasn't played in a while.
Aye.
I think he's been injured though, but I could be wrong about that. But I mean, target wasn't great today, but other than that, he's done the job at left back.
Solid.
So.
He's been solid. Very solid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he was due a bad game. That's the only guy I'm not really, really pissed at Who I am really pissed at is Jamal Lascelles, because that guy is shameless. He literally got on the 5th goal, got nutmegged, and did nothing about it, and then it led to a goal. So I mean that.
I think Dan Blame personally is more to blame for that 5th goal, but I'd probably have to watch it back again.
Well, Dan Burn was shit today too. He was. Just calling it how it is. Lascelles, very poor today. Everyone was very poor. So
yeah,
I just want to move on today fast as possible, but I'm very worried about Wolves on Friday. Very worried about Wolves on Friday.
Yeah. It's at home, though, so that might make a difference.
It might, but Wolves have done all right. Remember, this is the Wolves team that has one of the best defenses in Europe, and they've won away to Old Trafford this year, which kind of isn't a big deal, considering Man United are really, really bad. They did go away to Spurs, though, and win 2-0. They've done very well for themselves, and I think they'll finish above Man United, to be honest.
Okay.
I think Spurs, Arsenal, and Wolves, and maybe even West Ham will finish above Man United. So this is a very good side that we're going to be playing on Friday. We're going to need to... They're very good at 1-2 football, especially when they counterattack.
Yeah.
Very good in tight spaces. I mean, Neves, Moutinho, it's going to be very tough. But my prediction would probably be the optimistic side of things, a 1-1. If I'm being realistic, I would say 1-0.
I think
Wolves. 1-0 Wolves.
I appreciate that Wolves are obviously, look at where they are on the table and the number of points that they've got. They're obviously a better side than this.
We need to make the home field count.
Yeah, I don't want us to play as if we're on the back foot on Friday.
Which is like what Man United did yesterday against Leicester. You thought that you would have thought that Man United were away to the King Power, but no, they were the home team and playing on the break. They weren't playing like the home side. Yeah. So you're right about that. We need to be on the front foot.
Take the game to them.
Yeah, exactly. But the reason why
but also when you lose the ball, make sure you track back and get players behind the ball.
100%, because that's inexcusable to not be tracking back. Fucking awful. No, but I think I am going to go for a Wolves win, just because they do very well away from home for the most part. I mean, yeah, they won 2-0 against Spurs, 1-0 against Man United. Went to Brighton and won 1-0. That's not a big deal. Brighton are fucking awful at home. They are awful. Went away to Everton and won at home, which is infinitely more impressive than beating them on the road. Yeah, Wolves have done well for themselves this year, I would say. So I was very impressed with what I saw from Wolves, to be honest. I think Everton will go down. Now, why do you think Everton are going to stay up?
Sorry?
Why do you think Everton are going to stay up?
Why do I think they're going to stay up?
Yeah.
Because I don't think... well, I'm just looking at the table. They've got 2 games in hand, and they've got 3 points more than Watford, and Watford are not that good. So...
Well, but Burnley, do you think Burnley are out of it?
No, they're not necessarily out of it. But again, Burnley, it's like, I know there's 8 games left, right? And teams do, towards the end of the season, some teams do kind of like go the extra mile just to get over the line and start picking up points. But none of these teams, after 28, 30 games, these teams are on like 20 points, there's not. I don't see there being like some massive turnaround somehow. Just because I think those bottom 3 are just not good enough. That's kind of my take on it. Yes, Burnley are not out of it, but are they going to get 4 more points than Everton in 8 games, I'm not convinced, to be honest.
But the problem is, though, if you look this Wednesday, Everton go away to Turf Moor. So that's it. One of the Everton games in hand is away to Burnley.
Mm-hmm.
And Everton have not won an away game in the Prem since August.
So that's massive then. If Burnley win that, then it is.
It's a 6-pointer.
Game on.
So that's what I mean. I just don't.
Yeah.
Everton.
No, I see what you're saying, but if I was to make a prediction, I'd still say the bottom 3 as they currently are the teams that I think are going to go down. But because Burnley's form is, like fucking shocking, to be honest, at the moment. Lost to Man City, lost to Brentford. Okay,
well,
Man
City, nearly everyone loses to Man City. So I mean, it's not. That's not the blemish. I would say. Let me look at Burnley's recent results. Losing 2-0 away to Brentford, not the best. Letting Chelsea smack you around 4-0, not the best. Burnley 0, Leicester City 2, who weren't in great form, not the best. Point away to Palace, okay, but then 1-0 Tottenham.
Yeah.
3-0.
I mean, but that's 5 games ago. You're going back. Like Newcastle have lost the last 3 games, and we don't look like the same team we were when we were.
Holy shit!
Winning games.
Burnley have a massive week coming up. So they have Burnley. They host Everton at Turf Moor on Wednesday. Then Sunday, they go to Norwich. Do you think Burnley will beat Norwich?
Burnley against Norwich. Where in Norwich?
At Carroll Road.
I mean, Burnley should beat Norwich because Norwich are relegated.
Yeah.
If Burnley don't beat Norwich, then
I think they're
to go down.
But at the same time, but that's the other thing why I think that won't go in Everton's favor, because remember, Everton lost to Norwich away. That was Rafa Benitez's last game, and after that game, I put $50 on for them to go down. And I could win 200. And it's I haven't seen anything. They've had some decent home wins, yes. One of those was the 2-0 win over a non-league Boreham Wood team. And they only won 2-0. And they didn't really look that great. They beat Leeds 3-0 when they were still in really terrible form. I just haven't been impressed with Everton. But
neither have I. But their win against us, I think, was absolutely massive for them. If they hadn't won, if they hadn't have won against us, I think I'd potentially be agreeing with you here. But
if they don't win against, if they lose to Burnley on Wednesday, because they've got Man United at home on Saturday, which I think is the toughest game to call. I don't know what maybe a draw.
Man United at home. Yeah, that's got a draw written all over it, to be fair.
Yeah, both teams are shocking. Both teams have horrible owners, players, mentality. They spend lots of money on not good players. Both are in financial problems. Man United get put into debt by the Glazers every single year, and they take out money, never repay it. Everton have lost £375 million over the past 2 years. So, I mean, that is the depressing derby. I guess if someone is to win that, I would say it's more likely Everton do, because they need it so much more than Man United. But I don't know. We'll see.
Are Man United still kind of realistically putting forward a challenge for top 4 or not?
No.
They're on 30 games. Arsenal on 28.
Man United still have to go to the Emirates. They still have to go to Liverpool.
There's 8 games left. So what is their goal for this season now?
Conference League.
Is that 6th place? Is that what Conference League is?
7th, 6th, something like that. Probably depends who wins the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup, but yeah.
I mean, they're equal on points with West Ham, and they've got a game in hand on West Ham, so realistically they should be finishing above them, 6th place. Because the Hammers aren't exactly world beaters at the moment. But I'll be interested between Arsenal and Tottenham. Because they're playing each other soon. I think.
Give me Arsenal in that game. I think Arsenal would win that. I think they're the better.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know though. Tottenham have got more firepower for me up front. More kind of like they got a couple of.
I think they've got the. I think Arsenal have the better defense and the better keeper. So maybe it cancels out. But regardless, we're not even talking Newcastle because
because it's boring because we've said everything there is.
It's dross performance, but I want everyone to like and subscribe because I've been subjected to 4 hours and 13 minutes of good fan interaction, and I love that. But then 2 hours of a fucking pitiful waste of my time game. So yeah. Thanks a lot, guys, and I'll catch you later.
Hit that like button. Give Steve some love.
Subscribe. Absolutely. Take care, guys. Up the mags.